Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, Tim Murtha the captain, and Umesh Yadav, who replaces Ethan Bamber on the scorecard. The Worcestershire side, Ed Pollock, Jake Nibby, Jack Haynes, Taylor Cornell, Brett D'Oliveira the captain, Ed Barnard, Gareth Roderick keeping wicket, Joe Leach, Josh Baker, Charlie Morris, and Dylan Pennant. Scorecards for today's match can be collected from the shop or at the entrance gate. The bar marquee is situated on the school side of the ground, alongside the coffee pod and catering units. In this hot weather, we would like to remind you to please take precautions, so ensure you drink plenty of water, wear a hat, keep covered up, and wear sunscreen. If you do require first aid, please speak to your nearest steward or visit the medical marquee situated near the sight screen at the lake end of the ground.
No worries.
In the interest of safety and security, we ask you to kindly keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. Any bags found unattended may be removed. I also need to remind you of ground regulations that spectators may not come onto the playing area at any time. I'm sure you appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, particularly the players and officials. Umesh just receiving his Middlesex cap.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Merchant Taylors School in Northwood. Day one of this county championship match in Division 2 between Middlesex and Worcestershire. I'm Kevin Hand, and alongside me, I'm delighted to say Mike Selvey this morning for this one as well, which will be great news. Yeah, the water at the ready.
Early hydration today, yeah.
Early and consistent hydration, I think, is the key today.
All of the day. What's it going to be? 30-something today, isn't it?
Absolute scorcher of a day ahead here at Merchant Taylors, exactly that, 30 degrees I think. So good news is for Middlesex on that front, before we go through the teams, that Middlesex have won the toss and chosen to bat.
I think there's a few grateful bowlers out there. I don't know what it's going to be tomorrow. Is it going to be worse? I don't know,
it'll be there or thereabouts, I think, but hopefully with the runs on the board.
They're going to have to do it, aren't they? At some stage they're going to have to do it, but I think, yeah, if ever there was a batting day, it's today. You've got promises to be a very good pitch and blue skies. And I love this ground. It's cracking. I love outground cricket. I just think it's real fun. I used to love playing on the outgrounds. You get a proper crowd.
I'm bringing you straight back to that at 11 o'clock. I want to know which your favourite ones were, because there will have been a good few, and they probably moved around a little bit more back then. News of the toss very quickly. Middlesex have won it and chosen to bat, as we've just said. So you can see, or you may have just glimpsed Sam Robson on his way out there a moment or two ago. Spectators are coming in. The temporary stands under shade as well. We've just mentioned those temperatures, so under that shade over there is going to be mighty vital to anybody attending this game over the next few days. As Selv has said, it's highly likely it'll be the same again tomorrow. But yeah, batting first in this one, try and put a day in the dirt for Worcestershire here at Fortress Northwood, where Middlesex are yet to lose a game in the championship, and they'll very much hope that continues, with Nottinghamshire top of the pile, Middlesex who drew their last game up at Trent Bridge. A fabulous draw that was up there. A real great fight back on the final couple of days. Our umpires are on the way out, which means those two gentlemen will be walking down the steps in a moment. Sam Robson on the left, Mark Stoneman on the right. Middlesex with a couple of changes and one very exciting one as well. So Robbie White expected to bat at 3, Jack Davies at 4, Max Holden at 5, John Simpson the wicket-keeper at 6, Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, Tim Murtagh and Umesh Yadav, which is an absolutely stunning signing for the club, Mr. President.
Yeah, well, I did know it was coming, but I didn't know it was coming today. Well, it's all about visas and stuff, as it's been. We've seen the issue we're currently having with Peter Malan too. I think this was a question of extending a visa, which they've clearly managed to get through. And yeah, it's a highly experienced fast bowler to add to our other highly experienced fast bowlers.
Ethan Bamber is the unlucky man to miss out, but I think crucial for Middlesex that they did get somebody in, because of course the plan for the season was Shaheen Shah Afridi. Obviously only managed those games at the start of the season, made a big impact though, and as you mentioned, Peter Malan there, the hope is next week as well, isn't it?
I think with Shaheen, I think he got a bit of a culture shock, if I'm really honest. I don't think he quite anticipated the challenge that county cricket would be in the conditions that we've had with the ball that they've been using. I think he felt maybe that he's a swinger of the ball, he swings it around at pace, and he could swing it around a lot at 80% pace, which is still pretty pacey, and it didn't pan out quite like that. And he worked very hard for us. You know, he didn't stint on that at all, but it was a tough stint for him.
There is Joe Leach in the foreground. That Worcestershire side: Ed Pollock, Jake Libby, Taylor Cornell indeed, Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira the captain, Ed Barnard, Gareth Roderick the keeper, Joe Leach in shot, about to get us up and running, and Charlie Morris, Josh Baker and Dylan Pennington, the 11 named by Worcestershire. Defeat last up to Glamorgan, so they'll be chomping at the bit to get going here. 3 slips, as you can see. There's also a third point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg down in the distance as well. We're sat pretty much over the left shoulder of Leach, or a little bit actually even squarer on than that. He's just having a look around. Umpire Bainton's got his arm out, but we're really nearly ready to go. Umpire Jack Shantry at the other side. Nope, Sam Robson's not ready to go. So dead ball signalled first up and a full start. But a big old game. This probably one last chat for us before the bowler runs in again. Selv, a big old game because it's so tight at the top 4.
Yeah, we could do with, if we win this game, then I think we perhaps pull away a wee bit, which is a really good thing. They played well to get, and we've got out of some scrapes too, which has been really good. Here's
Leach with the first ball. Oh, a little bit of shape away there. Robson played the line of off, didn't follow it, crucially. Always feels like it's going to be a result track here at Merchant Taylors School. The batters do enjoy it from a Middlesex perspective, and I know that it's not a ground that they despise, they don't want to come to, but in particular I think the Seamers relish this one, don't they, Self? I've
not seen as much cricket here as you have, and I've probably not seen it in these conditions, to be honest with you. So, really hard, firm pitch. It's always looked a bit slow to me.
Big stride from Robson, very much the inside of the bat as it deflects away into the onside. Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking over the years here, the bowlers that have gone well, Finn and Rowland-Jones, taller bowlers, which hasn't necessarily been about that express pace, as you've mentioned, but the bounce has aided them, and they're two, obviously, Rowland-Jones in particular, I think, one of the finest.
Well, he's had a tremendous season for us so far. His fitness has been key to that. He's been he bowled beautifully up at Nottingham in very difficult conditions.
Yeah, I think he extracting bounce on this surface here. As I say, he's had some. I remember Finn against Somerset had a 9 in the match, I think, here against Somerset, in a particularly stunning 2-day win, I think it was. He may have even returned from England duty for that one. But yeah, it has been a ground that has favoured the hosts here at Merchant Taylors School. But that's not to say that Worcestershire won't come here, particularly with Leach. But also, you mentioned Toole, quick, lively. Pennington as well will come into that. Mr. Dependable, as he's known, Morris as well. Put up there from Leach, as you'd very much expect at the start. See what's there for him. That first ball certainly showed a little bit the shape of that one. We're square on, Selv and I, as we watch on this one. Have to keep. We'll have a sore neck by lunch, won't we? Back and forth at that screen.
He's a good old stalwart bowler, isn't he? Joe Leach. He's been around a while, hasn't he?
Good line length again. Well run by Robson, just over the top of it. Soft hands, angle back, gets that single down to third. Gets Middlesex off the mark for the match. Yeah, Leach has... well, that won't be too helpful because that's his... oh, no, it is. His Worcestershire average this year. I was just looking to see what he's got. 5 games, 18 wickets at 23 this year.
It's just dependable bowling, isn't it? He's reliable cricketer, and yeah, every team needs those people that you can rely on day in and day out.
Right up there, first ball for Stoneman. Just watchfully played. Pushing back, Pennington, sorry, Leach is thoughtful about that one, but Stoneman very much just waiting on the ball, watching to see what it did, and easing it back for a single. Middlesex 2 without loss after the opening over.
Not a particularly revealing over, I would say. It looks to have no real pace in the pitch, although that's a little bit hard to say with somebody of Joe Leach's pace. You know, you see a fast bowler, it might get more bounce. We've got tall bowlers, both Rojo and Tom Helm. Quick outfield, of course, this will be, won't it? So you expect it to be high scoring.
Up the hill for Charlie Morris from the Lake End. Right arm over. He's mentioning Leach been around a while. Seems as though he's older, Joe Leach. 31 now, he's 32 this summer. Seems as though he's been around forever, doesn't it?
When did he make his debut? It does seem like he's been around forever.
Yeah. 2012.
So it's a 10-year career. I mean, it's good to spell that.
Nice from Morris. First up, angling across Stoneman, who will get his first tastes here at... Oh no, he's faced at the other end. Sorry, of course he does have a single, so it's his first taste of the morning, but of course he did face at the other end. Faced Worcestershire last year at Lord's, of course, Stoneman, and it was that tricky start at home that he was having, racking up the runs away.
He got onto that traditional Middlesex newbie start at Lord's, didn't he? The big build-up. He's been a really good signing for us.
He's been fabulous, hasn't he? Got 12 in the first innings. Middlesex winners by 101 runs September last year in that end of season grouping, and Stoneman was LBW to Leach for 12 in the first innings. In the second innings, it was a 36 ball duck before he was trapped LBW by Morris.
I think he was one of the keys to the run of success that Middlesex started to have at the back end of last season, where they won 4 out of 5, didn't they? And he was a crucial part of that, because you know this is one of the best opening partnerships in the country now. Sam, hugely underrated in my view over the past few years because of the nature of the runs he's scored and the conditions that he's played in.
Nicely bowled again, right on the spot. Yeah, I don't understand with Robson really what I mean, an 8-year absence from the Test team. Maybe it seems as though they've exhausted all options apart from giving him another go. And he was only what, 24 when discarded. So as a human being, let alone as a cricketer, a batter, he's developed and evolved a lot.
Well, if you think of how people like the current incumbent openers there played well. Lees hasn't played that many, but Zach Crawley's played 25 games now, and is yet really to come on. Sam scored 100, and then struggled a wee bit. He struggled with the line of the ball, really, didn't he? He didn't know what to leave and what to play in the end. But 3 tests, and you discard somebody. What he's been doing over the past few years is scoring brilliant runs at times in the most tricky conditions in the country at Lords that we've had, and they because there should be a measure where your average is commensurate to the places you play. I'm sure there is a metric that does that, but his average is worth a lot more somewhere else, at the Oval, say.
Oh, lovely ball. Lovely ball angled across them and to end the second. Middlesex 2 without loss.
Yeah, see, but you see, people look at things very simplistically. The old way of looking at, he averages this, he averages that, and there are much more sophisticated measures and metrics now for those things, and I'm sure they have those. Or I know they have those at ECB level. Whether they took that much notice of them, I don't know. I think it's a shame. They may have missed the boat on them, I think.
Robson pulls away again. I don't know whether let's have a look to see what's up at that end that may be putting him off. There is one of the temporary stands, one of 2 temporary stands here at Merchant Taylors for this, but I doubt it's that. They're away to the side of the sight screen. Oh, thick edge along the floor. Cry catch went up, as you probably heard, but down to third for a single. Robson second, but again over the top of it. Yeah, there was a stat that went around at the start of the season. Actually, I was just going to see if I can pick it up now, where Middlesex Lords, sorry, ranked towards the bottom of the batting averages, and somewhere like the Oval, as you said, ranked high at the top. And Robson scored all those runs at Lords. I'll see if I can find the exact stat. Straight over for mid-off. I'll pick up a couple here at least. Might even get more for it. No, it's a good slide. Good work by the skipper, it's Oliveira. 3 taken.
Rolled and rolled, that one. It's going to be a quick outfield, especially down the slope there. It's unusual in cricket these days. It seems to me to have the man down at what you call third now. But we've already seen 2 go down there that would have been bowlers teapotting, and why has it gone down? They've gone past their 4 runs. I think it's a valuable position.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because it's one of the biggest gripes of many a commentator, the lack of a third. It's protecting a good ball, isn't it?
Well, I reckon if you're bowling properly, you're bowling a good line, a good consistent line, it's a more important position than fine leg is, actually. It'll be interesting. We'll keep a little tally. See how many go down the fine leg, how many go down there, down to third.
Someone like Neil Dexter, there was a particular innings at Edgbaston, he was skipper in Middlesex by that point, and he was really struggling for runs. He was under bowling himself. He was a bit of a golden arm of bowling, a batting all-rounder for sure, Neil Dexter. He was under bowling himself though, and actually I think he was putting pressure on his batting by doing that. But he got a century at Edgbaston, I remember, and my goodness me, the majority of the runs came down to third, and I just remember the commentary box who were representing, say, had a slight interest in the Warwickshire side of things. Their head just hit the table every time. Boundary after boundary kept on running down to fourth, which is a big scoring area for Dexter. Oh, it's a nice one from Leach.
It's a good length that, isn't it? You see it's getting... Didn't quite get forward to that, did he? Perfect length. Perfect length is the one where the batsman wants to come forward and can't quite do it. There used to be players where the third man was almost the first position you put out for him. Steve James ran him down there. Jim Yardley at Northants, Worcester in fact.
Into the third, 6 without loss. Yeah, the man next in indeed, Robbie White.
Yeah, I mean it's productive area. Well, Jim Yardley, say for Worcester Northants around about my time, and you could pack your slips, you could pack gullies, you could put all the fielders there, and he'd still get it down. Still get it down there and smile at you. Call him Smiling Jim. He's a lovely bloke. It was great fun. How did he get that through there? I think Steve James, when he got that triple 100 at North Wales,
Colwyn Bay?
Colwyn Bay. You could just imagine that there was like a groove worn along the outfield there, where he's just funneled it down there.
Just in front of point, no run. I found that Sam Robson, or this was the 2021 season. Lords had 12 games, average 27 per batter. The Oval was top, average 40.
Yeah, I mean it tells you an awful lot. So there has to be some measure of taking that into account. There is of course, it's not as straightforward as that, because you might say, well, they more runs per wicket score the Oval because they're better players. So that comes into it. But as a general rule, it's pretty telling, that. It's a fair reflection on what I've seen of pitches around anyway over the last few years.
Yeah, the two that sit either side of Lords. Lords is second bottom. Third bottom was Taunton, and bottom was Chelmsford, which Harmer, I guess, probably had a big impact on that.
Yeah, I mean, preparing turners and so forth.
Oh no, that's a beaut. That's a real beaut. Up the hill from the Lake End, as we said, Morris. To really climb across Snowman. He comes around, taps away at the surface. Sort of talking about the bounce here, although it's not express pace. What the seamers have really enjoyed over the years here is that bit of bounce. And from both ends as well. I think you talked about it quite a lot at Lords, actually. I remember listening to you years ago talking about the varying ways you can approach bowling at Lords, because everybody thinks run down the hill. Run down the hill for the seamers, and that's what they want to do, and they do, the majority of them, but equally running up the hill, there's quite merit in hitting that surface and getting that extra bit of bounce.
How do you mean running down up the hill?
Well, there's a slight angle, isn't there? So across from the pavilion end. Sorry, the
well,
seamers often will argue for the pavilion end, won't they? But
I don't think that's downhill, is it? I've never noticed a hill there. Honestly, I've never.
Down and across, isn't it? Down to the mound.
I've never thought of it like that. I just thought it was left to right.
Left to right.
Maybe I played my entire career there without knowing.
Well,
I was running uphill.
I wouldn't question you on that at all. But I've always thought it dipped from the Warner down to the mound, didn't it?
Well, if you say so. I must have been running uphill all my career. But I never ever noticed that. They baseman.
Forgive me, I've misquoted you then, because I thought you said it was Stephen Finn who'd be better bowling from the nursery end at Lords, where he might extract a bit more bounce.
Not. My rationale for that was that I thought Stephen would benefit from having an angled run, slight angle in his run, and if you have an angle in your run from the pavilion end, the slope throws you down the hill and you can put you off balance. So all the
quick single. And sharply through, end of the fourth, 7 without loss.
So all the really successful bowlers from the pavilion end have a straight approach, because you're almost holding yourself into the slope, as it were. You're running straight. People will say to me, John Price had a curved run. Well, John Price didn't. John Price had a curve at the start of his run, but the business end of his run was gun barrel straight. Conversely, I always think at the other end, at the nursery end, if you have an angle in your run, it sets you beautifully at the crease, in my opinion. You look at Mertz, who's a nursery end bowler, you'll see that he comes in on an angle there. And it's a terrific end to bowl away swing from, because you get the prevailing wind. The prevailing wind comes westerly, southwest to northwest, and it used to come through the gap between the Warner stand and the pavilion, and that's absolutely perfect for away swing bowling. Fast bowlers wanted to go downwind anyway. I spent 90+% of my time at Lords bowling for the nursery. Nobody ever said which end would you like, but
first time around the wicket from Leach to Snowman, and runs here. Could be the first boundary as well. Chase is given, the slide's put in, and that's a nice little flick back into play from Libby. He's saved just the single, but a single nonetheless. Middlesex 10 without loss.
I used to have enough of Wayne walking back, moaning how hard it was walking back into the wind. It's so breezy, so hard, man. Yeah, right way. I don't think that as many people know the nuances of bowling at Lord. It is unique. There's no other ground quite like Canterbury's.
That's a lovely ball.
Canterbury's sort of like it, but Canterbury's also got the other slope. Canterbury comes down as you're trying to describe it. It's a slight, you can run downhill, but you're running almost a slight diagonal, but it is a left to right slope. It's the only other ground I can think of that has that characteristic, though.
Because Hove, for example, is straight up and down, isn't it? Which isn't too dissimilar to here, actually. This would be more like Hove, wouldn't it?
Headingley, I think Hove's steeper than this.
Oh, definitely. But I mean, in terms of the actual shape of the slope.
Yes. Headingley the same. I only ever played one game at Headingley, funnily enough. It's curious, you talk about outgrounds and
Scarborough.
Played a lot at Scarborough. I played at. I did look once, and I think I played at something like over 70 grounds in this country.
And Headingley once.
Headingley once. Well, did play a Sunday League game. I'll tell you a story about that in a minute.
I'll tell you very quickly. I'll just see those nets in the background there, so because you were talking about the slope at Lords. Middlesex is one. I'll come back to that in a moment. That's well run. Good work from these two opening up for Middlesex here, just trying to keep that strike rotating. Those nets, going back just very quickly, because well done, Ollie, the producer and the cameraman who's managed to frame up on it. The want for Middlesex is eventually to have nets that replicate the slope at Lords.
That's true, and that'll work very nicely, providing that they do a proper survey of what the actual slope is.
And not get it wrong like me.
well, no, but I mean, there's no point in having a big angle on your pitch if the angle at Lords isn't like that.
Yeah.
If you can do it, you do it properly, don't you? It's a great idea to do, certainly.
If there's one lesson I've learned over the years of broadcasting, it's try not to think things through on air, but I'm going to have to do it now. The slope at Lords.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, the nets, you're going to have to be able to run in from both ends then, aren't you, to replicate that slope?
Exactly that. Exactly that. Yeah. I mean, as soon as I saw those, you have to do that. Otherwise, it's an issue practicing at Lords, because there aren't that many nets that are lateral on the nursery ground. They're mostly up and down.
Oh, he's got him. Robson wasn't quite in the position for that one. Just did enough to get past the Middlesex right-hander. And Leach, so often, such a big man at the top and early on as well for Worcestershire strikes. 12 for 1.
We need to see the replay of which I'm not even sure that took off stump, did it? Oh no. Fair goes, that was a pretty good ball. That bat pitched and straightened. Went outside the bat and took the off stump out of the ground. I don't think there's any disgrace in getting out to a ball like that.
That was my... I held myself slightly on commentary there because I thought that's an absolute beautiful ball, but I wanted to make sure it was before I said that.
Well, I mean, the way it came out there, it was almost like it was an inside edge on it, onto a leg stump. You could see that, but it left the leg bail on. So it plucked the off stump out very cleanly. Yeah, that was worth a wicket, that ball. If I was Sam going in there now, I'd not sure I could have done a lot about that. Get more forward. There's always a reason. Every ball is playable by somebody somewhere. But if you're going to get a ball that'll get you out, that's got more chance than many.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. That was my slight hesitation. I wasn't quite sure. By the way that Robson played it, as you said, whether there was a little inside tickle on it, whether it just got through a gate, but it was actually straightened on him. It was a belter of a delivery from Leach. 12 for 1 at the end of the 5th. Robson gone for 3. And Robbie White, specialist down to 3rd, as we've been saying, is the man in at 3 for this one. There's no Stephen Eskenazi, he's with the Lions. Jack Davies is in next, so a little bit of responsibility here for White, who has dropped at Trent Bridge. scampered single, and that's going to show you that it isn't Robbie White who's come in. My apologies. I went with the scorecard. I assume that was what they do and leave Davies at 3. But Davies an opener by trade. He's been sent up to 3, so I guess that's the right move.
Yeah.
Opens to the under-19s, doesn't he? England under-19s. Yeah,
Davies
it
I
is.
just had to look to see whether he was left or right-handed there because, well, a bit of responsibility on him. Okay, he's actually been in the side instead of Robbie. No, I've not seen how people have gone in practice or in other games, but you know, that's a big call.
That's nicely done. It's worked well off the back foot. We'll get a couple. Long leg coming around his Leach. Yeah, this is a big chance for Davies. Well, for both, I assume White then drops back down to 4, which is where he would have been if Eskenazi were playing. The scorecard had gone by pushing him up 1, but they've gone Davies at 3, which again makes sense with his time having opened for England under-19s.
Yeah, and you know, Robbie had that dislocation, that shoulder dislocation, which really put him back. And coming back from that, you've lost the form you've got, and you've got to fight your way back in again.
Good lead by Davies. Yeah, that was horrible. Were you down at home at the time or watching on the stream? That was really horrible.
No, he was. It's one of those things too, wasn't it? It came from nowhere.
That's what almost made it look worse at the time, and I'm sure you've had it many times at TMS over the years, broadcasting, that something will happen and you just think, oh dear, how bad is it? Because it was so innocuous, it almost made it look worse. He was kicking the ground with his legs, White, because he was in so much pain. Bit of bounce again. Davies playing it high up on the bat there. You could just hear that noise off the bat where it had struck higher up.
You do occasionally see an injury that you know is just horrible. The worst I've ever seen was when poor old Sid Lawrence broke his kneecap in Wellington. If you can imagine a noise like a gunshot, and then poor old Sid just bellowing in pain. It's excruciating.
That's a beautiful leave.
And that was Sid being Sid, because it was right at the end of a no account game that was heading nowhere on a flatten, and he did that, and God, there were all sorts of repercussions from that, because there was Sid was being carried off. There was a photographer trying to take pictures of him. Mickey Stewart went ballistic at this. I'm not even sure he didn't swing one at him, this cameraman, and at that point, just after the game, I'll tell you after this ball.
Goodness me, what a ball. What a ball. That one nips away. Davies left done all end up by that one. End of the 6th, 15 for 1. Great way to finish the over.
So the match finished, and we were just milling around in the lobby area of the Basin Reserve, and BBC's Australia correspondent, can't remember his name now, turned up with the camera crew and said, it just turned up with this, and what are you doing here? He said, oh, come to see Mickey do our World Cup preview for the 92 World Cup. 92 preview. He said, nothing happened today? I said, no, nothing much really. Sid's broken his kneecap and Mickey's tried to slot a cameraman, but no, apart from that, no. And, he said, well, I'd take a rain check if I were you.
That was right up there from Leach, and Stoneman just leans into it happily. Lovely shot for 4. 19 for 1. Okay, coming around the wicket. Just over pitching, and that's pretty welcome for Stoneman. Felt nice, eased away. Yeah, just remember over the years, like I say, moments. Chaminda Vass actually had one when with Middlesex. He was fielding at Chelmsford. And I was on my own doing the broadcast that day as well, so I actually had to leave the broadcast momentarily to call the BBC and say, look, this is quite serious, so you might want to keep an eye out. He was going for a catch at long off, and he dived backwards and smashed his head on the top of the advertising board as he dived backwards. And he was down for ages, and they rushed him off to hospital. Fortunately, he was released that night. There was no problem at all, but it was one of those moments at the time where you just think, goodness me. But similarly, Robbie White, he was in so much pain, it was awful to watch. Each goes full again.
I think plenty of people would get hit on the head, and that's it's just not a frequent occurrence, but when it did, it was usually quite damaging. Gunner got hit in Gould at Lords by Colin Croft. It was pre-helmet, so that was quite nasty. It knocked him. Well, he was out cold, Gunner, and I had to get our physio, there's a bloke called John Miller then, who's blind, out there. That was an effort. He was a terrific physio, John, but he couldn't see, and so he had to be led out there. Anyway, he got Gunner back in. Gunner went off to hospital. Where now he'd be out, be out of the game for a fortnight. He'd been in hospital overnight. The rest of it, he walked into the tavern at 6 o'clock with a bandage round his head.
I was about to say.
Well, and he got a get well card from Colin Croft, right? And Gunner didn't believe it. He thought it was a wind-up, so he went up to the TCCB office just to check Colin Croft's contract signature, or his registration form, check the signature.
That's good from Leach. Speaking of short balls, you just can't really imagine it nowadays, can you? Being struck on the head by a Colin Croft bouncer without a helmet on, it's just unthinkable.
Well, Dennis Amos, that's in the start of 1976. Dennis Amos played for MCC at Lords and got badly hit by Michael Holding. It was very gloomy, and I was in the dressing room at the time and saw him come off Saka, and he'd been cut on the back of his head, and he'd been, he was pretty groggy. And it's a good shot.
That's lovely, isn't it?
On drive.
Lovely way to end the over for Middlesex, 23 for 1.
And he was quite bad way, and the myth built up over the years as though he went away and he worked on his game and against fast bowling, and he didn't play another test till the 5th test of that series, and he got 200 in that, right? And I had a look, not only did he bat the next morning, he then played in the test trial a couple of days later and scored 100. he still didn't play.
Does he remember it? Was he concussed?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an old line, isn't it? You can't remember who he is. We'll tell him he's Viv Richards and send him out again. Simon Jones, I remember Simon Jones doing his knee in Brisbane on the surface that was right in front of us. That was horrible.
Oh, that's good again from Morris. He's really getting some nice bounce from that. I was going to say nursery end, from the lake ends. Test this for young Davis. Yeah, they said the Jones one was a horrible one to watch. As you say, you just know, don't you? And that was the fear for Robbie White at that point, because he couldn't see for the life of you what it was. To the point that you thought it must be a break, because there wasn't any clear deviation. It must have just been the way he went down there. But fortunately, a dislocation that they couldn't pop back in at the time was the problem, wasn't it? And they went on to hospital, and there they popped it back in after a wee while, and he was back on the ground, smiling away. Just a word on Jack Davies then. He's playing his third first-class match of the season. High score of 25 so far. 5th first class overall, made his debut at Canterbury back in 2020, the COVID year, in August.
Is that when Robbie scored 100?
Yeah, no, 99, didn't he?
99,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
That was the crucial innings for Robbie White, wasn't it? At that point, I think his contract was coming close to an end, if it was that season or the following. But I remember saying to him at the end, worth Manny a century, that you will score that innings, because Middlesex were in deep trouble at Canterbury under leaden skies when White came up with that one. He's in next. But yeah, young Davies batted for a long, long while in that partnership. I don't think he scored that many. I'll go back and have a look, actually, because he didn't score that many, but he did bat for a serious period of time at a crucial stage of the match. And a bit like you were saying about averages, serious period of time, you know, on a flat track, 6 hours isn't that serious, but maybe 90 minutes is on one that is doing a bit. Yeah, White made 99. Davies, there we go. He scored 13 in 91 minutes, 64 deliveries.
Yeah, just soaking it up, isn't it? You know, I mean, that's actually been Robbie's MO, hasn't it, in soaking up stuff. You know, he batted a long time for that, didn't he? Look, he's batted nearly 5 hours, hasn't he, for that 99. I look at time, I don't look at balls received anymore. In red ball cricket, I think time is really important.
Singleton in the 8th, 24 for 1.
You know, your batters talk all the time about batting time, and yet they record it in balls. You know, you have a scorecard that gives you minutes, but a lot of scorecards only give you balls faced, and they don't mean anything to me, right? You tell me somebody batted like 400 balls for whatever, 250, right? That doesn't tell me a lot. If you tell me they batted for 13 hours, then I know more about, you know, what it's like. I just think it gives a better impression of it. I used to, you know, when I was writing, I used to record things, you know, 4 1/4 hours or shade over or this kind of thing. I used to believe that conveyed it more than the number of balls received. And that, unless it's, you know, more than a run a ball or whatever.
Yes, Davies, Reading lad. So England under 19. He played in the match at Lords last year against Hampshire. Would it have been last year? Actually, it would have been the year before, wouldn't it? That was the COVID year as well, was it? No, it can't have been, because they weren't at Lords in the COVID year. It was all at Radlett. But I remember him just getting away a couple of drives off Barker in that game, which really showed the potential he's got. Test here for him. Oh, that's nice around the wicket.
Oh, we got well done in that game, didn't we?
Got
Barker hobbling.
Yeah.
And we got spun out by part-timer, didn't we?
Was it Felix Organ?
Can't remember.
I remember Barker just kept on putting Mercer into the mound stand, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was a tough one, that. That turned the game, actually. I've got the notes in front of me here.
Well, Tillman was playing, but we needed an off-spinner because there was this big bare patch from Barker, actually, from his bowling. He's a good cricketer, him. Really good cricketer.
Started as a footballer, didn't he? Was it Rotherham? Barker?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he was, yeah. You just wonder, you know, I think he was, you know, he's pushing for football, didn't make it as a footballer and became a cricketer. You wonder, although again, that's one of those things to say, isn't it? You wonder if he'd kind of committed to cricket earlier, how far he'd have gone. But again, that's not the way cricket works.
No, he's kind of maturing into something a really good year this year, isn't he? And
Sharp. I'll get full reward for it, just carefully played by Davies. Oliveira's been busy so far. We've picked up a couple. Yeah, his batting certainly helps, doesn't it, with Barker? He's a formidable opponent with the bat, as well as Mercer found out in that innings. I'm just going to find the notes now of what it was, but he'd certainly turned that game around.
came in very late, didn't he? On one leg, pretty much.
That's nicely played by Davis. The in the art was pretty fair on that occasion. He's taken it from a very, very straight line, and that's kept in by Pennington. We'll see a replay, I'm sure, just to see how straight, because it was around the wicket from Leach, which will have given Davies confidence to go with it. 29 for 1.
It's a nice stroke on the angle, isn't it? Around the wicket, you create that angle to left-handers.
Was just much that in the art to create something in the batter's mind, would you suggest? Because again, as I say, well, as you say, it was around the wicket from Leach, so every right, Davies. What a follow-up to Stoneman. End of the night, 29 for 1.
I went for a period one season where I found that bowling around the wicket, I was getting people out, right and left-handers. And I went for probably 2.5 matches where I didn't bowl a single ball over the wicket, right or left-handers. They kept nicking it off, and funnily enough, it came back to me at Nottingham because they had a lot of invitees into their committee lunches. One of them was a bloke called Ted Hemsley, and Ted used to play for Worcester, and he was quite significant in this sequence of round the wicket bowling.
That's very good again, but a good lead from Davies.
Because people, bowl round the wicket away swing, and they were nicking it off to slip, place a little bit wider, nicking off. Ted was a right-hander, and I got him out LBW, but I got him LBW bowling in swinger to him, straight down the line, right? And so he walked off, and Basil came in. Basil D'Oliveira was next in, and the first ball Basil played, he played it like nobody else had played, and I never went over the wicket again, round the wicket again. That unless but straight because Basil played it differently.
That was going to be one of my questions on D'Oliveira, actually, given the Worcestershire captain. But, well, mustn't also forget to come back to Headingley just the once. He did play a Sunday League there, and also the other one was the Outground Memories. But, yeah, go on, D'Oliveira as well, and around the wicket. What stage of your career was that when you went around the wicket for the first time like that?
Oh, 78 probably. That would have been quite late on. I had a good year that year. I got 100 wickets that year, but it was just found a way of getting people out. I thought, can't keep going like this. We could, and they kept nicking it, and nobody bowled round the wicket. Then you see.
That's a very, very fine shot from Davis. Sweetly timed for the Middlesex number 3.
Just a little bit too straight, wasn't he? He's turned that way beautifully.
It felt good early on for the youngster, didn't it? Just to have
I
timed it
think
like that.
He shows a bit of faith in somebody, and he's in replacing Esky, isn't he? Or in that position, he's replacing Esky.
Yeah, it's a big game for Davies and White. I don't want to say Holden below them, because I think Holden's probably a little bit more secure at the moment, given that White was dropped the last game. But 2 to come back for the next game. Eskenazi back from Lions, and Milan well not coming back, arriving. So 3 and 4 for the next match. Highly likely to be very different to 3 and 4 for this.
It's yeah, I mean, it's competition for places, and everybody. I saw. Martin and Ethan just leaving the ground a little earlier, and they're pretty disappointed. Ethan, is pretty much our best bowler last year. I think Tom might be quite lucky to keep his place. Tom wasn't anything like he could be at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, he beat himself up at Trent Bridge when I spoke to him one morning. Said, well, if you're going to have a bad one, probably better to get it out of the way here. It was in the end a batting.
Oh, it was a shocker. Well, it was a shocker for a while, that's for sure, because Tim Murtagh and Rojo had bowled superbly well for an hour, and then suddenly Martin and Tom came on, and they were going at 10 and over, and it took the game away. you know, the whole bowling ethos is about 2.6, 2.8 and over, no more than that. And if you're going at tens, it's you know.
It looks like it just took him a bit. End of the 10th, 35 for 1. It looked as though it just took Tom. But he was bowling the best he'd bowled consistently, match after match, up until that side strain earlier in the season.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, start of the season he was terrific. He was our best bowler, no question. He bowled a really good length. He bowled tighter into the stumps, which I think he needs to do, because he has a white ball mode, which is wide and pushing the ball in. That's back of a length usually. That's his white ball mode, and that's what he was bowling. As far as I could see, he was bowling at Trent Bridge a lot, and that doesn't work. That's not what you need. You need him to get in tighter and bowl like a straighter line, rather than in at them.
Indeed, it was against. Here's Dylan Pennington, change of bowling. Just away to our right. Pennington's turning away, running down the hill here. Replaces Leach. Up into the hip. Excitable start for Pennington. Slips went with him, but excitable, but nothing more. He's got 16 wickets at 29 this year, Pennington.
Taller lad, isn't he?
Yeah, but almost in the helm mode. No, that was what I was going to come to on helm selection for this one. Similarly, that was kind of muttered to me at Trent Bridge, that it was the height of helm they felt might just give a little bit of a difference to proceedings there. But similarly here at Merchant Taylor School, height is favoured a little bit.
Yeah, it was flat there, wasn't it, too?
Oh dear, trouble. Leach is underneath it and gone. Sloman goes after Pennington early on. He's an aggressive player, a forceful player. He's gone for one that perhaps just not quite there early on. Comfortable catch for Leach. Pennington strikes with his second ball.
He is, as you say, an aggressive player. He sees one he wants to hit, he'll go for it. Banged in a little bit short, he went for it. Didn't time it, well, caught it at mid-wicket. Simple catch to mid-wicket. It's an opportunity wasted, really, because this looks like this is a pitch to get yourself in on and stay in. You don't get days like this very often.
Yep, huge for Worcestershire. They've got the opening pair, formidable opening pair, who went so well up at Trent Bridge. Here's the man who was dropped for the game at Nottinghamshire. Middlesex needing a little bit of a recovery here from the two youngsters. 35 for 2. Well, I shouldn't really call White a youngster anymore, but it was only 2 seasons ago when he had that breakthrough 99, which he was a bit more of a late bloomer, and he was a glovesman as well to begin with, which made him wait his chance for a while behind Simpson. In fact, 2 glovesmen out there with Davies as well. So a bit of a rebuild job. He had a little look back at the pitch there, Sloman, didn't he, after playing the shot, but equally I'm sure he'll reflect that perhaps second ball against Pennington perhaps should have got. It was soft, wasn't it? Perhaps he would, if he could turn back, he maybe would have just had a little bit longer of a look at it.
Well, I suppose, yeah. I suppose it's easy to say, why didn't you have a look at it first up, see what he's doing? But then you contrast that with an aggressive style where you want to get on top of the bowler from the word go.
I'd say the bounce would be the one thing, like most outgrounds, which will bring us back actually to the talk we were having on outgrounds a moment ago. But often over the years, watching Middlesex, in recent years at outgrounds, you can tell me more historically, but you speak to a batter afterwards, they talk about the bounce a lot, don't they? The bowlers don't quite talk about it as much. But yeah, I know certainly here, Somerset came away actually bitterly complaining one year about the surface.
In what sense? What was wrong with it?
I think the exact term that was used, it was the worst first-class surface they'd ever seen in terms of it was up and down, but I thought they were being a little overly critical of it.
It was a little bit rich, isn't it, coming from some of the Taunton surfaces.
I was tentatively walking towards that path. Good guess off the top of my head, but these years blend in the end, don't they? I'd say it was about 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, that one.
Yeah, I mean, weather plays such a big part in it, doesn't it? Preparation, what the groundsman can prepare. how much good weather they've had to, it's been ideal weather for preparing a pitch here because you can control your watering on it.
Right up there, and oh, this could be trouble. Oh, goodness me, he'd have gone. He'd have gone by a long old way, Davies. And White calling quickly that single. I think a slight show of the left hand there, an apology from White.
I think he timed that rather better than he thought he had there, because he banged it straight at the fielder.
A run in front of square, he surprised even himself.
That's also true. Middle of the bat.
Saw him in the nets at Trent Bridge with Josh DeCaries and Ethan Bamber. And boy, oh boy, they were really going through some aggressive shots for Robbie White, which isn't the way we associate White, and certainly in first-class cricket. Oh, onto the pads, just pitching outside. I'd fancy. Have a look back on the replay in a moment. They all settled down very quickly. There was certainly something very wrong. I fancy it was pitching outside. But end of the 11th and a big 11th as well. Stoneman caught by Leach off the bowling of Pennington, 36 for 2.
He's got to do a bit, hasn't he, to get LBW tall bowler. He's not a swing bowler. I mean, it's pitched 18 inches outside leg stump, so it's a bit optimistic and probably high as well, given his height.
He started the over an optimistic appeal, so
yeah.
Might as well finish it the same way.
That's right.
Yeah, they're watching White there up at Trent Bridge. It just struck me, for a cricketer like Robbie White, this day and age, Bazball as it's now referred to. Sam Robson, we mentioned at the top of the order as well. It's very much still a place in first-class cricket for batters who, as we talked about only a few moments ago, indeed, bat time, and that is White's modus operandi. But there's a lot of pressures on cricketers nowadays, isn't there? Here's Morris once more. First ball to White.
Yeah, I think we as cricket watchers teeter from the extremes, with the national team of despair and elation. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? And they've been fantastic value. But whether you can live exclusively on Johnny Bairstow having, absolutely unbelievable run of form and Joe being the best player in the world, whether you can just rely on that alone is it's going to be interesting. I know Brendan McCullum's rather bridling at this notion of they can just go out and throw the bat at everything. As I pointed out to people, Brendan McCullum didn't hit every ball for 6 over extra cover. Brendan McCullum once batted 14 hours for 300. It's mythologising a little bit, and I think there will come times where England have got to play a different game.
Oh, and it's back high though. That nip back a long way on White. Struck up towards that left hip for the right-hander. Just walked away, giving a little rub. Let's have a look. Maybe it wasn't quite the hip.
It's done a little bit, hasn't it? There's a little bit there for the bowler. It's only the 12th over. But we know that these balls tend to lose their resilience after 20 overs or so.
It was on very similarly bowled like that indeed to the left-hander, wasn't it? Do you remember it nipped away off the surface to Davis as well a couple of times. Actually, completely did him when he was looking towards the onside. But are we still on that batch? Is it? Do we know which batch of jigs are on at the moment?
I can't. They must have made a huge. But I can't believe that they're using the same ball in the international
They certainly changed
matches.
it at one point, didn't they? So
yeah,
there was certainly
it's
one
become
change.
a tactic now. You see, that's the point. They don't change it now because they think it's gone out of show. They change it hoping it might because they want a different ball. That's rather muddying the water.
Oh goodness me, that was right up there. For a moment you felt White would play around that, but managed to dig it out.
I think the umpires, there's a difference between a ball getting old and expanding. They've always done that, and a ball that's gone out of shape. And these balls aren't going out of shape; they're just getting bigger. That's the ball. That's a bad ball, but that's what happens to it. It's wear and tear on it, if you like.
Maiden for Morris, 36 for 2.
Sometimes it doesn't work. You know, New Zealand at Lords changed a ball that was hooping around for a ball. They thought, oh, we'll have a new ball, a different one. It wouldn't come barrel straight, and it cost them the game possibly.
Yep.
So you know, it's not quite that simple. But you're changing the ball, nothing's happening. Let's get a new ball. Let's hope it goes out of shape. Throw it to the umpire. Now, no question that if that's your parameters, then a lot of balls are going to happen. We had 8 ball changes one match, didn't we? Middlesex game?
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say there was one in particular. It may well have been a Durham game. There was one that was doing an awful lot, and they got it changed. So it happened similarly.
Yeah.
I imagine it's happened a fair old bit up and down the country. You see, here goes Pennington second. Nice line to start up. You were talking about him being right arm over to the left-hander, and Stephen Finn in particular, you know, similarly a very tall, quick extracts bounce, loves just going straight around the wicket really to a left-hander, doesn't he? In his Middlesex career, that was something.
A lot of bowlers do it now. It's almost like the default, round the wicket straight to the, and you can see why, because you know you left-handers like a bit of width. They like the ball going away from them, so they can cut and carve. They're usually very good cutters and carvers.
A lot have done it Stoneman, in fact, this year, which Worcestershire didn't do here. Leach momentarily went around the wicket, perhaps towards the end of a spell, was it? But yeah, a lot have done it Stoneman this year, coming around the wicket to him early on.
Yeah, I mean, they counter it by moving over a little bit more, by letting them work the leg side a bit more, and they don't get the cut and carve, and they let the ball go better. But it's not quite so easy to let the ball go if it's coming in at you slightly all the time, even if you can get it to hoop away a little bit. Some bowlers, actually most bowlers it seems to me, bowl to left-handers these days with the slips in mind, which certainly is the opposite to what I used to try and do, which was to LBWs came into the frame a lot more for me. So that's a completely different. Jimmy Anderson's a case in point. You know, Jimmy's default to left-handers is big away swingers to left-hander. That's one reason that he bowls so much at the nursery and at the pavilion end at Lords, Jimmy. And I've had conversations with him and say, you've got to bowl the other end. You've got to bowl. If ever there's somebody built for bowling at the nursery, and it's you, Jimmy. And he won't do it. He doesn't like it. Oh, I can't bowl the right line. I can't bowl the right line. But part of it, I think, is because he's been so successful to left-handers there, because the slope, it just goes away down the hill, and it's easy to do that from that end, from the pavilion end.
Perhaps on the pads, but a little inside edge on it perhaps from Davies. Certainly went down very quickly. The field, as quickly as they went up, they were back down again. Fancy they must have heard two noises by the way they went down, given their appeals so far this morning. That one felt one of actually the better ones to stick with it. Not that I thought it was out, but they've appealed. Well, that first Pennington over, wasn't it? The first and the last were optimistic. 13 gone. 36 for 2.
We were talking about outgrounds, weren't we? About the number of outgrounds there used to be. Fewer and fewer now. You know, we play on an outground because we have to, not because we have a festival week or anything like that. And festival weeks used to be great fun. You know, you played at Cheltenham, or you play at Southend, or Scarborough in particular, or you know, and they were great fun because, like this ground, you get your tents around it, or Canterbury, you get your tents around, and 3,000 or 4,000 people in the ground, and you've got a crowd. It feels like a crowd. You feel like you're playing in front of people, 2 or 3 deep sometimes, around there, and you get that atmosphere. It's quite a special atmosphere, I find.
Bowling from the lake end, Ed Barnard.
Ed Barnard on from the lake end. You probably just heard on the announcement there was a shot in the shade as well, under the trees. That's so crucial. Get down at the lake end in the shade. Here's Barnard.
They all add up the grounds, you know.
Did you say it was 70 yours?
It's got to be at least that. But, you know, you just take Yorkshire, right? Headingley once played at Sheffield, Bradford, Harrogate, Middlesbrough, Hull, Scarborough. You know, Kent, all the grounds in Kent.
What was your favourite Middlesex one? The outground. I mean, how many did you play for?
Well, I never played at Uxbridge.
Really? Because there was so. I mean, my first year there was the Walker Ground, there was Richmond,
no,
Uxbridge.
I never played at Uxbridge. Well, we played one home game at Chelmsford. That was a long story, but
It was 2008. Middlesex played a home game at the Oval. And they went on to win the
right.
T20.
Yep.
Which felt worse, do you think, the Oval or at Chelmsford?
Chelmsford was like last match of the season. I think it ended up. It was a game that had been postponed for very complicated reasons. It had to be replayed, but Lords was shut by then. They closed it down after the Gillette final. It was brought about by Gillette Cup semi-final. Be 1977, wouldn't it? Gillette Cup semi-final, which was scheduled against Somerset at Lords, and it rained for 3 days. And we were supposed to play Somerset at Lords the following week in the Championship, and they postponed the Championship game, played it to play that semi-final, which we eventually got a 15-over game in on the 6th day, which we won, and then the replay game was at Chelmsford. Because Lords was shut after the Gillette final. I think I played a first-class game on another Middlesex ground.
That's interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, over the years, there's Islington going a fair bit back.
Well, it tells you how much you played at Lords, actually. Probably. You would have played 12 home games?
Probably 12, yeah, at this point, I guess. End of the over. Short word from the sponsors. 36 for 2.
I'll make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
eToro lets me copy.
36 for 2. Yeah, so 12 home games, the majority at Lords. Well, almost all, exclusively. Extraordinary.
Yeah.
Here's Barnard. No, he isn't. It's happened a few times this morning. Mainly from the Benham end, where I don't know whether it's just coincidence, but it's at least the third, possibly fourth occasion a bat has pulled away from that end. Oh, goodness me. That's a belter.
Didn't bounce very high, did it?
No. And again, that is going down the hill for those watching on the stream. You'll see Davies taking strike there. It's dipping away from right to left as you look at the screen, down towards the lake. Yeah, I think you've seen that bounce. Probably more so the extra bit of lift we've seen this morning from Morris at the Lake End going up the hill, with that one from Pennington, the tall bowler going down the hill. I think that's why, think back Stephen Finn running down that hill, Roland Jones. Just bowlers where batters are tentative, getting forward, and if it does climb, but equally if it keeps low, a big problem. Woof. No ball called. Really did dig that one in, Pennington. Yeah, plenty expected of Pennington. Bright, lively starts to his time with Worcestershire.
Well, that carried through, didn't it? Keeper jumping to take that one. Ball before he took by his ankles. Different lengths, but...
It was a wild card pick in the 100 last year for Birmingham, Pennington. Three years of excuse me, 3 years of the county now. For Pennington again, in the early stages they looked at him and thought tall and fast. Hasn't quite found the consistency, is what I'm told, from the opposition camp yet. They're looking for from him. Pitching outside. Yeah, 23 years of age. Shropshire lad, Pennington, and first
Shropshire lad.
Shropshire lad.
A. Houseman. I read A. Houseman, biography of A. Houseman once on tour. It's one of the most depressing reads I've ever had.
Wasn't during lockdown, I hope.
Oh, he didn't live a happy life.
Now, has he just feathered it through? He has, a nod of the head by Bainton, and then he lifts his finger, the umpire, and Davis is gone. Didn't get the bat out of the way, and just feathers it through. Well, he'll feel rough at that one. Perhaps just that height of Pennington, an extra bit of bounce. But Davies will be disappointed. A soft one for him.
Just trying to withdraw the bat and didn't quite manage it.
Yeah, it was a very quick nod of the head from Bainton. It wasn't a moment's pause. It was an immediate nod of the head from the umpire. And then the finger went up.
If you see it in slow motion, it looks like he actually played the ball and then withdrew his bat. In real time, it looks like he was half withdrawing. Good morning for Worcester so far. 38 for 3. Bit of repairing to do here.
Yeah, big early inroads. Former England under-19 left-handed opening bat to another. And a captain as well at that, Max Holden, coming out at 5. Holden, who yeah, he's having a good year for Middlesex. Good to see. High expectations of Holden, just not quite in the first class game, been able to hit the form that he'd have liked to the last couple of seasons. But this year he's second in the averages, only to John Simpson with an average of 48. 550, he's yet to get that century yet, top score of 86.
Yeah, that's the thing going on, isn't it?
High. Holden stretching out that back leg. End of the 15th. Davies caught Roderick off the bowling of Pennington. And there's the replay of the LBW just hitting high up. But end of the 15th, 38 for 3.
He's certainly the trickiest bowler this morning. If you say inconsistency, do you mean inconsistency from day to day or inconsistency during the course of an over, say?
I was told day to day in terms of the inside info. Obviously not having watched a lot of it myself, but yeah, in terms of what he's produced over the last 2 or 3 years. They
Yeah,
don't have
because
high
if
hopes.
it's just, you know, one ball goes here, one ball goes there, there's occasionally some merit in inconsistency.
Bad balls take wickets.
Well, and surprise good balls too.
Robbie White himself, 250s this year in 8 innings, top score of 81. So he too still looking for that first century of the summer. Down to third again. We talked about that as a big scoring area for White. Will open that face down to third and happily nudge a nurdle down there.
Who's that highest run score? Stoneman? Yeah,
Stoneman, yeah, 663 for Middlesex. Robson.
And then Robbo, yeah.
And then Holden. Robson's 543, Holden 529. Simpson top of the averages with just a fraction under 59 for his 471 runs. Oh, bounce again from Barnard this time, but again that's coming up the hill. We've seen that a little bit from Morrison now. Barnard at that end, which
I think looking at those statistics there, what you've seen across the board is a real up tilt in the overall averages, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for players who previously been averaging 30 or something like that, and they're all in the 40s, and Simo in the 50s there.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of chatter about that this year, that Middlesex have struggled with the bat. As you say, it's been down towards the 30s rather than up towards and above the 40s, as it majority is this year for the Middlesex top order. A lot of the chatter has been, well, the pitch has been a bit better, the balls haven't been as good. However, it has to be noted as well, Middlesex have won a good number of matches this year, so that means that batting hasn't just been done on flat ones where the runs have been easy to come by, which kind of is what some were alluding towards.
Well, I think last year or the year before were we not bottom in batting points in the whole championship?
Yeah. Good to see the names at the top as well. John Simpson, who's such a consistent performer. But this is certainly by far his best year with the bat, although he did counter that when I spoke to him at Trent Bridge, and he said, well, 2016 wasn't bad because it was Division 1 and Middlesex did win the title that year, which meant it was some tough innings.
I think he's played below his capabilities a lot. Simo, he's very talented. You know, in the 100, the first time I really saw him play was he got 160 at Old Trafford in 2019. The game we lost, but it was the second innings. But he got 160 there and played terrific. And then 100 he got this year. It's 100 this year, isn't it?
For Simpson,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
100. Yeah, it's just short of Trent Bridge. Yeah,
Trent Bridge. You know, that was in difficult circumstances. We're facing 550 there.
It was sorry, the 104 was at Cardiff in that low-scoring game, and then he was just short. Was it 92? I think at Trent Bridge.
That's right. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I know I said it at the time down at Glamorgan, and Richard Johnson echoed it afterwards, that Glamorgan century felt like the best century I'd seen him score. And I think Richard Johnson was saying the same. I'll put it to John Simpson. And, there are obviously a few there. There's Taunton over the years. Some great knocks in 2016, which was his other great year with the bat.
Where was he batting? Was he batting 7 then?
Yes. That's nicely done from Holden. Leans into it. He's not going to get full reward, but it's a couple. 42 for 3. I think James Franklin would have had 6 at that point, so Simpson was 7.
Yeah. So I know, talking to Mark Ramprakash before the season started, he was talking about even thinking about putting Simo in at 3 or 4. maybe to just change his mindset, perhaps.
To Alan Border, we said keeper at 6, and then the top 5 have to. Yeah, it almost increases the pressure on them, but it also has an effect on their own responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, if you bat all the way down to 11, then it's very easy to say, well, if I don't get any, he will.
That's good.
I think by and large, you have always believed you pick your best team. You know, if you've got 3-4 bowlers who don't score you runs, but they're your best bowlers, and you play your best bowlers. You don't play somebody who's an inferior bowler just because he might get you 10 or 20 or whatever. If they're all rounders, then so much the better, but it's rarely like that. But it's the same with the keeper.
When Simpson first arrived at Middlesex, I think he was put straight up to open. In fact, I think that was a real problem spot for Middlesex. Remember a couple of games, one was Wantage Road. I think the other was Grace Road. He was right up at the top of the order. Quite early on, as Middlesex was struggling for openers at that point. They went then through a period, I think there was about 4 or 5 openers in the top 5 or 6 for Middlesex, but back then they were really struggling to find somebody at the top. Cry catch in front of mid-wicket will be a boundary for Holden, his first. 46 for 3 to end the 17th.
Another of those shots on the angle was nicely timed. Waited a little bit longer for that. At the moment he seems to be one of those players who's very keen to get bat on ball. Max, he plays, like to see him play it just a little bit later than he does play. He's very eager to get at it.
That was one of the things that I was going to come to you earlier about the pressures on the modern day cricketer, because I think Holden's a pretty good example of a player who came through and at that time at Wantage Road, Middlesex really excited him all the way through. He's had a couple of quiet years in first class cricket, but he took Strauss's List A record, which was taken from Barlow, wasn't it? We were talking about Barlow off the mic earlier on with Stephen Fletcher, the communications director. Oh, wow. That has nipped back in again. We've seen that from the Lake End this morning. That has been that little bit of movement. And another one comes back in, this time from Barnard, comes back in a lot and goes through White. 4th wicket of the morning for Worcestershire. He's been doing a bit for them out there, and White's 18 ball innings. He's tried to be defiant. He was trying to block, but they found a way through again.
It has done a little bit, hasn't it? See whether he got a bat on that one. It's straight through. It's
just took a bit of a pad even, I think, on the way through, did it? Maybe it was just straight onto the stump.
Certainly nipped back at him, and there was a bit of a Morris Tate, as they used to call it, through the Morris. Bit of repair work to be done now. 46 for 4, 17 overs gone. Ball's still pretty decent shape, obviously. Certainly done a little bit more than I thought it was going to, I must admit.
Yep.
Hasn't swung, but it's gone off the pitch, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Now here's the man we've been talking about, John Simpson, 46 for 4. You know, when you win the toss and elect to bat, you might gamble a couple, possibly 3 down at lunch on a first morning. So Middlesex have it all to do here in the 43 minutes up to lunch on day 1. You mentioned Simpson going up the order. Well, he's in the 18th over with a lot to do alongside that man, Max Holden, who's no stranger to opening up on a first morning. 2 who do, well, almost similar to Holden. Simpson likes to feel bat on ball, doesn't he? Yeah. So those 2 are going to have to really find a way here against Worcestershire, who've bowled very, very well. They have just found enough out of this surface. You think of the dismissals. Robson, White last up. Really cracking deliveries that both of those have received. Robson one in particular. Going away from the right-hander to take the top of off. Here's the first ball for Simpson. Huge wicket. Top of the averages. In fact, these two are the top two, aren't they? Simpson and Holden. 58 and 48 respectively. Simpson 471, Holden 529 in the runs column.
Yeah, it's in a way it tells you a little bit about how the batting's gone, doesn't it? You know, they've been in position to not so much kick on as get them out of trouble.
Hove springs to mind there as well. Holman in next. They've managed to put it together. Holman's averaging 41, got 82. One of 250s, his highest score. I think that 82 was the Hove innings. Oh, it's fine bowling. Real tests first up for John Simpson. Managed to pick up another 9 for with the gloves at Lords this year to add to a long, long list that he's got there. Seaming bouncing surface here. Just had that one that's kept low. It was Pennington going down the hill. John Simpson, 150, 350s, top score of 104 unbeaten. Unbeaten, I think it was. Just plays inside that one. Yeah, I think he was left stranded down at Cardiff, so Middlesex was shy of a batting point. I remember Pete Hanscom saying at the end of that innings, he was a bit, or at the end of that match indeed, there's always something to do better because it was a pretty good game. Disappointed to have not claimed that batting point from a position where they were quite close to it. But here, again, it's a rebuild job as it was down there. That was why the 104 was so good at Cardiff, because it was standout in a low-scoring game. Again, over the years here at Merchant Taylor's School, it has been a pitch that just favours the bowlers that little bit more. Middlesex will hope that's the way for this game as well. End of the 18th, 46 for 4. And White's done by one that tails back in to take the... or nips back in off the surface to take off stump. Yeah, I was wondering actually on the commentary of that one, in fact, so I said, did it take the pad a little bit on the way through to the stumps as well? Because I thought they were actually going up for an appeal for LBW beating the inside edge. I didn't realise it was actually the deflection off stump. 46 for 4.
Yeah, some real work to do now.
Wicket maiden it was as well for Ed Barnard, that one. Where they've gone with Helm in this match, Middlesex, I think similarly like Pennington running down the hill here, they've just fancied that extra height if the bounce comes into it.
I'm sure that's the reason. Sometimes you can come unstuck with that one. Do you remember we did that at Taunton a few years ago, didn't we? We left Ethan out and who was bowling really, really well, and Tom and Finney and Rojo played, didn't they?
Oh, that one lifts, taken above the left shoulder by the keeper. I think that was just before that match that we were coming back to earlier, the Barker match at Lords. Was it the game after or the game before the Taunton match here? Talking about, I'll have a look now and drag it out. Yeah, Helm, Finn and Anderson it was that they went with for that one. Helm, Finn and Anderson and Mercer.
Right.
Roland Jones, I think...
Must have been injured, Rojo.
I think they rested him for that one and then he picked up the injury.
Yeah. I think there was a lot of talk about keeping Ethan for Lords and stuff like that, and I disagreed about that. I thought he was bowling so well and so enthusiastically, you didn't want to curb with enthusiasm. And, it was getting maybe just a little bit too intellectualising it, if you like.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter about Roland Jones sitting that one out. I do remember he was sitting that one out, and then he got the injury for the following match, which was Gloucestershire arriving at Lord's. That's short and put away by Holden. Nicely done into double figures. 50 up for Middlesex as well. 50 for 4.
Rather set up that one. He swiveled onto it nicely. It was neither one thing nor the other. That it wasn't a back of a length ball. It wasn't a bouncer. It was just a nice chest high, fast medium delivery. Helped it round.
Oh, pulls away again. Now again, that's from the... This is about the 5th time, I reckon, now this morning. Maybe they're just going around the back of the sight screen up at the Benham ends. But it's all been from one end. Every time a batter's pulled away. The oddity is the batters have never particularly pointed up beyond the bowler. They usually give some sort of indication, but they've all pulled away. And
we were talking about Barlow earlier, right? We played the Australians at Lord's once, and Graham was facing Dennis Lilly, who was bowling from the nursery end. And Dennis got almost into his delivery strike. Graham pulled out like that, and Dennis nearly went into traction from this thing. Dennis wasn't best pleased, and
oh, nasty collision between the batters. Oh, that is nasty now. Well, they're both up and okay.
Well, there's going to be an interesting one here, isn't it? What do you do? Do you...
Goodness me, the noise that it made as they hit. I mean, probably the helmets made the noise, which would have at least reduced any injury. But what is the decision? Are they going to go with the wicket? He's out. Run out.
Oh.
Both watching the ball. And it's Holden who's going to have to drag himself off. Run out.
I think, you know, that this is going to be one of those spirit of cricket arguments, isn't it? My gut instinct tells me they shouldn't have run into each other. That honestly, that would be my initial reaction.
Max Holden, run out.
Yeah, it's a...
You watch where you're going, but...
It's Pete Wax from the physio just having a look at Simpson again. There would have been a clash of heads. The helmet would have obviously... Because it was a nasty noise that you could clearly hear, and that was the helmets colliding. But the helmets would have at least softened the bow, one would hope, for Simpson. He's obviously having to take a moment's pause, but yes, the spirit of cricket comes into it, but equally if fielders run into each other, does the batter stop running? Or
no, I mean, it's one of those weird dismissals, but there you go. I think I'm probably a minority, but I've always taken this view that there is no such thing as the spirit of cricket. It's an illusion. It's a unicorn. It's whatever anybody wants it to be at any given time. It's that line that we know not to cross, except we make the line when the line moves. But we won't cross it, but we won't say where it is.
Yep, it's unfortunate, but Max Holden run out. And Middlesex 5 down here on the first morning, and well, we said the averages and recovery down at Hove, which was Holden, Simpson, and then Holman on the left, who's the new batter. A lot of work to do. Simpson clearly okay. The physio's had a chat with him, and off they've run again. The noise off the helmet was the one that first got me. It was a nasty clash. We were pretty happy with the single down to third and nattering on until we heard that noise.
Didn't even think about it. I'm still not quite clear who was ball watching there.
I guess Holden
must have been Max.
Had nudged it to third, hadn't he?
Simo was running,
and coming back for the second Holden.
Yeah.
A couple of times Pennington's looked back at his delivery stride. One's not come out right.
It was his feet, wasn't it? Looking at the crease.
End of the over, 51 for 5. Unfortunate is probably the words that can only frame that dismissal of Holden. From a Middlesex perspective.
Can we have another look at that run out? See who was who was watching what. You're right, it was just a simple sort of single down to...
Back he goes for the second there, Holden.
Well, I'm still not quite clear.
Yes.
I haven't seen that. Who's watching what?
It perhaps wasn't even ball watching, it was just you go that way, I'll go that way, and they both went the same. I guess that's Worcestershire again. You know, if there were to be any sympathy of a mix-off, when the batter runs into a bowler, for example, or a fielder turning. We've seen instances like that where immediately the batter isn't removed. Two batters running into each other when it doesn't appear as though there was anything really to give a reason that they should have. And one wasn't running around a bowler to get out of the way and runs into the other batter.
No.
A welcome addition to that wickets column for Worcestershire, but an awkward one for Middlesex. The task just gets a little bit harder now in the recovery. And a ball that's doing a bit as well for the visitors here at Merchant Taylors. One thing that I know people will ask about, because it always happens, doesn't it, if it goes wrong on the first morning, is why did you bat first? But one of the thought processes will be here at Merchant Taylors that it's not a pitch that gets better to bat on. And conditions today, I looked at the surface this morning, it'll be tough, get out there, but get on with it.
Well, the thing about that, I mean, it is cliche. You should never make any judgments until you see how the other side get on, and you can't hypothesise what would have happened the other way either, can you? You can't, you know, if you'd have put them in and they've been 70 for no wicket at lunch, you'd say, why did you bowl first? So Middlesex might get. Who knows what Middlesex will get and what Worcester will get.
I think the crucial thing here is what did that blow to the head? Because obviously Simpson was the one that came off the worst of the two. Pete Wax from the physio went and had a look to him. Either it has sharpened the focus for Simpson. If it has, then a man who's in form with the bat. Middlesex will still have high hopes that he can lead a recovery here. But no one ever welcomes a blow to the head.
And who got run out there was contingent on which way they bounced off each other too, wasn't it? If Simo bounced the other way, he'd have been the one to go.
There was a moment that they picked themselves up, but he was, I'd say lost, not lost in where he was going. Simpson was running to the end where the bails were removed. So I think he did kind of pick himself up and kind of look towards that end again, didn't he? But did I say Simpson? Hurry, Holden. Holden picked himself up and.
I was going to say, it's he who angled the ball down there, wasn't it?
20 gone here at Merchant Taylors. Middlesex 51 for 5.
So that being the case, most probably would be Simo's fault, wouldn't it? If he was the one who was not watching, was ball watching rather than.
Yeah, the interesting thing was when we watched that replay, they were both clearly looking straight at each other, which maybe that was just because, again, when you kind of see a replay or it's slowed down, then you kind of missed the point where he was looking the other way and then turned to look straight. Now, change of bowling. Pennington's done, Leach is back on, and this is going to be, well, a big old half an hour now through to lunch for Middlesex there. Spotted by the Leach's opening spell, 1 for 24 from 5. He was going very, very full, in particular to Stoneman, who got a few away outside off.
A little bit of shape there around the wicket, the left-hander. That was a good spell by Pennington.
2 for 14 from 5.
Yeah, that was quite impressive.
Stark contrast actually in the dismissals this morning, starting on the fact that Robson and White got 2 pretty good balls. One straightened on Robson, the other one came back in on White, and then Stoneman and Davies just feathering an attempted leave through to the keeper. Stoneman Looking to pull one away, skied it. That's a lovely shot from Luke Holman to get off the mark, and he'll get off the mark with the boundary as well. 55 for 5.
Good time with the ball, Luke. Confident lad. Just a push, really. Little more than a push.
Big lad for 21 as well, isn't he?
Pennington, you mean, or Luke?
Luke Holman, sorry. The
Yeah.
shoulders on him for a 21-year-old.
Yeah.
He's exuded confidence since really he made his debut. I put it to him early on. I said, you know, it kind of looks like you feel like you've been out there forever when you're out in the middle and you're scratching away at the surface. He's got a huge confidence and
Absolutely, yes. I think he's he's actually a contrast to some of the other players who you think are very intense. He's not intense. He's very, very confident, not in a bumptious way. He's just very confident in what he does, confident in his ability. Got to be a bit of that, haven't you, with a leg spin?
yeah, he's done well with his spin this year, hasn't he? Because he's taken some tap at times, but he's stuck with it. It's a nice shot again. Leach has erred on the full side, which on the first morning you can understand, but it means he will go at a slightly more expensive rates.
Trying to get that little bit of shape from around the wicket, just a little bit away. It's just going a fraction, but in getting that he's over pitching. Two really nice shots from Luke Holman gets him going.
Yeah, that confidence in the middle, you know, there's just something about him I was often trying to put first. And I put it to Luke, actually, in an interview, and he said, well, I'm glad you've noticed, Kev, because that's the way I want to go about it. I want the opposition to, you know, don't want them looking at me like I'm a 20-year-old, 21 now, kid out in the middle, you know. I want to feel like, and I want to feel myself like I've been out there a lot. End of the over, 21 gone, 61 for 5.
I think it's really important that you, as an incoming batter, you create that impression that you own the place. You know, you don't want to look out there as if you're tentative, or, you know, oh, I didn't really want to be out here. You slink out there. You feel it up. You pick up on those things when you're fielding side. You see, he doesn't look very confident, does he? And if you go out like you own the place, even if you don't, you know,
Apologies, that's the over. 21 bowled, 60 for 5.
You know, I've talked often about it. If you take Viv Richards as the exemplar of having that aura, you know, and it is the extreme example, obviously. But I know that everything he did was a theatrical performance, and Viv got nervous like anybody else got nervous, but he wasn't going to show it. And the whole thing, you know, the keeping you waiting, the slow walk out there, the eyeballing, all that was a performance to get the team thinking who's coming into bat.
Often talked about, isn't it, in sport, that balance of ego, bravado, confidence, and just getting the balance right. You wouldn't want to strip someone's ego away completely. Oh, goodness me, that sun ball. Absolutely perfect on the spot from Barnard. That's what Holman and Simpson are up against as left-handers.
Yeah, just straight across him, over the wicket. Well, Viv once told me that he could, you know, the theatre of it was allied to him sizing people up. He said to me once, he said, I could smell fear.
It's nicely run. That'll come around and hold them to a single. Yeah, many of the great players, when you go through, they did have that ego, confidence, bravado.
Yeah, you've got to be. That's one of the reasons they're what they are, obviously, and they go to the territory and they create that aura just through being as good as they are.
Actually, quite hard to think of too many that didn't go about it that way of the greats.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. I can't think of any great player who, you know,
Quiet,
thought, yeah.
dragged out to the middle. Back to Holman on it. I've often touched on it, but exactly what we've been talking about this morning, that confidence at the middle. Just immediately it struck me when I first saw him bat. Oh, sorry was the cry, and the response was quick from Holman to say yes and then no and then sorry. He'd got his no in quickly enough, and Middlesex are going to pick up 2. As the ball ricochets away off the stumps, Simpson was comfortably back in had a long time with his bat in the ground, watching that ball hit the stumps and then go away. A very quick apology from Holman.
Yes, another run out would have been cherry on the cake in the morning, wouldn't it?
Actually get Simpson off the mark. Can say thank you now. But yeah, Rob Key was the one. It was that confidence in the middle. Well, that's what struck me about Holman. It was just really reminding me of someone early on. And straight away I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was Rob Key, about just the mannerisms that he had as well, just the way he was bossing that confidence in the middle.
Yeah, it works for bowlers too. When Viv said he could smell fear, what he meant was he could sense whether a bowler was going to come at him. It didn't matter whether how good you were, actually, as that he respected somebody who had the confidence to come at him, who didn't shrink.
We all did for Middlesex, the Middlesex dressing room reunions during COVID, didn't we? I remember a Viv Richards story coming out with Phil Tufnell down at Glamorgan. Were you on for that one, or were you the week before?
No.
Chasing Tuffers around around Cardiff after a game. But I think when he found him, pretty much like your story, the end of it was, pretty much sat down with him, said well bowled or well played, whatever it was. End of the over, 22 gone, 63 for 5.
Yeah, respected that.
I can't remember what it was Tuffers was up to. It may well have been with the bat, let alone the ball. Something he was doing, I don't know. No, it was probably more likely with the ball, wasn't it? That.
But you only have to walk into the Lord's Pavilion to understand what he was like. You just see that portrait at the top of the stairs there. It's an unbelievable portrait.
It's my favourite at Lord's, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Captures everything about Viv Richards. You'll see it online if you don't know it. Have a look on the Lord's website. Going to need a bit of grit, bit of confidence from here for Holman and Simpson, both of them actually. If there's one thing you wouldn't say about either of these, it's that they lack grit, they lack fight. Simpson has always been a battler over the years for Middlesex. Again, hasn't quite hit the heights that... Well, if he had have hit the heights that he should have, he'd have been in the England side, wouldn't he? It's as simple as that. He's just been outside that England side for not quite having enough runs over the years.
Simo should have played for England that Lord's Test match when James Bracey played. No question.
Yeah.
No question.
I don't think there's anybody that reflects otherwise now, probably
Well,
the selectors themselves.
You're looking at replacing folks, and people argue about
Nearly lost an umbrella in the wind in front of our, our commentary tent. I don't know if we're on shot yet. We can just about still see the pitch for the time being. Keeps a tad low again from Leach around the wicket. Shall I run round? Try and pick it up? I think I'll have to.
I'll go.
Ollie's producing.
No, you.
Silver
I'll go.
Well done, Sil. You'll pick up the slack for us. It's not much of a win today. Just every now and again. Grace has got it for herself. Thank you. There we go. We're hidden in behind that. It's probably the best shot of the day of us, Sylph. There we are. Thank you kindly.
He's replacing folks, and you could have replaced him at Lord's with, I could argue, is the best keeper in the country, which probably makes him the best keeper in the world, on his home ground, on a ground that is notoriously difficult to keep because of the slope, and they gave it to James Bracey because he could get some runs, and poor lad with the gloves was way out of his depth. It was a very sad thing to see, I felt. The other thing about picking your keeper is I don't know that anybody ever asks the bowlers, what do you think about having a standing keeper or a you know, because he can get runs, what do you think about that? You know, the game going on in Sri Lanka at the moment, right, Australia and Gaul, I'm pretty sure they missed, did I read, missed 3 stumpings in that? Well, that's game changing.
End of the over, 63 for 5.
I don't know the circumstances of that. That's just something I read this morning, but that is game changing. When England last went to Sri Lanka a couple of years ago, the side that they took there, it was, to me, it was fundamental. If you played him nowhere else in the world, that you played Ben Foakes in Sri Lanka, because of the nature of the pitches. For that one reason, that you'd be standing up a lot, difficult pitches to keep on, and those stumpings and catches standing up make all the difference. A lot of keepers.
It's got through, and that'll be 4. Typical John Simpson, strong bottom hand drive, trapping that bat down on the ball, piercing the mid-on.
Yeah, not the best piece of fielding, was it?
Oh, there we go. Looks worse now.
Over it. Yeah,
I hadn't quite seen it was that bad on first look.
Yeah, there are a lot of keepers who are very good standing back. You know, they're the stoppers, aren't they? A lot of agile keepers standing back. Had an opportunity down at Hove, and it didn't quite come off, but I wanted to take a photograph of the three best keepers in the business down there. There was Jack Russell was down there, and Simo was there, and Sarah Taylor was there, and couldn't quite wangle it, so got Sarah into the picture. She couldn't come and do it. We never got all 3 at the same time in the same place.
Jack had just come down for the night to have dinner with John Simpson, hadn't he? I saw him in the hotel lobby.
He come down to see his lad or something down there anyway.
Oh, his lad's. I see. He was going out for dinner that night with Simo when I saw him.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, because I had a drink with him. But
I asked if he was having a drink with you that night, so I won't tell you what Jack's reply was. Only one, he said. I won't say the rest of it. It's well bowled, it's well played as well by Simpson. There's another of those good balls, just the shape across the left-hander.
Sarah was remarkable. I mean, she was as good as anybody. I still maintain she is the only woman cricketer who could have made a career in first-class cricket. She would have batted 8, maybe 9. I don't know, but she'd be brilliant.
Yeah, she's unlucky actually because she was one of the trailblazers, and I say unlucky in the sense that right now with the 100, regional cricket as it is for women's cricket, she'd have been an absolute star billing, star name. Not that she wasn't then, but obviously the rewards and the exposure now for women's cricket is so much greater because of players like Sarah Taylor. But yeah, that match down there, I mean, Jack Russell said over the years he doesn't think there's anybody better in the world with the gloves than John Simpson. Oh, goodness me, that goes again. Beautiful way to end the over. 68 for 5.
Saw Jack here a couple of years ago actually when we were. He got his stall over there. His painting.
Yes, that was
stall.
You said about the grounds that you played. He was selling that book, wasn't he, where he painted all the grounds that he played at.
Yeah.
A couple of Middlesex outgrounds in there as well, I'm sure.
We taught Foxy Fowler to paint a couple of years ago. It's a remarkable story, actually. Which I'll tell you in a minute.
What's paused there? Ah, batter with the glove. Well, I was admiring, sorry, Sylv, I was admiring that beautiful shot of the ground there. Speaking of the paintings, wonderful work from our producer while we're talking about idyllic shots. Oh, he's gone. Around the wicket to Simpson, and I have to say,
Well,
Simpson not best impressed. We've been talking about that angle around the wicket to the left-hander all morning, but umpire Bainton puts up the finger. 68 for 6.
You see, I think decisions like that are DRS decisions. I've never, even when I was doing it, bowling round the wicket, I never thought the geometry to left-handers was right. That is missing leg stump. That's missing leg stump. The geometry has got to be so precise. He's bowled that from right wide on the crease, almost as wide as you can go. The geometry to pitch so it hits him in line and is hitting has got to be so precise. Umpires give those out now because they've seen DRS give them out.
Clipping the top of the leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big call. A big call, and it's gone against Simpson. It was an angle of attack that we've been discussing all morning here, that Worcestershire either going over the wicket or around the wicket to the left-hander. It just takes out that LBW. It makes it pretty tough. It felt as though there were a couple of things against that from around the wicket, height and leg side.
Yeah, can't buy that one at all, I'm afraid.
68 for 6, and a big job for Toby Rowland-Jones to do alongside Luke Holman now. Again, somebody perhaps over the years, Rowland-Jones, could have had more runs really in first-class cricket, coming in at 8 nowadays. He used to come in at 9. He's got to play one of his old opening knocks, as he used to at Sunbury. Started as an opening bat. The technique is still just about there. He can detect, obviously renowned as a clean hitter of the ball, big striker of the ball. Good when there's a counter-attack, long handle counter-attack needed. Middlesex need a well-built, well-constructed innings here.
Yeah, it's not the worst tail in the world, but it's a tail nonetheless, isn't it?
Yeah, Helm in next, and the new signing. Something old and something new at 10 and 11. Yeah, Tim Murtagh, yeah, club captain now, who, well, Middlesex will just be knowing they'll have to get out there and do something similar. It's been a little bit of an unfortunate morning on a couple of the dismissals for Middlesex. That feathered through to the keeper trying to leave for Davis. That run out after the collision of the batters, and an LBW decision, which, well, you can make up your mind yourself on the replay. Two absolute belters of balls early on.
I'll tell you about Foxy's painting at the end of the over.
Yeah, wicket first ball of it. This is a fair old spell. We said this Leach spell was going to be tough. It's in an even sharpened focus now. I think I was just nudging towards about Rowland-Jones at 8 or 9, and Richard Johnson saying it to me a few years ago when he was down at 9, about whether he was scoring so many runs there, coming in and bailing out the batting lineup at that stage. Should he go up the order to number 8? But the point was made, it might just take away from his game a little bit, that natural freedom that he plays with at 9.
So right, you put somebody up the order and say they're a batter, they start to think like a batter. And
gave Scarborough a few mentions this morning. That was his finest hour.
Yeah, I was at that game.
All 4? Well, yeah, he went to the 4th, and of course it was the 4th morning they turned it around, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, last time I've been to Scarborough. Must have been my last season working. I think it was 2016, wasn't it?
Yeah, their only innings defeat in their 150-year history at Scarborough as it was at the time. They've been there 2 or 3 years on the bounce, or certainly 2 or 3 years out of 5 or so. A few trips up there around that time. End of the 25th, 68 for 6, and Simpson gone LBW to Leach.
So Foxy, Graham Fowler saw Jack at PCA Day at Cheltenham one year, 4 or 5 years ago, and he said to Jack, he said, I'd love to watch you paint. And Jack said, all right, well, sometime I'll come your way. And anyway, a couple of years went by, and he got a phone call, and it was Jack. He said, I'm coming up your way, coming up there, and I'm going to come round. And he came round, and he said to Foxy, what's your favourite view? Foxy said, the one at the bottom of the garden here. It's a lovely view across fields and that. And Jack came down and he set up his easel and his stuff. And he set up another one. And he said, I'm not doing this alone, I'm doing it with you.
It'll be 4. Nobody down at long leg on this occasion.
Just swatted away that one, wasn't it? And Foxy said, I've never painted in my life. And Jack said, just do what I do. Anyway, Foxy copied him. They just chatted and spent a few hours doing this thing. And Jack looked at it after and he said, that's really good. He said, you could do this, you know. And from that day onwards, Jack put the 2 pictures together anyway, and called it Foxy's View or something. And from that day on, Foxy said he reckons he paints now maybe 10 days out of 12. Every single day he paints, apart from say just the occasional one where he doesn't. From morning till night, it's not restored his sanity, but it's kept his sanity, because you know Foxy's had some strong mental health problems. It's absolutely revitalised him. He paints and paints and paints. He's got a website. He sells his paintings now. It's remarkable. FoxyFowlerArt.com. Yeah, and it's changed his life. Literally changed his life.
What's your great pastime? I often see you tweeting pictures of the walk with the dog over the years.
Yeah.
Off to the coast somewhere at times as well.
Yeah, we've got a place on the coast where we're going to have to sell it very soon, but.
Oh, whipped away. He had one full in the over, whipped a shorter ball. It's right up there, and he's managed to dig it out nicely for a couple. Holman.
Yeah, walking the dog early in the morning in the summer's lovely.
That's it, the early starts. I've seen your tweets.
Been a bit lax on that lately, but my wife takes him huge walks every day. She goes to some local woods and walks for a couple of hours in the woods with him.
The bird song in the morning, that's what I've heard from you of late. Is that that's your...
I've got an app now you can put on which identifies bird song. It's really good, yeah.
It's an app for everything now.
Yeah. I saw one the other day for pebbles. Identifying pebbles tells you what they are.
Should the umpires use them?
Yeah, that'd be an idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, I might say that's quartz or that's what, you know, whatever it is, yeah. Well, the birdsong one's really interesting because you wander through the woods or wherever, and you hear all these noises, and I'm not that mindful that I really concentrate on them, but it's nice background noise. And I thought, actually, I'd quite like to know, is there an app? So I got this app, and yeah, you turn it on, and you put it in, it listens, and it takes it, and it'll tell you what they are, where the bird is.
Any odd ones that you didn't expect that have cropped up?
Well,
really?
I haven't used it since we went on a week's holiday a few weeks back to Sark, the island of Sark, and it was in the woods there that I started, and early morning, sitting outside, and
I'll get away for a couple, perhaps. Long leg coming around, deep square, square retreating.
There are a few, you know, it's a difference between a goldfinch and a something else finch and a wren and a, you know, there's all these blackbirds and. Because the untrained, they all sound the same, don't they? Let's be honest.
Swan's doing a commentary down at Hove with John Lees. I don't know if you ever would have come across John Lees over the years. Been retired many years now, probably 15 years probably. He actually left the match midway through because there'd been a rare spotted bird somewhere in goodness knows where, and he disappeared midway through the game. He said, "I can't stay. I've got to go and see this bird."
They get very upset. The people when people call them twitchers. They're not twitchers. They're birders.
Well, I think he was a birder anyway.
Yeah, well, that's a very definite. You know, it's a very definite distinction apparently. Many years ago, there used to be a bloke called Percy Edwards, and he made a living imitating birdsong. That's what he did. No whistle, his fingers and all that. Imagine doing that for a living. Imagine doing this for a living.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not probably not one to talk. Long old final over. I think, what are we up to now? 2 minutes, 1 minute before lunch. Let's dig out the scorecard of that Somerset game. I found one that ended in a draw actually, but I don't know if it was heavily rain affected because I was going back to, and I did say it was 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, there was a match here in 2015 that ended in a draw. I wonder whether that was the game that I'm thinking of. Oh, Uppish. Just checked it enough in the end. Roland Jones, he was stretching forward for that one, but managed not to lift it in the end. There was a match here July 11th to 14th, so it's July 11th today, isn't it? Starting the same day, 7 years ago. Middlesex batting first, 283, Somerset 197, Middlesex declared 132 for 6. So, I mean, suggesting certainly this was a heavily rain-affected game then. Checks it again. Right, catch from behind the stumps for Leach. Never a chance on that one. Somerset were 147 for 7 when the match was declared a draw. Let's have a look. Gregory took 5 for 58. Groeneveld 4 for 55 in the first Middlesex innings. Then Finn 4 for 41 and Mercer 3 for 60. Somerset skittled for 197, of which Trescothick got 52 and Allenby 43. Abel, that would have been early in his career, opening the innings with Trescothick with 26. That is lunch. Middlesex second innings, they were reduced. Now I'm wondering whether they're getting a push on here because 132 for 6 declared. They were reduced to 83 for 5 when Morgan was out in the 23rd over. So they were probably hitting out trying to push that score on, trying to see if there was something to bowl at in the end. But yeah, they were 147 for 7. Finn was withdrawn from that game actually, now I remember. He was called up by England halfway through the game. Mercer 3 for 43, Roland Jones 2 for 45, Harris 2 for 49. I think Harris was the player who came in, not right in saying, but anyway. So yeah, that was the game where they weren't particularly impressed. Now, well, that was 7 years ago where Somerset weren't particularly impressed. No quite 76 for 6s, but an odd morning, I think, is the way to describe it. A very good one, of course, for Worcestershire, but a slightly odd one in terms of the dismissals.
It was a strange morning. Worcester have bowled pretty well, actually. I think they kept the pressure on. There's been a little bit in the pitch, off the pitch rather than swing. There's been no discernible swing that I've noticed, but 76 for 6 I don't think is a fair reflection on the surface. A couple of strange dismissals. The run out was just mega unfortunate. A couple of soft dismissals and a couple of super balls, so it was a bit of a mix, wasn't it?
It was. A lot to do in the afternoon, but equally a lot to do with the ball when Middlesex come out. That's what they will back themselves on here at Merchant Taylors, as they've had, to find that length that causes the batters a problem or two. We're going to take lunch. Thank you very much, Mike. So we really enjoyed it. Thanks for joining us on the stream.
Pleasure.
Hopefully,
My pleasure.
see you again
We'll
soon for this
soon,
one.
yeah.
Lovely morning with yourself. Have an enjoyable lunch. We'll go off and sink our teeth into something here, and probably something quite cold as well, with the temperatures scorching. But we'll take lunch here at Merchant Taylors School. Middlesex winning the toss, electing to bat 76 for 6.
The trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Oliveira leading out Worcestershire. And resuming the Middlesex innings, Luke Holman and Toby Rowland Jones.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. And day one of this county championship match in Division 2. So 76 for 6, and Holman and Rowland Jones, the not-out pair at lunch. A tricky morning for the hosts who won the toss. An unfortunate morning in some ways. The run-outs, Feather leaving the ball alone through to the keeper. Pretty unfortunate dismissal on the LBW for John Simpson's the reckoning of pretty much everybody here in Northwards. But two absolute belters of deliveries to Robson and White. But 76 for 6, not quite the lunchtime score that one Middlesex were expecting, or two perhaps reflects the morning. Worcestershire won't mind that a bit at all, though. They have worked hard and fast here today. Morris opened the bowling with Leach. It's going to be Morris to get us underway again after lunch. And underway with runs. Single out to deep point. Libby doing the fielding. 77 for 6. A warm welcome wherever you're tuned in to the Middlesex live stream here from Merchant Taylors School. If you want to get in contact as ever, Middlesex_CCC on the social media channels to get through. Big thanks to Mike Selvey for being with us this morning. Nicely bowled again. For Morris, it was a really good morning for Worcestershire. Just take you through the card of how it looked this morning as a refresher for those of you that weren't with us for a tricky couple of hours. Sam Robson was first to go, bowled by Leach for 3. Stoneman made 18 before he top-edged an attempted pull-off. Pennington caught Leach at mid-on. Davis was the one that feathered through to the keeper, trying to leave on 14 off Pennington, his second wicket. White bowls, Barnard's nipped back in on 2. Holden run out by Baker for 12. Collision with John Simpson, who was the last to go before the interval. LBW to Leach for 7. So a lot on that man with bat and ball. Middlesex have relied on his efforts as a seam bowler over the years. They need him as a batter first. They need runs, but a lot of them, and a long way to go. Only 28th over of this innings. So a little bit of work to do. There has been all the talk about the balls this year, the batch of balls that have been delivered. Being pretty useful for the first 20, 30 overs. Not much in them after that. Middlesex will desperately have to hope that's the case in this first innings. But again, Merchant Taylors has been a bowler-friendly ground over the years. This outground for Middlesex. That one gets away, a little bit closer to Rowland Jones, wasn't reaching for it as far. And, well, usually when Rowland Jones hits them, they stay hit. That was nicely timed. Gets away for 4. Gary Castwell's alongside me this afternoon. Our thanks to Mike Selvey, who was with us for the morning session. And Live commentary brought to you from Middlesex for this game. Myself, Kevin Hand. End of the over, first after lunch. He's 81 for 6, and tough morning for Middlesex. Middlesex's men carry head of women's cricket, and yeah, the men's 11 this morning have got their work cut out.
Yeah, it has been a tough morning, but I'm sure they'll be looking for, improvements this afternoon. And the start of that first over after lunch, it was certainly positive, 5 off it. So surely that's a sign of things to come, hopefully.
As a season for you, I'll catch up on it fully through this next over. It looks as though it's going to be Pennington after lunch. It is. Leach finished up from the Benham men's, running down the slope. It's going to be Pennington, who picked up a couple of wickets this morning. 3 slips in place. Yeah, season so far. Let's get through that first before we get through the morning's cricket here. Yeah,
I've been really happy with it, to be honest. We've played a lot of cricket. The weather's obviously been glorious, as it is again today. And we've seen all our age group teams, from our under-11s through to our seniors, put in some really strong performances. So that's been really pleasing, not only from a winning point of view, but actually players really stepping up and getting an opportunity to play lots of cricket.
London Cup on the horizon, Thursday evening.
It's a big one.
Lovely shot by Holman. He's got a few away down the grounds this morning. That's up there with the best of them. Moves into the 20s. Moves to his age, indeed, 21. They needed a lot from Holman. Middlesex's number 7, the all-rounder.
That's a great shot down the ground. You've got to be happy with that. Just after lunch as well, haven't you?
Got off the mark with 2 boundaries. I was trying to think, one through the covers, one was straight down the ground though. Can't remember in which order they came, but both of them so early in the innings from him. I think it was off his 5th ball that he struck the 2nd boundary, so he had 8 from 5. Holman has been impressive this year with the bat for Middlesex. Worcestershire will be aware of that. They'll know there's still talent out there with these two. Helm still to come. I don't know if they can get past these two early this afternoon, then they will be very much feeling they can make some serious inroads into what remains of this Middlesex innings. So yeah, go on, sorry, tell us about the season so far.
Well, we've got the London Cup on Thursday, like you mentioned, so that's a big occasion for our first 11, our senior women, playing down at the Oval. 6 o'clock start, free entry for anybody that's looking for some cricket to watch on Thursday. That'd be great to see you down there. Our senior women played Berkshire in a friendly at the weekend over at Mill Hill School and put in quite a clinical performance in that one.
Edged short and through. They'll get they won't take the single indeed. Didn't go far enough behind, but just short of the left hand of 2nd, the right of 3rd. Yep. Just short. Holman, I think, gave himself every chance with the angle bat, soft hands. End of the over, 29 gone, 85 for 6. Yeah, I don't know if I've quite admitted this to anyone yet, but I was back in Merchant Taylors to say yes so I can commentate on the London Derby on Thursday night. It wasn't going to go into the last hour here. Hot-footed to the Oval.
It'd be great to see you down there.
Producer's working it out right now, whether I'm an idiot or... Well, doesn't have to work that bit out, but whether it's possible or not. It's drawn into it slightly.
It's pretty well bowled, doesn't it, to be fair?
Yep. Yeah, it's been a good morning for Worcestershire, which is easy to say in terms of that wickets column. what I was going to say, though, in terms of that was I don't think they bowled at their absolute best. Had they, I think it could have been a very, very troublesome morning indeed. So, but equally, with the balance of that, there's been a couple of wickets that have been on the softer side. And one clearly on the unfortunate side, that run out. But yeah, it's almost goes against the grain for both of these batters. They're both positive by instincts. Leave, leave and leave again. For a few overs yet. Part of the idea of winning the toss and batting first was have Worcestershire out there a day in the dirt before they get their chance to bat. They'll at least want to make sure they have a full afternoon in the dirt, Middlesex, I'm sure.
There's a long way to go yet, isn't there? You know, the first afternoon of a 4-dayer. I'm backing our boys to put a score on the board here.
Oh, Roland Jones goes at that one again. That's the difficulty here for Roland Jones now, batting at 8, and that's the little carrot that Worcestershire can dangle, is just bowl a 4th stump line, keep it tight to Roland Jones, and how long can he resist the length deliveries? The flowing bat of Roland Jones. If it's up there, he'll go for it. But if they can stick to a good length, then I think Roland Jones is in a temptation of his will be very difficult to resist. That was perhaps just this morning where they quite rightly went to a very full length to see what was out there. Actually, nothing through the air, Mike Selvey this morning, so didn't really detect anything through the air at all, just off the surface, off the seam. Comes back in. So a lot of that this morning coming back into the right-hander, going away from the left-hander from that lake end, going up the slope. Did for Robbie White's ball that nipped back in, took off stump. Left-handers beaten on a number of occasions at the ball seaming across them.
It makes for a good game of cricket, doesn't it? A bit in it for both teams, perhaps.
Yeah, just musing at lunch, Middlesex won't be disappointed to see how much there was in the surface for the seamers. There we go again. Keep it in that channel to Roland Jones, and he's going to have to work hard on his resistance, and that's an inner resistance to want to drive it. He's a tall man, gets a good stride in, a flowing bat. End of the 30th, 85 for 6. Just looking up, I'm trying to remember now what year this was. It would have been 20, yeah, it was last year's game at Radlett, the London Cup. Middlesex maintained a pretty good run against Surrey in the derby.
We've done well. I think Fletch was telling me earlier that it's 6-1, so hopefully his maths is right. That was my first week in the job.
It was, yeah. Yeah, I remember you being interviewed at the end of the match. That's why I was just checking. Was it definitely last year? But it was, wasn't it? So yeah, it was 5-1 then, 6-1 after. And a good run for Middlesex in that. So obviously there's been a bit of a change up, hasn't there, in recent years for women's cricket with the regional game, the Sunrisers. Covered a fair few games of theirs. In fact, the majority of them in the T20 so far this year. Chelmsford on Saturday, doing the game with them this Saturday, doing the live stream for that one. How much do you get to keep up with the Middlesex players that go up to Sunrisers? Because I imagine it's a pretty full-on task for yourselves. It is for Danny Warren at regional level. How much are you able to keep in touch with the Middlesex women that get into the Sunrisers side?
It's always a challenge, isn't it? Their fixture programme is growing probably season on season, and the player, especially the pros.
Just pitching outside leg.
The pros' schedule's probably, as we'd expect professional cricketers to be, so we are limited into how much we actually see them, which is a shame. But at the same time, we've got to be respectful of what they're trying to do and what they're trying to build within that environment. And we're not going to stand in anybody's way who wants to be a professional female cricketer. I think it's an exciting time. I've said it before, the professionalism of the sport in England.
That's typical Luke Holman. Aggressive when he needs to be, always positive, powerful as well.
That's a super shot. Didn't miss out there at all, did he? He's absolutely nailed that through backward square.
Not particularly a long hop either. It was onto him quickly, wasn't it?
I reckon he might have been waiting for it.
Deep square gone back now, as well as long leg. Has it been something we've had to think about too much this morning? Sorry, I'll come back to Sunrisers and Middlesex in a moment, but not something we've had to think about really too much this morning watching the Worcestershire fields. In that it has pretty much been all about bowling at that fourth stump line, fifth stump line, just really aggressive with the line. Say the length perhaps just a little bit too full at times. I've tested it out as well with the short stuff, but feels like a pitch that you can, if you just persevere, you'll get rewards. Holman's played it nicely so far. 25 from 34. Roland Jones to have strike. 31 gone. 89 for 6. But yeah, I was just looking at the Middlesex side from that London Cup game last year. Tatani, Griffith, Carr, of those that are playing, or that I've seen play. Thorpe for the Sunrisers as well, I think, this year. Am I right in saying?
Yeah,
yep.
They've all featured.
No, it was last year I think I saw Thorpe for Sunrisers. Did I see Yeah, it was last year, sorry, that I saw Thorpe in the Sunriser side. Gaia as well?
Yeah, Gaia's been out a little bit with a few injury niggles, but hopefully she's back on the road to recovery.
That's what Roland Jones got to try and do a little bit more of.
Yeah, I think if it's in his area, he's going to go for it, isn't he? We've already seen him trying to attack in the last over, but that's a good, sensible leave. Everybody will be happy with that. We
touched on that this morning with Selv. You know, there'd often been talk on Roland Jones at 9 and scoring lots of runs in an order that was struggling. Well, look, he's got to go up, give him more chance. The thing about pushing him up is he's also got a responsibility here, hasn't he? 23 balls faced now, 6 runs. Luke Holman at the other end. Luke really needs somebody to settle in with him. In the air, but straight of a wide mid-on, and Roland Jones into double figures.
There's a lot of time left, isn't there, in this game? And I think if these two can, bat for as long as possible, pretty obvious thing to say, the more runs they're obviously going to score, because they're not going to die wondering, are they?
You see how wide Baker was on that mid-on there. Great shot of the shot down the ground. The cry of catch went up, as I'm sure everybody would have heard on the effects mic. But pretty safe from Roland Jones. I think that's what you're talking about. If it's in his area, he's going to go from it, and that with the wide mid-on, he'll know a regional connection. It's wide of the bowler from one side and wider mid-on from the other. But yeah, talking to Selv about it this morning, you push somebody up, you change their game a little bit, and I think for Roland Jones, he's got to be the support act for now, hasn't he? It might come actually later on that he changes his game completely and goes back to the counter-attacking Roland Jones of old. Tempter. Seen Stoneman fall to one of those this morning. Pennington's second ball was banged in.
He's almost got to get the bowlers to bowl at him, haven't they? He's got to, not flash too much outside off stump, but if it's there, then go for it.
Yeah, that's the interesting game of cat and mouse here, I fancy, for Worcestershire. If they can hang it outside off long enough, then how long can Roland Jones resist? A little advance to leave well alone. He'll clearly have to back his own game in terms of erring on the side of being positive. But again, something else we touched on this morning, as much as runs and balls faced, it's time. Middlesex do need to bat for a good period of time here. Try and get a foothold into this game. 93 for 6. It's a long way short of where they'd been thinking on winning the toss. He's got him. Hangs one outside off. Roland Jones doesn't resist. He's gone for 10. 93 for 7, and Middlesex just falling into that trap. Roland Jones, as he can't resist the one that Morris puts wide. And Roderick has another dismissal.
Toby Roland Jones was caught by Gareth Roderick. 10 runs.
Almost feel I talked him out a little bit on that one, Roland Jones, with the fact that if they do hang it out there often enough, he won't resist.
You've done so well earlier and over to resist any of the temptations, but decided to go after that one and got a nick through to the keeper.
Tom Helm, no mug with the bat. In terms of playing the support role, that's what Helm's got to do. He's been sent in as a night watchman this year, so he will need to pretty much do that kind of role right now and just bat time, be as annoying as he can for Worcestershire and try and support that man in the background, Luke Holman, who yet again is going nicely with the bat for Middlesex. And for Morris, a first wicket, 1 for 21 from his 9, Morris now. And they've all played their part. Leach 9 overs, 2 for 35. Morris in with the wicket now. Pennington 2 for 22 from 7. Just get the feeling that this is a Pennington-like surface, which means indeed it's a Tom Helm or a Toby Roland Jones style service. Ed Barnard as well also had that fine delivery to Robbie White, nipping back in. On for 16 from 7. So there'll be a bid in it as well for Mercer, and then the X factor as well of Middlesex's new signing. Yadav, announced this morning just before the toss, just in time for the toss indeed. Just look back on the morning video that I did for the Middlesex website this morning, their YouTube stream channels. By that point, just reminded the morning that Yadav wasn't announced at that point. Waiting on the visa, but in time for the toss. Only a 12-man squad name for this one. The 13th was Yadav, added late, and well, not late, indeed in time for the toss at 10:30. So yeah, it'll be one that all those Middlesex bowlers will be keenly looking forward to, but they do need to get something on the board to bowl out. Bamber and Anderson, the 2 that miss out. Anderson and Bamber were in the original 12, then adding Yadav made it 13. They're away down in the seconds. Well, at Horsham today, the seconds. I think they were seconds. Went New Zealand there for a minute. Pitches outside leg and too high, I'd imagine. Leg by signalled. .94 for 7. Approving of the Kiwi accent.
I think I've probably gone more Scottish since I've been back than anything else.
Fush and chops for the seconds.
It's always a Friday treat, that, isn't it?
80 odds for 1 at lunch. The seconds were down at Horsham. Edged, and was it put down? It was. Not sure if it carried, it did, and that's hurt. Hear the cry of pain. Let's have a look. Pushed hard at it. It flew high up that bat. Oh dear, that's a bad put down as well, actually. Big chance offered and not taken. Middlesex will very much welcome that.
maybe that's a bit of luck that we've all been after this morning and earlier this afternoon. Hopefully Tom puts that behind him and kicks on and supports Luke here with a good partnership to take us through the afternoon session. But you would probably normally have expected that to be Hal's.
Going with hard hands, both the batter and the fielder.
We'll take it.
Oh, it goes straight through. Goodness me. It's the kind of ball that Middlesex have seen all morning to the left-handers, more so actually from the lake end, that from the Benham end down the slope, and nipping past the edge, unfortunately for Holman, just past the top of off stump as well. Another tricky over, 95 for 7. Helm survives. And so too does Holman.
They've certainly asked a lot of questions so far after lunch, haven't they, the Worcestershire bowlers here? Middlesex just need to come up with a few more answers.
That was along the floor to third slip. Barnard, who put that catch down in the helm over. From the lake ends, that seam movement back into the right-hander and away from the left-hander has been a big problem for Middlesex this morning. That man, Tom Helm, be very much looking forward to a bowl on it though.
Solid defence here from Tom. That's what we're after. A bit more of that.
Yeah, I think that's, again, going back to the Roland Jones-Helm comparison, I think you probably will see more of that from Helm, even though he's the batter that comes in one lower, whereas Roland Jones just obviously was feeling, look, there's a bit doing out there, he's better playing his own game, which you can't really argue against. Helm's own game will be to try and hang in there more. Worcester's strongest suit is their bowlers. I think it's fair to say that bowling-wise, Morris, Leach, Pennington, and Barnard's, they're a strong quartet for Worcestershire. You always know that they will bowl a nagging line and length, consistent line and length. They'll hang on in there on most surfaces. Oh, put the pressure on the fielder. They got the single. Thinking about a second, but they're not going to run the misfield.
Bit of double bluff going on there. They dropped a square leg out and then he bowled it full. Well done. Cheeky single down the ground.
Middlesex need a few cheeky singles here, don't they? They did that quite well this morning with Stoneman and Robson. Seems to be rotating the strike quite nicely. Also didn't last long for Robson, only 14 deliveries. Now that goes up in the air, cry catch, but mid-wicket's up and it's over him. Libby won't catch up with that one, let alone catch it. And that's the 100 up for Middlesex. 100 for 7, end of the 34th. It's been a tough innings so far for the hosts at Merchant Taylor School. Can Holman lead this recovery to something tangible on the board in the first innings.
Well played, Luke Coleman. I think that it was in his area. 4 runs, low risk, high reward.
He hasn't done much wrong, Holman, since he's been out there. That was probably the closest to a mistimed shot that we've seen. Again, we haven't seen much wrong from Worcestershire either. Only that put down from Helm in Pennington's last over. The foot that they put wrong so far.
Pennington's bowled a great line in length, hasn't he? Certainly this afternoon session so far.
It's away, the quiet catch was there. Down to third it goes for a single. Helm was stretching a little for it, wasn't he? Wasn't going to be in control that far wide. Just a little bit of reach. High up the, or low out the on the outside edge, I fancy that was, down to third. Yeah, I think Pennington's been perhaps the most noticeable bowler on this surface, in that he fancied that the Middlesex tall guys will be disappointed if they're not able to respond in kind, but as Mike Selvey was making the point before lunch as well, you need some runs on the board for them to bowl with as well.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be interesting to know how much or how many Middlesex will be happy with after the start that they've had, but you just fancy if they can get through this session without too much more damage. Will we be reasonably happy, maybe?
I think they'd certainly chew your arm off for just the single batting point now and take that. Snipped away, didn't quite get up. Just going back to that Somerset game, 2015. Feels along the lines of those. If I remember correctly, that Somerset game was played under leaden skies. So this one under a clear blue, but again, it's more about the surface than than what's going on overhead. There's a bit in it for the seamers. Middlesex posted 283 in that first innings before skittling Somerset for 197. Swell run. Holman on to 30. But again, it has the feel of something similar to that. I was running through that scorecard where Robson got 67, Milan 69, only 2 50s. Other than that, it was all down the order really. Compton did get a 32 at 3, but then Simpson at 7 with 24, Rayner at 8 with 31, and Toby Rowland-Jones are not out 20. Whereas in reply, Trescothick and Abel got it off to a decent start. They were 76 at the fall of the first wicket, Somerset, but then all out for 197. .102 for 7 here. Again, if they could get anywhere near that 200 right now, they'd certainly chew your arm off for a batting point right now. Middlesex. Worcestershire will be thinking no more than 150.
That's the beauty of cricket, really, isn't it? We've got two contrasting views of what we want to happen. You know, Worcestershire will be trying to wrap this up as quickly as they can, and Middlesex will be trying to eke out as many runs as they can.
Let's wait, as we always remind ourselves, until both sides have batted. But whether Middlesex make 150, 200 or 120 from here, I think they'll be saying to themselves, you've got to make sure Worcestershire aren't going above 200 themselves. With the, which is an easy thing to say, but if Worcestershire are able to come out and hit something closer to or around 300, then Middlesex will be mighty disappointed. I think that we can comfortably say, even after just the first 35 overs. And one thing I note again from the beginning, it felt as though it took a little while for Worcestershire to really settle in to what they're bowling on this, which is bowling a good consistent line and length. They were almost testing it out themselves, the track, the lengths that they tried. I think it's quite apparent on this one, you don't have to do too much other than be consistent.
That in itself can sometimes be the biggest challenge, can't it?
Oh, it always is, isn't it? But yeah, the surface should, you'd have thought, maintain out where it's at the moment. I often think a surface is best to bat on day 2. But yeah, here at MTS Middlesex, we hopeful that this continues to seam throughout. Yeah, I think, you know, blue skies today be part of winning the toss and batting, part of it as well. Knowing that it's always been more of a bowler's surface here at MTS, can't really think of many that you've instantly thought, oh, batters are going to love this one. It's always been a good cricketing surface, which has meant it's always slightly favoured the bowlers, but if it goes one way or the other, it tends to just slightly favour the bowlers even more than come back towards the batters, would be my assessment over the years watching cricket here. It's probably what you want from an outgrounds as well. The last thing you want at an outground is an absolutely dead flat one. Featherbed can make for a pretty difficult cricket for both, even though the batters are quite happy.
You just always want a good contest, don't you, between bat and ball? You don't want it to swing too far one way or another.
I think probably, again, you take the soft dismissals into account this morning, the feather through to the keeper trying to leave one alone by Davies, the run out of Max Holden. And 4 down at lunch would have felt about right for that morning session. 6 down was at least one too many. And yeah, this afternoon, if you say it was 5 down currently now, I'd say, well, Middlesex wouldn't be completely disappointed with this. The crucial factor is Middlesex have got to come out and make up those couple of soft dismissals early on. When they have the ball in hand, that's the difficulty they'll face, and that's the advantage that Worcestershire will at least take forward. They'll say to themselves, no silly mistakes, don't hand them anything, because it is going to be tough to bat on. This man Holman at the moment is the difference in this innings for Middlesex between a really big problem and at least keeping their heads above water. 102 for 7 after 36.
He is the difference, and he's now the key going forwards, isn't he? In this next little phase of play, he's got to still be there. He's still got to stick in and keep doing what he's doing.
Find a good spot for lunch?
Well, there's plenty of offer down here, isn't there?
Did you go for a packed lunch or?
I actually ate before I got here, so I've not actually been tempted by anything round the corner
yet. The ice cream van comes into shots in the distance. That's what we were just saying, we heard this. But then they always complain it's a difficult place to get to. I was going to say that as well. There's the complaint that it's difficult to get to out there. It's the little periods where you just think if they can get through to 40 again, and knowing this batch of balls this year, maybe things will settle down a little where Helm can hang in with Holman and Middlesex can get something back into this one. sharply taken single. Good running again. That's what they've got to do. I mentioned it on Stoneman and Robson at the top. They were just starting to get into that, as White had tried to as well, but these two likewise.
It's a good single. We just need to see probably a little bit more of it going forward. Get past the 40 overs, like you say. There's been a lot of talk about the balls this year, but it's the same for both teams, isn't it? Bit of a discussion there between the captain and the bowler, changing the field. Deep square comes in.
Almost floated that one a little bit more up there. Pennington brings Helm back onto strike. Very healthy average of 31.5 this year for Tom Helm. 2 not outs in 4 innings. Yeah, 2 not outs in that 4 innings. Top score of 33 though, Middlesex wouldn't mind that here.
It's another good single there to end over. I think actually what we want to see more from these two out in the middle. If we can start rotating the strike a little bit more, all of a sudden that scores up to 120, 125 before you know it, and it's looking a lot more healthier than it currently is.
Just have one first class 50 to his name, Tom Helm, 52 that he made. We'll be hoping he's out in the middle rather than under the tents, as most of the spectators trying to find a shaded area. So too the players. They've got a couple of marquees. And what's the point? Gazebos. The marquees are pretty hot for this one. Ed Barnard back on from the lake end, where he's bowled well this morning. Seamed it about nicely. That's the thing. There's been seam movement for all of them, the tall ones, and those skiddier bowlers like Barnard. Gets in behind it, Helm. Wasn't quite across to it, was he? But that wasn't too dissimilar to the length that picked up Robbie White. Really nipped back in, beat the inside edge, taking off somewhere that did just clip the pad on the way through. It's really irrelevant, but yeah, there's been pronounced seam movement.
He's been on the money at the start of this over.
Flayed away by Helm. That's what Roland Jones was looking for. He nicked off through to Roderick. Helm gets that away for his first boundary.
Smashed.
Gets through, single taken. Not quite sure how it got through, but it did. squared up a little by that. We get a single down to third to end the over. 38 gone. Middlesex 111 for 7.
Joe Leach back on the field and returning from the Benham end.
iShares the official T20 sponsors on screen there. T20 done for the year for Middlesex. The quarter-finals taking place last week. Quite the quarter-finals they were. That last ball finish, Middlesex, or last over finish for Yorkshire against Surrey. Leach back into the attack. That's got to be a no ball. It is. 113 for 7, and Somerset not going badly either. For any iShares fans, that isn't a free hit right now. And eToro in the top left corner there as well. Scan the QR code if you want to find out more. Yeah, find out more about that partnership with the official championship partner eToro. Scan the QR code in the top left. And as you can see in the background, become a member. Head to the Middlesex website. There you go, that's my commercial part done for now.
Small ripple of applause in a tent.
I'm hearing we might get an ice cream for that. That's away. It's clipped fine by Holman. Reach around the wicket, of course, that always lends to going down leg. He's worked it away nicely. John Simpson may be muttering to himself if he hadn't have got any pad on his. That's exactly where his would have headed as well. Leach's opening spell, or if it indeed is 2 before lunch, 2 for 35 from 9. But again, he was going with a very, very aggressive length in particular. He was erring on the side at that point. If he was going to go one way or the other, it was going to be full rather than short. And already starting on quite a full length. There was a few that got away. A couple of boundaries for Stoneman. Davies as well, I think. Got a sweet drive away off Leach. That's very interesting, as I say. There were just some runs early on, which I don't think Middlesex will bowl quite as full as that. Seamer's surface is slightly, a fraction shorter, isn't it, than a swing ball, swinging conditions. But they were giving it that chance early on to see what there was, and there wasn't anything through the air. Middlesex, they'll hope to keep it tighter from the top, I'd suggest. But again, that's all an easy game from here, and equally you do have to wait until both sides have had a go. Onto the pads again. That's nicely put away by Helm. No mug with the bat at all, Tom Helm.
Just too full on that occasion, isn't it? He's just lent on that, clipped it through the leg side, 4 more.
He's taken it from quite a straight line, hasn't he? Leach trying to blow the pads off there, isn't he, of the lower order batter, which I think he's got the right to do, but equally it does just feel a surface, and that's where I think Middlesex, when they come out to bowl, that perhaps, you know, if I were in the camp, which I'm not. But I think that's perhaps what I'll be saying, you know, hit those lengths, just keep that length. So often the mantra of fielders going out, particularly April and May, but all season long in England, and the conditions are right, at the shins, not at the hips. This isn't a pitch for the hips at all. However, I don't think you need to go too full and searching on this pitch, I think is the point. If you can just hold a good length.
I think the Worcestershire bowlers so far have shown us that, haven't they? That hitting that hard length is probably better than being too full or too short.
That's where after lunch, I think, they've gone straight to that very good length, whereas this morning they were probing a little bit more. And that's why Leach perhaps unusually expensive. An economy of 4 points. Well, it would have even gone up from there now. He was 42 off his 9.4. There's that bit of shape again. Now, all the way looked as though it was a leg side clip for Holman out of the hand, but just a little bit off the surface keeps the batter honest. They can't comfortably close the face. Six is a left-hander with the right-hander, maybe more so. The ball nipping back in. 1, 2, 3 for 7 Middlesex. Yeah, Leach has gone for 46 now off his 10. That's good. Good from Barnard, good from Helm as well. Got right in behind it. Again, it's one of those pitches where you've just got to give yourself every chance. Talks about soft hands, angle battle, the others leave well. That seam movement makes it a little bit uncomfortable when you look back at particularly the White's dismissal, came back in to beat the inside edge. There's a beaut again, and that's what it's all about. That's what the morning's been like. If anybody hasn't been watching this morning. Now, they haven't taken 7 wickets like that because there's been that run out, failed leave through to the keeper, which just feathered through from Davies. But Middlesex batters have been under pressure all morning, and that being the reason why. And again, the decision to bat first, it's not one too much to talk about. It's just one that Middlesex are going to have to back up is the point. Single more eased away.
I think these two here will be looking to get Middlesex through to drinks. We've had a decent first hour or thereabouts since lunch, just losing the 1 wicket and keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Holman and Helm have batted really sensibly. They'll be looking for more of the same here.
That's what Helm needs to produce for Middlesex. That's very much what he's capable of. Just play that patient role. He's a good batter. He's got a good technique, much like Roland Jones. So 39 for Holman. Partnership with 32. Does just give that scoreboard a slightly healthier look on 25 for 7. There'd have been hopes after lunch that Roland Jones could have been the man alongside Holman, but again, that's not sport. If you know what's going to happen, then pretty much no point turning up.
Sensible people there on screen under a tree. Hopefully they've all got their sunscreen on.
That's right, you can get burnt in the shade. Even under the tree, get your sunscreen on. Slip, slap, slop. Isn't that the phrase? Which I've just said very, very slowly and carefully. In fact, they're just the other side of the tent from us.
He's enjoying the sun, isn't he, this fella?
I'll leave any comments there to you, Kerry. 125 for 7. Myself, Kevin Hans, Gary Carswell alongside me on the mic for his afternoon session, which has just started out a little bit better for the host than the morning. Again, it's one of those positions, if you were to say 40 minutes into, even more, nearly an hour gone in the afternoon, 55 minutes gone. If you'd say to Middlesex you'd be at this point from lunch, they'd have certainly have taken this. Not on winning the toss though this morning, but good batting like that from Luke Holman, good leave. He's looked, well again, the word that was used this morning was confident. It's always been the word used ever since he made his debut. Walked out there with the bat, he's always looked confident, this young 21-year-old. Bags of potential, but he's been producing already for Middlesex in the last couple of years. Crucial knockdown at Hove this year. This is just as crucial right now. That's shot. That's a good shot again from Holman, who has gone beautifully into the 40s. Real thorn in the side for Worcestershire at the moment.
He's looked so composed in this afternoon session, hasn't he? Nothing seems to have fazed him. Even a loss early on in the lunch session, he's just continued batting away.
The biggest question is how composed are we going to remain right now?
We've got this.
I think there's going to be far more composure from Luke Holman than there is from you or I at the moment. All that commercial work a few moments ago paid off.
Thanks, Fletch. Thanks for the ice cream.
Thank you, Fletch. Thank you, Middlesex. It's not an expenses. We did get tiramisu at Radlett's. Thank you, Radlett. Can highly recommend if you're popping through to Merchant Taylors this week. Although there's been a disaster at the edge of the box. What's happened? Oh no, the producer. Sadly there's no producer cam, only a commentator cam. Don't let that happen to us. There's ice cream everywhere. End of the over, 41 gone, 127 for 7. Actually, talking of Worcestershire, Worcestershire fans over the years will regularly know the ice cream van at New Road, basically because Dave Bradley is very un-BBC and accepts a free ice cream every day as long as he gives the ice cream van a mention. Here on the Middlesex live stream, I think we could probably work a deal with the ice cream van. Run nicely, went hard at one early on, Helm, sorry. Put down at third slip. By Barnard. Runs that one, guides, it was softer hands.
Since that moment, though, he's settled in really well, hasn't he? He's looked to build his partnership with Holman.
As you said, maybe Middlesex and Helm in particular just needed that bit of luck. Certainly one thing about the morning session, I don't think they'll particularly have felt luck was with them, but there also comes a point where you make your own luck, and just not holding that catch, will be mightily disappointed now. Partnership's kicked on well. Middlesex a long way from anything they regard as a good first innings total, but just something to play with is at least within sight. Not timed. We've seen him get some really good shots away down the ground so far today, Holman. Eyeing up another 50 in what has been a fine year with the bat. One of the quartet of North Middlesex lads in the Middlesex first 11 now, with Bamba, who's missed out on this one, Cracknell, key white ball player for Middlesex. Max Harris joining that. Made his debut the other day in the T20s. Went well in both of them. Riley Russo, his first wicket, with his second ball. Not a bad first wicket, Riley Russo. He's having a gun season in the Blast this year. End of the over, 128 for 7. Middlesex fans won't welcome me saying it. Worcestershire fans will, but it's just looked a little easier after lunch for Middlesex, as this ball just eased slightly, whether it's the ball or it's the track. These batters settling in well, though.
Somebody else has followed our lead and got some ice creams in.
Not quite as prolific as you and I, though. First bit of spin. Josh Baker's into the attack. Youngster, who it's felt has a great deal of promise, took an awful lot of tap, of course, from Ben Stokes, and quite wrongly took a little bit of tap on Twitter as well. We don't need to linger on that point, but Ben Stokes was the first to call him and support him. Nice start from Baker, right on the spot. Pretty good move, I'd say, as well, from Worcestershire at this stage. 43rd overs. A tail ender as such in helm. It's had away nicely for a single, but I think about two, and they'll turn it into two well. Leach coming around from deep square. The thought process with the tail ender is often bring the spinner on, and they'll only be able to resist for so long before they sky one. Middlesex will hope Helm has got a lot of resistance inside him.
He's gone really full here with those first two deliveries, hasn't he? He's not giving it too much of a chance to turn or do anything. So, bit of a conversation going on here. Let's see what this delivery brings.
Oh dear, that could have been very, very close. That would not have been the way to break the partnership for Middlesex.
Another cheeky single, we'll take them.
Well, Holman is the man to go after him. 4 runs. Said how long would Helm be able to resist? Holman, fellow spinner, decides his fellow youngster is going down the ground.
A real good option there. Both mid on, mid off, up in the circle, inside.
Nicely done by Holman to end the over on 46. Middlesex 136 for 7. Yeah, Holman, who, as we were saying, he got a top score of 82 this year, his best in first-class cricket. Averaging in the 40s, 41.1. Couple of 50s in his 7 innings, no not outs. Which says it's a very true reflection of his 7 innings so far. As hard as he hits the ball and plays it nicely, aggressively all around the park, he's shown on a few occasions now he's also got that deft little dab down to third, just run the ball away, rotate the strike. 22 in September, Islington lad. He was the youngest member of the World Cup squad, the under-19s, which was in New Zealand.
No, just girls. Yeah, girls and women's. Yeah, under 19. They didn't have one. They didn't have one at that stage. They still not played their first under 19 World Cups.
Speaking of New Zealand and under-19s, of course that was your previous role.
Yeah, it was. It was quite an interesting and exciting role. It was due to lead into the first ever women's under 19.
Shot well stopped.
Yeah, the first ever women's under 19 World Cup that was due to be held in Bangladesh, but with the pandemic it was cancelled and it's due to take place. I think it's in January 2023. So yeah, best of luck to everybody who'll be going out there and competing. I'm sure it'll be a wonderful spectacle.
It's a good ball and it's well played by Helm. It's an example really of what there is in this surface. I'm playing it well. I've asked this before actually, even off the mic, what the comparison between under-19 level in New Zealand for the women's game and here in the UK, the development stages, how it's going. Sharp single, well run. Talking with Selv earlier about Sarah Taylor down at Sussex and how, you know, a real trailblazer for the women's game in this country, and how in some ways she's a little bit unlucky because obviously the trail that she did blaze is currently, you know, it's quite a strong game in this country for the women in particular, the domestic games as well, which now has regional as well as the 100. I'll ask you at the end of the over more on how the women's game's looking in New Zealand. It's the end of the over, 138 for 7.
I think the game in New Zealand, you know, is quite similar to here in many ways. They've got their 6 first-class teams where they'll pick their white ferns and their future talent will play. They play in a Super Smash T20 competition and a 50-over competition. They only play 20 games a year, 10 in each competition, so it's not It's not a hugely extensive programme.
Too much on it from Baker, but just a dot ball.
And there was some great news last week, I think it was, when there was a new pay deal agreed, where the men and the women are going to be earning the same match fees. Which is fantastic for their international White Ferns, but also for their domestic players, who put in a hell of a lot of work for, you know, up until now, not a huge amount of financial reward.
Going down. Umpire with a shake of the head quickly on this, had a very quick nod of the head earlier when gave Davies out, feathering one through, heard the noise, nod of the head, and then the finger went up. Very quick shake of the head here from umpire Bainton. A little bit better from Baker there, and particularly to Helm. You feel that he's got the time to give it a bit of flight here, give it a bit of air. Find what he can out of the surface. Won't have as much time against Holman because he's turned it in towards the pads for one. Just pushing them through at the moment against Helm. Again, part of the lure of a spinner to a tail ender is just trying to lull them into it. But too much flight and onto the toes. Stop ball to end the over though, 138 for 7. With it a maiden, but again you just fancy that maybe it was that he went for 8 off his first over. Needs to ease himself into it, but you just fancy, all right, just take the pace off it, give it a bit more flight, just see if Helm does something rash. But yeah, that was massive news with the equal pay scale in New Zealand.
Absolutely huge, and I think what we're seeing around the world now is more and more governing bodies and players' associations working far closer together than they probably ever have. And you know, the women's cricketers are getting rewarded, as you know, some people would say they probably should have been rewarded all along. So it's exciting for everybody involved in cricket across there, and cricket now can be a genuine career option for a lot of people, rather than trying to, you know, players juggle a job, training, matches, using all their annual leave for stuff. So yeah, I'm excited for them.
Interesting, one thing we haven't seen so far today is a look at the ball, not even once, from Worcestershire. Now, this ball seamed for them. There's a bit of chat about that New Zealand Test match this morning, actually, and they changed the ball and then it did nothing for them, the replacement. Worcestershire thinking the same here. Look, they're getting some seam movement out of it. They've got 7 wickets. Do they need to think about changing it? You'd imagine if they go wicketless for much longer. So that's going to be 2. Well run. Very, oh, mind you, the dive at the end from Holman suggests he wasn't wholly convinced. There's a slight collision there as well. I don't think so. But Holman did have to get out the dive at the end. He's moved to 49. We've just got the heart going for a moment. The fact that he did have to get out the dive. Helm comes to have a natter with him, maybe just to say, look, whatever you do, don't run yourself out. Calm yourself down for a 50. If that's what was in his mind. Oh my goodness me. That was nearly through for Barnard. And Worcestershire just kept a fraction low. Looks at the toe end of his bat. There you go. Looks at the little bit that might have just saved him. Try and have a look at that again at the end of the over, see exactly how much it misbehaves, if at all. 1-2 come of the over. Can be just batter error, which makes things a little tighter than they are, but I've seen Manny keeping low this morning, just the one that really stands out from Pennington getting down the hill at the Benham end. A dot ball turn the over. 140 for 7. I can't have a look at that one, but yeah, that is, as we know, the way. We're going to take drinks break here at Merchant Taylors. Let's have a quick look at the card, have a look at the scores elsewhere as well. 5 wickets, in fact 6 of course it was before lunch. I had to check myself on that one, but Robson with 3, bowled by Leach. Stoneman caught Leach off the bowling of Pennington, mistimed pull on 18. Davies was caught Roderick off Pennington for 14. White bowled Barnard for 2. Holden was run out by Baker after colliding with Simpson. The pair ended up on the floor, gone for 12. Simpson was the last to go before the interval. LBW to Leach for 7. Little bit of an iffy decision. And Roland Jones, just after lunch, was caught Roderick off the bowling of Morris for 10. Take through the bowling figures in a moment. Drinks break here, though, at Merchant Taylors. 140 for 7.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Don't forget, head to the QR code in the top left corner if you want to find out more about the partnership with eToro. There are those bowling figures. Leach, 2 for 48 from 11. Expensive from him, but again, perhaps he's been the more probing, the fuller of the bowlers. Morris on for 25 from his 11. Gone nicely, just hit the top of off. Pennington has just carried a little bit more that X factor with his height and pace, 2 for 28. And Barnard has seamed nicely here and there today. Baker with a maiden in his second. Let's see what he comes up with his third. It just felt like he needed, maybe he was just getting into the spell, darting them through a little bit more in that second over. Feels like it needs a little bit more flight, particularly to Tom Helm. Try and break this partnership. 47 it's worth now for the 8th wicket. Boy oh boy, did they need a 50 partnership sooner rather than later to have batted well. Just that one scare for Helm, pushing hard at one outside off, put down by Barnard at 3rd. Right off the bowling of Pennington. Could have been a 3rd wicket for him. And good for somebody whose consistency has just been questioned slightly, because the potential all seems to be there. Nicely played by Helm to give himself a little bit of room off the back foot. I guess another part of that decision to bat first is the heat in this week that's expected, baking this surface. The surface that perhaps has had a little bit of up and down as it goes on. Leg spinner Luke Holman may come into play later in the game. He's in play in this innings, and he's in play with a 50 as well. Outstanding from the 21-year-old Holman, who's really coming in some fine form with the bat. The all-rounder who's bowling is progressing nicely as well. His third 50 of the summer. 82 balls and 8 fours. Top score of 82 in first-class cricket. That coming this summer, all of his 50s coming this season. For the 21-year-olds, goodness me, the North Middlesex is looking quite the find.
What a fantastic knock. He's shown some great maturity throughout this innings, hasn't he? He's really held his innings together, and this is a steady partnership, I would say, for Middlesex.
That's the 50 partnership. 144 for 7. And boy, oh boy, did they need a 50 partnership. End of the over, so third first-class 50 for Luke Holman. Four times in the 40s, third time past 50. In a fledgling career that seems to be promising an awful lot. Be it with bats or ball, or both. Well, the real highlights for Middlesex this season has been the emergence of Holman, and indeed the rest of the youngsters who've come through. Cracknell, Davis has shown in the T20 as well. Tough T20 campaign for Middlesex, but some of the youngsters putting their hands up. That's short, that goes up in the air, and it goes fine for 4. Let's pause for a moment to see. Long leg was there, the cry catch went up early, but fine of the fielder. Not going all the way either. Yeah, just rushed on that one a little bit more. There was one earlier which he dismissively hooked hard off Pennington, I think it was. This one wasn't. Well, it was onto him a bit quicker. 9th boundary though.
They've got 2 men out ready for the hook of the pool, haven't they? They've got a deep square and a fine leg, so it could be a tactic that they're going to.
Yeah, I think they've seen that he's happy. He's a happy hooker, as they say. And on a surface where sometimes you just question the bounce a little. And that just felt as though it kept low again. There was one a couple of overs back from Barnard, wasn't there, on the stumps that he managed to get bat on. That one wasn't on the stumps, but still had to trap the bat down on it and toe end, keeping it out. And again, as Middlesex nudged towards 150, and they were just past the 100 mark. Carrie, the pair of us sat here and said they'd chew your arm off for 200. Well, I think they still would now. I mean, it's still a long way away. They've only got 3 wickets left, but all of a sudden they do just have something in this game. And on a ball that seemed a bit, if there are any questions about the bounce, which occasionally there are here at Merchant Taylor School, then 200 doesn't look a bad score at all.
I think for all the Middlesex fans out there and for us here, seeing the way that these two have batted this afternoon has been so pleasing. They've rotated the strike, they've hit it for 4 when it's been in their area, and I think more of the same really for the rest of the afternoon session.
That's a glorious shot from Helm. Lovely way to bring up the 150 for Middlesex. 152 for 7. There's just some respectability about this score now, and again, once both sides have batted, it may turn out that there's a fair bit of respectability depending on how this pitch plays, but just gone with it nicely there, Helm. A couple of lovely cover drives he's got away. Not quite feet to the ball on that one, but he's a lower order batsman. Tall, fast bowler. Just a flowing bat outside off. Keeping a fraction low again, down the slope. Helm prodding away at the surface. He'll be very interested in that. Middlesex will just hope that whatever Worcestershire have found out at the surface this morning, which is enough. Middlesex have contributed slightly to their own downfall as well, but Worcestershire have certainly found enough out of this surface. Middlesex just hope it maintains at least that level of assistance through the first innings at least. Again, I think you could already say that batting last shouldn't be easy on this unless this pitch dramatically flattens. Width again, and doesn't get away with it. Cover got a hand to it, but it's 4 more. A couple of boundaries in the over. For Helm and for Middlesex will feel better. As mentioned, the foot movement. Again, he's a lower order batter, but when you have a tall player like Helm, it doesn't quite need that technical stride fully across to the ball. He just has that flow of bringing the bat down. Length there on both those drives as well.
Often said, it doesn't matter how it gets to the boundary as long as it gets there, and 2 glorious shots through the covers there for Helm.
Cornell was the fielder at cover that managed to get a hand to it. End of the over, 156 for 7. So Holman with the third first-class 50. All this year, his scores this year 45 at Lords versus Leicestershire, 82 at Hove against Sussex, that highest first-class score. He'd gone past 50 for the first time, and you wondered, was he going to go all the way with it? 15 against Notts in that first innings, 41 against Durham, a crucial knock that was as well against a good bowling lineup, including Ben Stokes. 48 at Chesterfield against Derbyshire, 5 in the second innings there. 52 at Trent Bridge against Notts last week in what is looking a very important draw for Middlesex. Talked about the loss that Worcestershire suffered to Glamorgan in the last round, which would have put Worcestershire ahead of Middlesex coming into this game. But equally, securing that draw against Nottinghamshire just keeps Notts in sight for the Division 2 title, which Middlesex will readily admit for probably 3 days at Lords and 2 days at Trent Bridge. Notts the better side, but Middlesex coming back in both games. Oh, dancing down the track and miss stumping. Goodness me. Roderick misses the stumping. Baker with the head in the hands. The ball slips away. Back on a square on the leg side. That's a big miss. Big, big miss. The leg spinner coming down the track to the slow left armour. Let's have a little look. If we can in time before we will. We'll just see it in time. Oh dear. Waits on this one. Eases away into the offside. It felt on that very brief look that we just had there that spat a little bit at Roderick in his defence. We'll have a look again at the end of the over, but it felt as though where he took the ball in the end, he wasn't expected to take it that high. He's away for a single, end of the over, 50 gone. Holman's on to 55. Middlesex are 157 for 7. We'll be able to have a look at that missed thumping again in just a moment. It was, well, here it is. Just look where Roderick takes it. It could have been wrong, but on first look, it just felt as though he took it much higher than he was expecting, and that's how it got through. Not so high indeed. Just played it as though it spat at him. I think he was just surprised. He obviously lost sight for a moment. Wasn't able to recover. Big, big moment that. And, clutching it up. It was up towards the armpit, towards the throat. What do you reckon, Carrie?
I think you'll be pretty disappointed that you missed it, to be honest. It looked pretty regulation, but we talked earlier about the luck that Middlesex needed, and that's some more for us. Hopefully Holman can go on now and cash in.
If we were on the BBC now, we'd be doing all the Roderick jokes, but we're not going to. On the Middlesex stream. One thing I would say about this Holman innings, 55 from 99 now. For 21-year-olds who's clearly having a fine, I don't know if you can even call it a breakthrough season, because last year everything I'd seen of him in the 2 years prior to this had already said this guy's, you know, got some serious talent. But he's just looked as though, and again, it was one of the first things, again, it's hard to say about him this year, because even from the first time he went out to the middle, it just looked as though he'd been out there for years. Composure, confidence, the word he used this morning. And exactly that, a little bit of disdain as well, flowing back from the 21-year-old again. Dismissive through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot, overpitched from around the wicket, Pennington. But it had to be put away nonetheless.
He's been really patient this afternoon, hasn't he? He's left well outside off stump. Yep, you know, we could say that he should have been out for that stumping, but for the rest of it, it's been quite faultless, really, hasn't it? You've read his scores, his previous scores out this season. He's clearly having a good season with the bat, and it's exciting to see how he goes in the rest of this innings.
Came out to bat, let's remember, in the 19th over when Holden was run out. 51 for 5 it was when he joined John Simpson. When Simpson fell 68 for 6 just before lunch in the 25th, Middlesex were in deep, deep trouble. 68 for 6. It seemed a long, long time ago, but goodness me, again, Middlesex were offered this. They'd certainly taken it. This is the matchup, though, that Worcestershire will hope can find the breakthrough. Baker to Helm. Far from buying a wicket, you wouldn't put it in that bracket at all, but just trying to look for a mistake, an error. That's better from Baker. That's round about where he wants to leave it against Helm. I think the question I'd like Baker to ask first is just keep it on that length and see what Helm does. There's half an answer. He gets this one away for 4, but again, I don't think they'll mind it too much. Put it on that length, leave it there, just see what happens. Helm's on 35, Middlesex 165 for 7. Added nearly 100 runs since the fall of that 6th wicket. .97 runs since the fall of the 6th wicket. Huge amount of credit for Holman, but equally Helm here. But yeah, if you can just leave it on the spot against Helm, get an over against him like this, get another over against him like this, just try and leave it on one spot. Just a fraction too full and straight there.
He's answered all the questions they've thrown at him so far. I think he's looked really composed against the spinner. Yeah.
So the majority of what he's faced, I just feel he's darted. This over, I feel he's flighted a little bit better. Good one to end. Good response from Helm, though. Goodness me, look at that go. First 6 of the innings, and Middlesex 171 for 7 at the end of the over. 10 off it. Baker will walk off a little despondent. I get the feeling if I was the captain, I'd say to Baker, look, deliver that another 6 of those again and just see what happens. A couple of really good shots from Helm. How long can he keep doing it for, though? 171 for 7. That's really the question that I'd be saying to Baker. Just ask that question first. Fine, here it is. See what you do, see what you do. If it's not doing that, try something else. But won't be too despondent as the spinner in that over. Partnership 78 now. It's crucial in this innings. It could be crucial in the match. Helm into the 40s for the first time this summer. Only 150 to his name in first-class cricket, which again probably for a player of Helm's ability is a little light for the Middlesex number 9. Right up there, straighter on this occasion by Pennington, who was crisply struck away at the end of his last over by Holman. I think both the Roland Jones at 8 and Helm at 9, Middlesex have fairly looked at both and said, look, there probably could be a few more runs from both of you. The ability that you've got with the bat. It's a great chance for Helm here alongside Holman. Try and get a big 50 to his name for the first time in his career. It's a long way to that second new ball for Worcestershire, and all of a sudden what a change that is in the innings when you've got a partnership like this. Holman on 59, Helm on 41, and Middlesex recovering from a pretty dire position.
It's been a super recovery this afternoon, hasn't it? We spoke earlier about trying to get to 150 and that looked a long way off, but you know, now we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but 200's on the horizon.
Like I say, that's 27.4 overs to a second new ball. Oh, now that tail back in to Holman. Leg by, back with a square on the leg side. In fact, the umpire's not signalling anything. Was it a little inside tickle?
I think it got him in his glove.
Oh, it did. Oh, it did. Wow. Well, there's a little story as well, isn't there? That's what we're talking about. Again, Middlesex won't mind that. Holman won't like it too much right now, but Helm at the other end would have looked at that and thought, yes, please. First looking at it, I just thought it'd tail back into the pads, but I'd lost it slightly. There's obviously just that little bit of extra bounce. Helm was hugely frustrated with himself at Trent Bridge, and you know, again, I kind of had a chat with him just in passing, and I felt he was probably overly critical of himself, to be honest. But I'm sure he'll feel slightly that he wants to make amends a little bit here, both with bat and indeed, or with ball and indeed with bat here now. Helm. Top ball 10 the over, 53 gone, 172 for 7. Carrie Carswell alongside myself, Kevin Hands. We look back a little bit on the season that gone by. Obviously the London Cup's the next big one on Thursday for Middlesex against Surrey down at the Oval. If anybody wants to get along, as Carrie said, it's free entry to that one at the Oval on Thursday night, 6 o'clock start time. What's the next big target for the remainder of the season for Middlesex once the London Cup's been and gone?
Yeah, we've still got a number of games in the London Championship to play and a couple of friendlies later on in the season, and we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're giving plenty of opportunities to some of our young players. We don't get access that much to our professionals and the Sunrisers, so we've got to keep developing those players that are just underneath that level, and the target will be to try and win as many games of course as we can, but actually, can we play some really good cricket, and can we see some individuals really step up to the mark and put in some match-winning performances? And if we can't win games of cricket, can we at least compete and score 50s, take 5-4s, those kind of things?
Talks about those that have gone up and gone through to the Sunrisers and how much you see them. What about the next generation that are coming through? How healthy is the quality of girls cricket at the moment in Middlesex and the surrounds? Because obviously your catchment area goes just beyond the boundaries, or well beyond the boundaries, I should say, of Middlesex.
Yeah, I'm really biased, and I guess I always say this when I get asked this question, but I think it's a really exciting times for girls and women's cricket within Middlesex. We've got so many talented players, and not just talent, but their enthusiasm to come along and to get better and to learn and try stuff. And I think that's probably the most exciting thing for me. We've got 100 plus in our pathway at the moment, and you know, we've got another 170 trialling.
Just a single out to the sweeper.
So I'm really happy where things are at, and not just on the playing side of things. We've got a number of coaches and volunteers who put in endless amounts of hours to make sure that our programme runs as successfully as it does, gets teams out, you know, coaches the players on any given match day.
Quite a catch, but along the floor. I guess the one biggest question I probably have is, you know, the trajectory of the women's game in this country is a sharp incline, isn't it? The support it's getting now, the results that's producing. What's the biggest danger to it plateauing? Because that's the last thing that anybody would want at this stage of the progress that's been made to now.
Yeah. The number of fixtures that we play at all levels, I think that
Need more.
We always want more. We can train as much as we want, but it's about how much can we play, but not impact on the club game either.
We'll dance to the pitch for the dot ball.
There's only 7 days in a week, and there's only so many times you can take girls out of the club game before that part of the pathway starts to suffer. So we've got to find a way. But we'll get there. We will get there, and I think it's been really exciting working with the clubs within the county. I think our programme, the pathway programme, is going from strength to strength. And at the end of the day, I want to see more girls progress on up the levels and getting involved in the regional structure that's there.
Kerry Caswell, thanks very much for your time, head of women's cricket at Middlesex. Great to see you as ever. Good luck on Thursday.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. It's been great fun.
No, thanks for joining us. Hopefully I can bring you a little bit of luck infiltrating the Surrey stream for that one, assuming this fixture's on by then and Middlesex are wrapped up the win. But thank you very much, Carrie, much appreciated for your time. 174 for 7 Middlesex, and a mighty recovery in this partnership. 81 from 133 deliveries. Luke Holman on 61, Helms on 42 and on strike. And it's going to be a change from the Benham ends. Return for Leach to come on and bowl, which means I'll have to wait a moment for a solo to our guest. 2 slips go down. Eased away into the offside and no runs. I'd like to say Mark Stoneman's alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. Welcome, good afternoon. Tough morning, but what a recovery for Middlesex.
Yeah, good afternoon. Far from ideal, having won the toss and chose to bat, the sort of the varying manner of the dismissals and the situation we found ourselves in, but this has been a fantastic partnership between Helmy and Luke, and hopefully they can extend that out as long as possible.
This would have been your first look at Merchant Taylor School, wouldn't it? In a professional game?
Yeah, in a full first-class fixture. Yeah, had a few sort of pre-season hits here, and I mean it looks an absolute picture today. It's a beautiful ground when it's dressed up like this.
Leach just moving, what's he doing? Taking one of the slips out for Helm. We come into a short extra cover by the looks of it. Slip, third point cover, short extra cover and mid-off. The offside fields. Yes, there would have been some chat of the history of this ground here. Fortress Middlesex, Fortress for Middlesex, haven't lost here yet, but equally it has been a game that if it leans one way than the other, it's usually towards the bowlers.
Yeah, but like I say, the history shows that Middlesex we've had a lot of good results here, and that's something that as a batting unit you've got to weather and get through those tough periods and cash in when you can. So the top order we didn't get the job done like we would have hoped this morning, but like I say, this partnership now has been fantastic, and if that continues through the afternoon, we'll be in a good place.
Oh, now Helm expecting that one to be a fair bit shorter. He was left really in no man's land when he finished playing the shot, but expecting a bit more bounce on that one from Leach.
Yeah, I think in that, just seeing that last delivery there, it's something that we knew. This pitch in its history can deteriorate and vary a bit in its bounce, so runs on the board will be key in this first innings, and there's some signs already of the odd one just staying a fraction down, so like I say, the more runs we get, the better here.
How big a surprise was the amount of seam movement this morning? It was really pronounced, wasn't it, throughout, well, all the way through to lunch and just after, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it was just a classic new ball wicket, really, where the ball on a decent line of length was challenging the defence and beating the outside edge on occasion. It was just unfortunate that the dismissals that came along and put ourselves under the pressure, because, as we've seen now, 2 batsmen establish themselves and get through sort of 40, 50 balls. The guys, without wanting to jinx them, have looked quite comfortable in and around the odd delivery that misbehaves a fraction.
It's nearly signs of a thick leading edge on that one. Looks ruefully back up the track. Helm. Shake of the head perhaps, goes and have a look at the surface. I mean, that's always been the way here at Merchant Taylors. It's always been a brilliant game to watch from the sidelines. Every game I've watched it, you've never come away and thought, oh, that was one to forget. It's always made for good cricket. As I say, if it has kind of tilted one way or the other, it's always been more sporting on the side of the bowlers, which from the sidelines, as I say, makes good cricket, but from a batter's perspective over the years, they've known it's always going to be a tough one. So the ball's softened a little. It hasn't quite had the same sting, as well as both Luke Holman and Tom Helmer batting. 174 for 7 at the end of the over. Lots of talk about the ball this summer and how it is pretty useful at the top, but then does soften thereafter.
Yeah, we've had 1 or 2 good ones which have swung a little bit and stayed in shape, but we've changed a hell of a lot of balls this year, and it's been quite frustrating at times, because you go through periods of bowling well and all of a sudden that ball goes soft and out of shape, and the spice and venom goes out the attack, if you like. But I think we've got a nice combination here today of 30 degrees, ball 55 overs old, and guys who've managed to battle through some tough periods and develop this partnership nicely. Obviously, which makes the long format such an interesting watch.
Made an over back for Leach, as that was. Well, they're both interesting pairings at the moment when Baker's bowling, whether it's trying to turn the ball away from the bat of Helm, which I think they'd clearly like him to be bowling predominantly to. But equally here, spinner to spinner. It's usually a good encounter doing that. Speaking of spinners, of course, congratulations, first class wicket this summer.
Yeah, long time coming. Obviously, it was a fantastic setup as well. Tom Alsop on 100, so a couple of slow ones and pushed through the arm ball and took nicely to Pete Hanscom at square leg there. So yeah, it's not always the ball that takes the wicket, it's the setup as well. Pajaro's a different kettle of fish, of course. I found him a bit tougher.
Of course, last week, fabulous effort from yourself and Sam Robson. How highly did that rate among your innings this summer? I mean, pressure was on at Trent Bridge and against a strong attack as well.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I feel quite fortunate of the work that was done in the first innings by the lads in the middle order there, to give us the opportunity to bat against guys that had been in the field for 110, 115 overs starting that second innings. That can't be sort of undervalued in the work that all the guys did there to put those miles into the Notts bowlers' legs.
Oh, that one goes through, and he's got him. He has got him. Nicked off through to Roderick. Holman's gone for 62. 170. He's bowled him. 176 for 8. Well, they appealed it. That was what threw me. I thought it was a not out call at first. Let's have another look. Wow, yes. It was just disappointment from Holman as he was bowled by that one. Roderick, who missed the stumping, just a couple of overs back, and yep, just not the top of it. Big wicket, but a big contribution for Middlesex. Luke Holman there. Very tricky circumstances when he walked out. 176 for 8 with 62 from Holman, having been in a tough spot when he walked out at 51 for 5. He's led an almighty recovery and a third 50 of the summer, and again another crucial one as well.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Luke there. He's looked the part all summer really, without going on to get that big 3-figure score that he's probably deserved the way he has played. But for a young guy, the way he reads situations and is able to soak up any pressure and then come back with some fine strokes. Yeah, he's a real promising prospect for us.
The new batter on debut for Middlesex, Yuma Shadav, coming in ahead of Tim Murtagh, 176 for 8. It was just around 100 on the board after lunch when we sat here and said Middlesex would absolutely chew your arm off for 200. Well, they're very nearly there to that, which historically at Merchant Taylors is a decent score in the first innings. 83 was that partnership for the 8th wicket. What can Helm produce now with the final pair to come? With Murtagh the last man and the debutant at Merchant Taylors School. Will it up the tempo a little bit here in the run up to tea? There's 8 overs left till tea on day 1, which has been a fascinating day. It always is here at Merchant Taylors School. Always produces some good cricket, hard fought cricket. Batters have got to be on their toes on this one. What have these last 2 wickets got left for Middlesex? Any insight on the batting of Yadav of what you've seen before? I'm about to look up his cricket info page.
Not really. Gus Fraser before was just asking Umesh. He said, "How are you going to play it?" And he didn't really offer much. But Mert seemed to think his wheelhouse is anything from back over the bowler's head to deep square. Said that's his arc. So
pretty similar to Mert.
Yeah. So hopefully he's got a few lusty blows in him, and like you say, we get up around that 200 mark, and then we've got to give it a red hot crack with the ball.
Helm will appreciate that. Cry of anguish from Leach. Leg stump half volley put away. He's on to 47. A second first class 50 in sight for Tom Helm. 180 for 8 Middlesex. Just see the yelp from the bowler as that one had got away. Just really let it slide out down the leg side. Didn't serve up too many of those this morning, did he?
No, that's the. This is the time now where you want to be there set as a top order batsman when there's 56 overs in the legs and 30 degrees and guys are searching for wickets a bit. Obviously going for the kill here now, weight down, probably looking for a bold LBW, so you can see why he's done it, but it's nice of Helmy just to tuck that one away and 4 more on the board for us. Obviously key here to try and eke out a batting point or 2 as well, which would be nice.
Yadav does have a century to his name in first class cricket. 150 to go with it.
That would certainly be a handy debut innings today, wouldn't it? if he was able to get that up to 200s.
Well, believe it or not, the Middlesex number 11 started life as a number 7 in the Middlesex batting lineup when he arrived from Surrey.
Yeah, he likes to remind the fellas he's got a Test match 50 to his name as well. He usually calls that out when guys are throwing numbers around. He poses that question to the group.
Not bad for Middlesex, his second best signing from Surrey. That being him, not you. Just to be clear here, still 8 overs go to tea. Can't upset the summariser. Yeah, an extraordinary career he'd go on to have when he arrived from Surrey, and some regarded him as not being a contender for the championship side. Only a white ball player.
Yeah, it's incredible, obviously, the perseverance and sort of the skill development and the way he's kept himself on the park for all these years and continues to keep producing the goods. Testament to the guy. Obviously just having a ball check here now, first of the day.
Yeah, not quite, Joe. I was actually surprised it's taken this long to have a look. Has been doing a bit for them all day, but just thought they'll want it changed at some point.
Well, they're funny characters, bowlers. If they're bowling nicely, they'll not want the ball changing for love nor money. If it's suddenly going to the fence, then it usually gets thrown at the umpire quite quickly. So, as they've been getting some decent results, obviously that 180 for 8, they're quite happy with how the ball's been and probably just seeking now a harder ball to try and finish off our innings here.
Oh, now there's the answer. Up in the air it goes from Yadav, and he's gone. Second slip underneath it, 181 for Naim. Well, we were talking about Tim Murtagh. He'll be heading out pretty quickly. Second bowler for Yadav on debut. You mentioned he'll be looking far and wide with how far he can hit that ball. Leach back in amongst the wickets, brought in to try and wrap up this innings. Yadav just seeing that one angled in towards what he'd have felt was his arc, but skies it, and 9 down at a third and maximum bowling point for Worcestershire. Middlesex 19 runs shy of that second batting point as they're down to their last wicket.
Yeah, unfortunate that on the replay it looks the length that he's probably looking for to find his arc, but just a bit of extra bounce and stickers him straight up there, which is definitely a shame. Yeah, see what Mertz can do here.
I'm sure we'll probably try and dig in first of all just for Helm to get 2 more runs and a second first class 50, but also those 19 points. It's a tight top of the table, and crucially those 2 draws against Nottinghamshire, they look massive right now because Middlesex will retain and maintain, quite rightly, every hope of finishing top of Division 2.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 very good results against Notts, where we've come from behind to save the game. Really, we didn't start those games our best and found ourselves a little bit behind in the running, but managed to draw enough out of ourselves with the bat to secure those 2 draws, and we're right up there in the mix, which is where we want to be, where we should be when you look at the sort of the squad and resources that we have. It's important now to keep that going through the back end of the season. 3 massive games in this little block here before we break for the 50 over competition.
Yeah, I was going to ask that, Mark, of how far Middlesex have come. The fight backs against Nottinghamshire in particular, they almost, for me, had a reflection almost of the years that built up to 2016 for the county. It's a single for Helm down to long on, brings Mercer on strike for the first time. In that resilience that's shown, and perhaps the mark of how Middlesex have kicked on from the last couple of years to, indeed, when you arrived, the back end of last season, an upturn, and so this year as well. Yeah,
it's probably a double-edged sword, and the first innings of those games have probably highlighted the frustrations that we have of how we find ourselves behind the game, not starting well enough, which you have to do against the best teams. But on the flip side, like you talk, the character, the resilience, the fight, to see those games through to get a draw is also very encouraging, and what you expect really. It should be a given. You're going out to represent Middlesex, you should have all of those qualities. But yes, we've shown that, and we've got 2 strong results there. So it's now just how do we develop into a team that starts well, makes the running, and is able to get on top of teams like Notts.
I don't think I've ever seen Tim Murtagh pad up outside the off stump before. Playing this very sensibly, Captain Murtagh.
Yeah, obviously the biggest threat will be the seamer here, and if Chetty's going to be on strike to Leach, there shouldn't be too many demons there for Mertz on D1 pitch, the spinner, so hopefully he's able just to see this through and then see what Helmy wants to do at the other end, as he's going to play for the set batsman here and try and get a decent partnership for this last wicket.
Oh, cry catch as that goes back. I'm not sure whether it did carry. It gets through Baker, a single for Mercer. It means he'll keep the strike.
Shows how little I know they've taken the single there. So obviously every run counts. If it's going to be a low scoring fixture, every run counts here. So obviously Mercer's backing himself to line it up against Leachy. So
captain pulling rank, was it? Single there.
Yeah, they'll obviously had a chat when he's got out there, and if Tom's saying there's not a lot doing, then just get in line and play the ball on its merit will be the plan, I imagine.
I think that's been the big change for Mercer, and it's not, I'm forever slanting him on the mic, but it's not on this occasion. Over the years he has decided, look, I'm at number 11 now, I'm going to clear the feet and swing the bat. But we have seen him still, as we've seen in that over, and Middlesex will hope now, and he'll hope himself, resist the temptation to go for something big, just get his head down. Because again, he did start life as a number 7 for Middlesex.
Yeah, in the early days of my career, I've been on the receiving end of a couple of Tim Murtagh cameos at number 11, which was quite frustrating as an opening batsman when you hope when you just get the last wicket and get the pads on, and then he's there whacking the bowler back over his head with the odd one down to third man as well. let's see what we get here.
Oh, nearly drawn into it. You can see though he was trying to play straight, just following it outside off.
Yeah, it's been one of Leachy's strengths the last few years of coming around the wicket, angling it in and getting the ball to hold to the left-hander. So he challenges the top order all the way through to the bottom order. So understandably, Mertz is drawn into playing there. Hopefully we just get a few on the legs and he can pick them off.
Oh. Tom Helm will be desperate to get on strike right now. Comes to have a chat with Tim Mercer. One wily old bowler to another.
Yeah, I think ideally Helmy's probably better off facing Leach in this scenario, but like I say, the importance of each and every run here when you're only got 180 on the board, it's probably key to take as many as we can and get up to that 200. Obviously, Mertz is just playing the line nicely here, and as the ball's nipping away, we'll take the play and miss, and obviously you might just force Leach to come too straight now, and then he'll pick him off and we'll pick up some more runs, which will be genius from Mertz.
Oh, chipped and safe. Off the leading edge, I'll pick up a couple here. Might even go all the way. Slide keeps it in. They'll turn for 3 in the end. They will.
See, that's a plan in action now. Play the line. The bowler comes straight. You pick him off for 3 runs. Perfect batting.
I think everybody other than those with a pair on their shirt somewhere around this ground had their heart in their mouth there for a moment as to where that had gone. It wasn't even a Mercer heave-ho. Another look at the ball, second look at the new ball, or the second look at the ball. Goes through one happily. Get on with it, says umpire Bainton.
Wasn't even close, that was it?
Helm on 49. Goes up in the air. It's going to be tight, and it's just cleared. It's Oliveira. And Helm has a single to move to his second first-class 50. 74 balls, 6 4s and 1 6. And for all the plaudits that were thrown rightly at Luke Holman, this has been a magnificent innings from Helm, pushing Middlesex towards that batting point, which on this Merchant Taylor score, with a little bit of assistance for the bowlers in the bounce and the seam movement, could prove massive for the match ahead. On to go the over for Mercer to face. Crunched away, and they're going to take the single. So Mercer will keep the strike against the spinner. 59 done. And T will be delayed with the fall of the 9th wicket if it goes beyond the 64th over. But 188 for 9. Middlesex mainly at the moment just thinking about 12 more runs, which with Tom Helm there, they'll be very much capable of doing. Mark Stomans alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic, taking us up to the end of this innings. And, well, again, when that's, what would it have been, the 6th wicket fell, Middlesex would have thought somewhere around 180 they'd be absolutely delighted with. Again, once they just got past 3 figures, it was still a case of chew your arm off for 200.
Yeah, absolutely. We found ourselves in a bit of a hole there this morning, but that partnership between Luke and Tom's outstanding. Both worked really hard and got some rewards and played some fantastic shots. So, there we go. That's the innings over.
He's bowled him. Yep, through it goes. Mercer was just looking to push it outside the off stump. Turns it through the grate. That is T. Mark Stone, we'll let you get back to the dressing room. Thanks very much for your time.
Cheers, Kev. Short and sweet.
Good man. Good to see you, and good luck for the rest of the season, rest of the match. be out in the field in a little while. There's that last ball, which just goes through. Mercer just looking to push it wide on outside of the off stump, but they'll be encouraged by that little bit of turn at the end there for Baker on day one, turning it back through the gates. So innings comes to an end. That will be tea. Play to resume, as you can see on the screen there, at 4:11. An unbeaten 50 for Tom Helm, and a magnificent 50 as well for Luke Holman. But Middlesex winning the toss, 188 all outs. It wouldn't have been what they were thinking about at 10:30 this morning, but it certainly would have been what they were thinking about at lunch. Could they get up somewhere close to 200, just something on the board, which gives them something to bowl at on a match where Middlesex, again, no coming in first morning, you gamble losing a few, but you don't want to be batting last. So a very, very good performance by Worcestershire, but equally they'll have it in mind as well. Don't get off to a sticky start, because Middlesex will be coming out hard and fast. 3 for Leach, 3 for 58, 2 for Pennington, and 2 for Baker. But as you can see there on the card, an innings defined by that 62 by Holman, who was bowled by Baker, who indeed picked up, well, Holman and indeed the last wicket. So 2 for Baker, but that won't disappoint Luke Holman massively to see the slow left armer picking up a couple for Worcestershire. But the unbeaten 50 by Helm as well, a massive, massive effort to put that innings back together again for Middlesex. So 188 the Middlesex total, and again that bowling card for Worcestershire makes pretty good reading. But interesting, as I say, the one for me, Leach went very full at the top, that high run rate that he was going at, 4 and over his economy. But a couple for Pennington, a couple for Baker. All round they'll be happy, but they'll know they've just got to be a little bit careful themselves at the top now. Lots to let Middlesex get in amongst them early and put some big pressure on. We'll be back then in under 20 minutes here at Merchant Taylor's School with the stream in partnership with eToro on the top left. Have a scan of that QR code to find out more about the partnership. But interestingly poised at the close of the first innings. It'll be a very interesting evening session ahead. Join us back when Worcestershire will be replying to Middlesex's 188.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School in Northwood. Middlesex winning the toss against Worcestershire in the County Championship Division 2 fixture here this morning. All out for 188, but that a mighty recovery from a tricky position of 6 down at lunch. 4 in the afternoon session for the visitors, but 50s for Luke Holman and Tom Helm. And it's now over to the bowlers, Roland Jones and Murtagh, whether they will be the opening pair, the club captain. A pair of old, reliable war horses for Middlesex. Tom Helm in the background there will be looked to as well, giving the nod in this one, I think, probably for the reasons that we saw a lot from Pennington in particular, from Worcestershire, the little bit of bounce that he was getting, a little bit up and down at times, and an X factor in as well in Yadav for this, a mighty fine signing, which would have caused a little bit of stress first thing this morning. I'd imagine, for management and administrative departments for Middlesex. On which note, good afternoon, good evening to our guest for the evening session, Angus Fraser. Yeah, a tight signing this morning before the toss for Middlesex.
It was. I've not been involved in it, so one, not to stress me out. I come here to take some wickets this afternoon. But yeah, I think it just got in 25 past 10, wasn't it? Something like that. It was given the all clear, so nothing like good. Well, I don't know. There are things you can't get around, can you? Just grateful you got it over the line. Obviously disappointment for Ethan Bambrew's traipsed off down to Horsham to play in the second 11. But no, it'll be interesting to see how he bowls on this. A bit of pace on a pitch that I think if you hit a good area, you've got a chance.
Tim Murtagh to Pollock to get things started. 3 slips in place. Libby out there to open. Pollock was a little bit of doubt as to whether he would get the nod for this one from those with a little bit of inside knowledge at Worcestershire. Not had his best season, whether he was going to hold on to his place, but he and Libby given the nod to go again. Middlesex will fancy an important precious start needed here with this new ball, just to make sure that Worcestershire don't get off to a flyer. Oh, and that's Tim Murtagh on a Tim Murtagh line and length to a left-hander, beautifully bowled again. Seamed around a bit, not much through the air this morning for the Worcestershire bowlers, if anything at all off the surface.
Yeah, the ball's beaten the back quite consistently, although, say, after lunch when Helm and Holman were together, quite a few overs there where they looked very much in control, and pitch looked a good one. I mean, it's always a good pitch here, a little bit in it for the bowlers, but the ball's still beating the bat every now and then, so obviously you want to strike there with the new ball, but enough encouragement to say there's going to be things happening for quite some time. But Worcestershire off and running. 3rd ball, Pollock off the mark.
It's always a pitch, as I was saying, if it was going to lean one way or the other, it always leans a little bit more to the bowlers than the batters, and it usually means it's a good game of cricket to watch across the 3 or 4 days that the game lasts here.
I mean, I came up here at the end of last week to have a chat with Richard and Scott, the ground staff here, and they were talking about the volume of runs that have been scored here in recent matches in Cricketer Cup, which is the old boys sort of cup competitions. 300 plays 300, but I don't think the bowling's quite as threatening as that which we're seeing this afternoon.
It's a nice shot from Libby, just over pitch from Murtagh, looking to give it that little bit outside off, that little bit of fullness, see if he can tempt him in. Half volley it is though, and put away.
Yep, Murtagh normally bowls one of them in his first over, much to my annoyance, for 15 years.
It's usually Mercer swinging the bat at the end of the innings.
Well, there's that as well. So it's a sort of little window, isn't it? The end of batting and then the start of his bowling.
Is that where you wear a heart rate monitor at that time of day, and the doctor says, well, what happened there in between just before tea and just after?
It is one of those things where you see the players, obviously they now wear these devices. I don't know whether they do heart rate as well, but they certainly track the miles or the distance they cover each year. There was some update the other day about who'd done the most. I think it had been Martin Anderson maybe had done the most. And I'll see whether you can get close, or have you heard it?
I haven't heard it.
Fielded there by Max. Oh no, it wasn't. Mark Stoneman. So far this season, distance covered by players.
I'm trying to think of fielders in the deep, whether it would be there. I mean, bowlers. Mercer, how many games did he miss through injury, Mercer? So I'm not going to go with Mercer. Bamber?
Bamber's up there, but it was Anderson who was top. But how many miles or kilometres? Do you reckon
you want me to guess the miles and kilometres?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even.
So
start.
since they've been wearing these,
I wouldn't even start. Go on.
I think it's like 580 kilometres. Covered so far this year, training, matches. I think it was 590 because I think Bamber was just below him on 580.
I thought you were going to tell me who was second in the list, that it was going to surprise me.
No.
I would never have got near on the kilometres. I wouldn't have even known where to start. How many kilometres is Roland Jones's run up?
Well, it's when you look at it. I mean, you say what the distance that a fast bowler covers in a day. So Toby's run up there is what's 35 yards. He'll follow through 15 yards. That's 55. 50. Sorry, my maths isn't very good. Comes into bowl here down the hill. Good start by Toby. So he's followed through 15. So he's done 50. He walks back. So that's 100 a ball. 600 metres and over. Walks down to fine leg. Another 40 metres. No, well, more than that actually, probably 60 metres. Well, no, say 40 metres more. Then he walks at the start of the other over. So you're looking at 650 metres and over. You bowl 20 overs. That's 13k before you start.
That's not a bad start from him here, is it? I was privy to a conversation in the pub, and I probably won't need to give you too many prizes for guessing who had initiated it with Toby, when there was an attempt to convince him if you shaved even 2 yards off your run-up, how many across the season you'd be saving yourself. But then Toby, every time he sees me, likewise says, why every time do I turn on the commentary someone's talking about my run-up? You need to each bowler, isn't it? You've got to do what you're comfortable with, and clearly that's what Roland Jones does.
I always remember when Philip Tough, we had pre-season, and it was with Tuffers about fitness and stuff like that. And Tuffers, I can't work out why you blokes want to be doing all this exercise, pushing your heart rate up. I reckon your heart's only got so many beats, and you don't want to waste them running around Ealing and running around Regent's Park and stuff like that. So we said. So anyway, we started to do the maths. So as Toby comes in the bowl. So by being fit, you might have a resting heartbeat of say 50, 55, something like that, which is I think around where mine was, high 40s, early 50s. Anyway, when you're fit. And what's yours, Tuffers? About 70, 65, 70. So you then sort of said, right, for 40 minutes, we're pushing hours at 140 or something like that, or maybe more, an hour at 140. And for the other 23 hours, we're doing it at 55, 60, 55. You've got 24 hours at 65, 70. He said, oh, well, I won't use the language, but there was a swear word. And he quickly realised why it was probably better to be fitter than unfit, because his heart was working a lot harder than the rest of them.
This is Phil Tufnell, though. Did anything change as a result of the conversation?
He might have had an afternoon where he didn't have a fag.
Do you see much of Tuppers anymore? I mean, obviously I mentioned it with myself this morning, those Middlesex dressing room reunions that we did in lockdown. You know, there's obviously great camaraderie and friendship there.
Saw him a bit during the test match. Well, once during the test match for a couple of minutes. Got a text from him the other week, but no, you don't hear a lot.
Nice shot. Picks up a single. Busy man nowadays, isn't he? End of the second, 6 without loss.
He normally contacts you when he wants something or he needs something, but it's just one of those. It's like a lot of those relationships, isn't it, where you just don't see someone for a while and then you carry on from where you left off 15 years, 20 years ago. You spent so much time in each other's company for 15, 20 years. Is just an inbred relationship, although Tuffers does like to be treated a bit more seriously now, I think, now that he's sort of such a lead figure on the BBC. There's a little bit of rewriting of history every now and then.
Oh, Down to third it'll go. Nobody down there, so it's 4 runs. Catch went up.
Yep, good delivery there from Tim Murtagh, leaving the right hand up. Just soft hands though, no catch. An interesting one. A quick outfield. Worcester had a third man right from the start, didn't they? And saved them quite a few runs. But it's always third slip, third man, or extra cover. Which one do you trade for that that extra fielder down on the boundary at third?
Tailing back in from Murtagh. Selva's trailing long leg this morning. Fine leg, long leg. Send him across to third.
Actually, did they not have a long leg at some time?
No, they had both.
They had both,
yeah.
did they?
I thought. Well, actually, I take that back. They certainly did at the time we were saying it.
I just remember one day. I don't know whether they had a fine leg on one occasion, but that's why the number of fielders, 9, is a good number. You've got to compromise somewhere, haven't you? You've got to leave somewhere slightly open to fill somewhere else.
I didn't have to linger too much on the field placings for Worcestershire this morning or this afternoon. It is a pitch where if you can keep it on that good line and length, there's plenty there for the bowlers. As you say, the biggest conundrum probably is that blocking of third, protecting the good ball. Distinctive tones of Tom Helm. There it is, Tim.
He batted well, didn't he?
Saying that, I'm sure for you it would have been a great frustration over the years, but both Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm, they've got great ability with the bat. Actually, you know, for that only to be his second first-class 50 seems a shame for him, because he is a fine batter.
Yeah, I suppose the one thing, I mean, someone like Tom, it's amazing how little first-class cricket he's played, but equally, he's someone, both he and Toby should be averaging 25, more than 25 in their first-class careers.
It's full and clipped away.
4 more through mid-wicket there. Jack Davis is probably one of the quicker ones, but the outfield here, as short and as fast as I think I've ever seen it, to be honest. The ground looks lovely, doesn't it, I must say. I think this is the best it's looked in any of the games that we've played here.
Yeah, the couple of temporary stands that are in with those with the shade, which is quite crucial, really, isn't it? Especially in a day like today.
And a sort of couple of marquees up at the top end here, the Benham end, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which we're here to protect them from rain.
Into third, 15 without loss. That's one of the great difficulties for an outground, and also it's one of the roles that you've got at the moment, isn't it? To look after the facilities for Middlesex, and a big part of that's here at Merchant Taylor School.
It is, and I mean, there's a fund there's money that's set aside for clubs without outgrounds, and I suppose no one needs it more than Middlesex, because we would play more matches away from our home venue, which is Lords, than any other county. We've got 8 games away from Lords this year, this championship match, 3 T20s and 4 RL50 games yet to be played at Radlett. And yeah, it's not just about the playing surfaces, but also about facilities for supporters and members when they turn up. So yeah, getting these little temporary stands, I think they had about 150 people each, don't they? They've been full actually, just because we're in the shade, haven't they? So people have been sat there, and it just does offset the ground nicely with the marquees and the burger van, the Chinese takeaway.
How much business are they doing today? The ice cream van's smiling next to him, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Salads might be more of the day.
Gets through. It's over pitch from Rowland-Jones, and Pollock's first boundary.
Well, a very good shot there by Pollock, but it was there to be hit. Long half volley from Toby. Saying that, not far off. But I say Middlesex don't want to be conceded too many boundaries when you've only got 180 on the ground, 185, 188 on the board. Every run is vital. need to make the opposition work hard for the runs, and that's what Worcestershire did at the start. They bowled a lot of discipline with the new ball.
That's good from Simpson. Really good stop. Fair chance that had got away for 4 more, which would have been a hammer blow. Really, it's just that sinking feeling. Well, it's sinking, but
well, Pollock's an aggressive player, isn't he? By instinct. I mean, obviously, first came into the county scene, opening the batting for Warwickshire in T20 cricket. Probably left Warwickshire because not getting a chance in Red Bull game, and nipped down the M5 to Worcester.
Dragged it down the leg side again. Roland Jones. Yeah, like I say, there was some chat about whether he'd play this game. He's averaging 28 this season, with 112 in the first game against Leicestershire. But hasn't quite been able to follow it up. 2 good years since signing from Warwickshire, but hasn't been able to follow up that century at the start of the season, to the point that there was some doubt whether he would play this game. Under a little bit of pressure out there. He picks up a single though. He's on to 7, 20 without loss. But yeah, he's got 1 century and 150 in 13 innings. Pollock. So a little bit of pressure on him. Libby, who's having a pretty fine season. Well, not that much better, to be honest. 32, but a more secure place, shall we say, in the side, I'm told. End of the 4th, 20 without loss.
Yep, not a great over there by Toby. Few down the leg side. Frustrated with that. Wanting to hit the right parts of this pitch. It's a ground he's bowled well out in the past. He took 10 wickets here a couple of years ago against Gloucestershire, was it?
Yeah, I think so. We brought it up in the game down at Glamorgan, I remember at the time. Yeah, he had that run the start of last year, or was it? Because it wasn't the COVID year. It was either the start of last year or the year before, and then he picked up something like 29 wickets in 3 games.
It should have been 2019 then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, year before COVID, yeah. He was coming back from injury at that point. Yeah, it couldn't have been last year, could it? Because he went down with injury in the after the game against Surrey. Great to see him back and fit. Firing.
He's a quality cricketer, and if he's playing cricket, he's an international cricketer. That's what his record suggests, and that's how he does perform most of the time.
Sharply taken single from Pollock. What do you reckon kicked Roland Jones on? Because what was he, 23 when he finally broke through at Middlesex? He obviously had a little spell in the seconds with Surrey.
He did. I mean, it was my first summer back at Middlesex. It was sort of realising we needed to strengthen the squad, looking for players around there. And actually, Clive Radley came up to me and said, "Have you seen Roland Jones playing at Leeds?" He's playing at Leeds University. So I spoke to a couple of umpires. Got him playing in the second team. Surrey were half interested, but not really, and he was, I say, flip-flopping between the two. And I just remember watching, there was a game up at Radlett against, I don't know who it was against, but there was he, Toby, Alan Richardson and Chris Silverwood bowling in the same game, and he completely out-bowled them in a sort of 10 over, 50 over game. And you just thought, yeah. So we went in full steam ahead to sign Toby. And thankfully he said no to the Brown Hatters and has been with us ever since. I mean, he was a Middlesex youth cricketer, wasn't he? So he played in the age group cricket for Middlesex. He was a batsman when he was a nipper. But then obviously grew to 6'4". And has been I'd say for a number of years, he was a leading cricketer in county cricket, really, wasn't he? In the 2013 to 2016, something like that.
Just a single. It's wide of Stamen in the covers. Was it 2017? It was the year after the title when he took the wickets against South Africa.
Yes, it would have been, yeah. And then he had a back injury and stress fracture in his back, and sadly he's had not managed to stay fit for anywhere near as long as anybody would have wanted since then.
Hip, knee, I think ankle
back,
last year.
Back, knee. He's had some shoulder niggles, but they've never kept him out for a while. But
oh, he's got him. Angles one across and Pollock doesn't resist. End of the 5th over, Middlesex make the breakthrough, and it's Mercer again, 22 for 1.
Mercer is a beauty, and he annoys you. Oh, some rank long half volleys, but he always takes wickets, doesn't he? He always comes back and has the last word. So whenever you're critical of him, he comes back. But yeah, classy bowling there. Pitched the ball up. Slid across a slightly loose shot there by Pollock, but he's a naturally aggressive batsman. And the finest of edges through to John Simpson. So just the wicket Middlesex needed, 22 for 1.
Yeah, renowned obviously as a swing bowler throughout his career, but probably one of the times, I mean, there's hasn't been any swing at all today, has there, here at MTS? But one of the big advances I think that Mert talked to me about was actually working with yourself and Richard Johnson in terms of seaming the ball, particularly back up the slope at Lords.
Yeah, I always felt, I mean, all right, we're playing at Merchant Taylors here, and the slope goes from north to south, so down the ground rather than across the ground. And I always sort of, I mean, all the away swingers like Mike Selby when he was on, he probably bowled at the nursery end, and those that nip it back bowl from the pavilion end. But I always thought if you could move the ball against the slope, that's the secret. Norman Cowan's bowled beautifully for Middlesex for a number of years, and he just used to nibble it back up the stumps. LBW bowled. Mertz similar to that in a lot of ways, similar to Norman, the way that he bowled towards the back end of Norman's career. Whereas the sort of pavilion end is very much a line end for bowlers. If you get your line right, especially the right-handers from the pavilion end, you can be very dangerous. If you get it wrong, though, you can get exposed. Toby's getting his line wrong now. Top of off, mate.
Yeah, I was just about to say, here's the man who's the great exponent of line bowling at the pavilion ends, but certainly a bit of bounce out there for him. That one really climbed down the leg side. Climbed down the slope as well, as you mentioned. He's running down the hill from the Benham end.
It's better. And the third man saved 3 runs, so should we add it up? So, saved 3.
This morning, Selv wanted to start count. He said, come on, let's start count. How many runs does long leg or fine leg actually save?
Well, quite a lot. There were quite a number of balls that went down to third man today when we were batting.
Long leg, third man, he's saying.
Oh,
so how
I
many
see.
go down there? He's saying you should always have the third in, but how many does long leg and third actually save in total?
What's you keep bowling about 6 inches outside of stump and being left because you don't want to go down a fine leg.
First ball for Cornell. Just his third match, Cornell, this summer. Just 2 innings so far, totaling 25 runs. 24-year-old from Cheshire, first real season. Played 1 white ball game, I think it was, for Lancashire last year. Four first-class matches. Leeds Bradford, actually, same as Toby Rowland-Jones, the man bowling to him. First 2 of those first-class games. And indeed played 2 matches for Lancashire last year at Gosforth and Manchester.
Toby's just trying to find his way a bit at the moment. He doesn't look totally happy when he... I mean, he's never happy when he's bowling, but kicking the ball to the slip. So he's not quite got his rhythm right yet.
Never looks happy when he's bowling. Who's that remind us of?
Yeah, well, you don't want to be happy. I think if you're happy, you've got the wrong attitude, haven't you? Turn up for work looking to enjoy yourself. Yeah.
Gets a boot on that one, save it going down the ground, so they get a single out, end of the 6th, 24 for 1.
Yeah, but Toby gets it right. It's almost like you just see it all zooming in, can't you? It's like woof, woof. It sort of just goes to the right area, and he's just sort of lacking a bit of consistency. He's obviously not played in the 2020 games, done a lot of bowling away from it to make sure he's got his overs up and got that sort of toughness in his legs and the rest of his body, but it's not quite the same as a match bowling.
Yeah, he didn't quite get it right at the start at Trent Bridge, but by the end of the day he produced a spell that everybody said, well, look, that's just test level bowling. But the morning session, it wasn't quite to the standard that he'd set himself. It wasn't bad at all. It wasn't quite on form. This man was right on the money from the beginning.
Well, he didn't bowl a leg stump half volley in his first over.
Oh, it's the second time they've cried catch it in the slips. I think the other one actually was off Roland Jones with the inside edge looping towards the slip cordon. Looped up off the body, just in front of Holman. Yeah, Roland Jones is the other one, but this one far closer. Certainly enough out there still, isn't there?
There is, and just trying to look at, let's say, Murtaugh's reputation, highly regarded around the country. Libby there, batting well out of his crease, isn't he? You can just see the look in there. He's starting off a foot outside, certainly 7 or 8, 9 inches outside. I'm not far enough down the wicket yet for the umpires to say, "Oi, get back a bit." You're suddenly getting in the danger area.
Oh, is it just drifting? No, he's given him 25 for 2. Nips back in, beats the inside edge. Murtaugh gets one to slide through, and he has the first 2 to fall of the Worcestershire innings.
Well, Libby doesn't look best pleased, but probably thinking I'm a long way down the pitch there, standing out of my crease as we were mentioning beforehand. But if it's straight, it's straight. It doesn't matter how far down the pitch you stood, it's still going to hit the stumps if it's going to hit the stumps. But to say Murtaugh on the money there. Ooh.
Even up the Simpson one?
Was that not?
Didn't look good.
Right. But he's had to take it. 25 for 2. So just to start the Middlesex required, having been bowled out for 188.
Haynes, the new batter. One of those drafted in, not on the scorecard for this, and it's felt that he'd be given the nod for this game. 11 innings this season. Tempter outside. Yeah, he's going well this season. Haynes. We'll look back at the last match for him. So it goes. End of the over. Very good from Tim Mercer. Picked up the wicket. Nicked off the ball before, and then LBW the second one. Classic Mercer. Yeah, Haynes 21 missed the game, missed the defeat against Glamorgan, but going nicely this season. Last first class match was against Durham. He hit 68 and 3 centuries and 150 in 11 innings for this 21-year-old this summer. Not a bad season so far.
Mercer seems to have got his act together. Can Toby coming down the hill? So 3 more.
Yeah. Well, it is. It's protecting the good ball, isn't it? That's always the argument for third. You know, you're protecting good bowling. Nothing worse as a bowler than a good ball that goes for 4 off an edge.
But we'll do your bowl a bit shorter because you haven't got an extra cover, which is the case with Toby. You can't. I mean, if you're driven through extra cover, you almost accept that's a good shot or it's a bad ball. So I'd rather have the third man than the extra person there, especially when you're a bit of pace and bounce in the pitch. Maybe when it's flat, then question mark over that.
Great catch from Simpson behind the stumps, but safely find of mid-wicket and Stoneman. 4 more.
That's a lovely shot, that. Just clipped it off his hips. Toby 2 straight again. But lovely timing.
Where's that side on from, what are we at, extra cover really, so just nearly level with Roland Jones. He runs in. You were mentioning about when everything's just working nicely for Roland Jones. Watching him run from side on, you just get the feel of the length of that run up and why for him it's so important. It's a beautiful approach to watch.
Well, I say run-ups are, I suppose they're personal, aren't they? I mean, lots of people have views, should be shorter, should be this, should be that. I actually felt a longer run-up, I mean, almost you focused in as you ran in. Sometimes bowling of a short run-up, all right, you could bowl, we had Sunday League games there, we only had the 15-yard run-up, so you could easily bowl off a short run-up. I could just turn anywhere at the end of your career and start your run-up and bowl, because you're so sort of grooved and know where you are in the stage of that run-up. But sometimes you arrive at the crease before you're ready, or before you've actually sort of think, right, bowled. But sort of it's almost like your thought process and everything is coming together to that moment of release, and it's easier. I say for some people, it's probably needs a longer run up to do that. I certainly enjoyed that, and again, actually bowling of a short runner is more. People sort of say, well, how can that be the case? But it's more physically demanding, because you're almost sprinting then from the moment you start, rather than just easing into it and settling and letting some momentum take you through.
I'm pleased with the bounce again on that one, just started a little bit too wide. Yeah, I was watching Michael Holding do a piece on Sky a year or 2 back. One of the clinics they do, or the classes, the Q&As I think it was, asking about run-ups and how you should help a child with their run-ups. Said, look, just take them to a field where there's no stumps, there's no pitch, no anything. Just tell them to run, and when they feel ready, bowl, and then mark it out and get them to repeat it a few times. End of the over, 30 for 2 after 8, and then you're going to have a rough idea of what feels comfortable for them. Just start running. When you feel comfortable, bowl. Right, do it again, and give yourself an idea of what feels about right. The interesting one, I guess, for Roland Jones for me, the Durham match earlier this season. The ECB have the speed guns in place now for the championship games, which are not in play for this one, but I was asking the question about them, how reliable are they, these ones? Apparently they are the real reliable ones, and the Hawkeye ones are the less reliable, the ones that are used for TV games, because Hawkeye, it's done off a different system. The ECB ones are done off a radar, which is far more accurate. It was the answer that came back, and interestingly in the Durham game, Roland Jones was hitting low 70s to begin with. I think it was that. Was it the start of the Durham second innings? He cranked it up and was nudging 80 again. But it was wonderful to watch as he went through that Durham top order and blew the game open for Middlesex. But the stark difference between, if I remember, it was the first innings and then the start of the second, where he was clearly low 70s, even down into high 60s at one point. And then the start of the Durham second innings, he was back and nudging 80 again. Whereas when he played for England, I guess he was probably nudging 83, 84. He was never express, was he? But the point I was going to ask about it was dropping down. Is that actually quite a challenge for him, dropping down the speed?
I think the frustrating thing is, I suppose, as you get older, you want to force the game, and when you're younger, you're strong, you're hitting the pitch hard, you're aggressive. You can force the game and sort of impose yourself on a match, and when your powers go, it's harder to do that. I mean, all right, if you're a Merter, then you're an extremely skillful bowler, and you've not sort of relied on that mentality to get you to where you have. But Toby is more, although he has swung the ball, but he is more back of a length, hit the pitch hard, wait for batsmen to make mistakes, force the game.
Oh, down to third it goes. Nobody there, but Holden will catch it up. Just a single.
But I think there's something about speed guns, and not because it's sort of a manly thing or sort of an ego thing, but people come. I mean, why have we got more injuries? Is it people are obsessed by the speed guns, and now unless you're blasting high 80s, oh, he's not bowling. I think there's a pace level to get across, and all right. I mean, you see blokes bowling at 90 miles an hour in 20 over now, getting slogged back over the head for 6 huge sixes. So the batsman sort of sees it and gets it right. Then it doesn't matter what pace you bowl. But I think there is a pace that you sort of get above that almost commands, edge there, didn't carry the slip, that almost commands that the batsman has to give you respect. And I think it is about the 80 mile an hour. Really, there's enough pace on the ball there for a batsman not to take liberties with you consistently. All right, yes, they can on some surfaces when there's nothing in it for bowlers, but on most surfaces you're there hitting the bat hard. And again, I suppose there's lots of uniqueness of how the ball comes out of your hand. Why do some bowlers tend to get a bit more bounce than others? Others sort of, again, it's whether you're over the top as a taller bowler, behind the ball more as a good carry there by Mertz. As a smaller bowler, you tend to keep your wrist more behind the ball, so therefore there's more backspin potentially on the ball as it comes out your hand, which means it sort of skids on rather than kicks a bit, whereas a tall bowler, you're a bit more claw-like over the top. So there's a uniqueness, and I suppose it's why some bowlers are effective on some surfaces and others are effective on others. But it's just the unique sort of way that the ball comes out of your hand and hits that surface compared to someone else in the team. And that's why you want a varied attack, don't you? You don't want all bowlers bowling the same, because pitches will vary that you go out. I mean, I wish in my career we'd played cricket here rather than Uxbridge and Southgate, which were two feather beds, which were no fun for seamers whatsoever. So to come here now and have something that gives you a chance to seam would have been fantastic. But there again, you on this sort of surface, you don't want four bowlers doing exactly the same job. You do want somebody to bring something different, and we're going to see something slightly different now. Toby's had a break. Not his best opening spell ever, but Middlesex's overseas player, Umesh Yadav, comes on to bowl his first ball. Really nice touch this morning when he was presented with his cap in front of the pavilion. Really warm applause by the group as Toby, I think, said a few words to him and presented him with his Middlesex cap. I think he's 7'6", 9". I should know this really.
Do you know which one you were?
I should know that as well. Anyway, Umesh is on.
Oh, now found a bit of pace and bounce there. Run away down to third, but that's made us all sit up and take notice, in particularly Cordell. Really spat up towards the splice, that one. A little bit of an X factor for Middlesex in this game. That's how some of those who played alongside him described Shaheen Shah Afridi at the start of the season. Just an extra little bit of something different to jolt the attack into life. It's nicely played off the back foot. Timed well.
On the way. Oh, all fielding Max Holden. Another collision now. Came off worse with John Simpson. come off a lot worse against Toby.
I think he just said you. Turned around with a smile. I shouldn't have laughed so loud. Poor old Max, he dragged himself off earlier.
And I just sort of stopped my face around where the players were sat and said, "You better get down the gym, mate, if Simo's knocking you about."
Simpson who ended up having the physio looking at him, wasn't it, ironically? Run for a single down to third. Yeah, it would have been a double blow that if Simpson was out. Concussion after Holden was run out, but fortunately able to carry on. Back to Roland Jones briefly for the end of his spell. He finished with number 14 off his 4. Oh, goes past the edge. And he punches away at the air, knows he shouldn't have got involved with that. Big test for this young pair, a fair bit of experience between Yadav and Murtagh. Fair few years as well. What's Mercer now? 40, so 74 years between the pair of them. Bowling to Cornell and Haynes. Only just about be passing half of that. Edged. Down to third it goes. Lively first over this from the Indian seamer.
Well, Bold swung away a little bit that. He would be 769, yes. Umesh, so 769th player to play for Middlesex.
Ledgy again down to thirds, run away. It was a cry of catch, but a little bit more control about that one. End of the 10th, 38-4-2. It's extraordinary going down to Canterbury, actually. You walk up that stairs to the members' pavilion where the commentary boxes are as well, and they've got one by one all the players' photos from 1 all the way up to present, which is a lovely staircase to climb up and go through around.
Really? So they'll have sort of, well, I'd imagine there'll be 600 or 700.
Yeah.
Right. That's a good effort. I was 598.
598. Who was either side of you?
Andrew Miller and Keith Brown.
Ah. Mercer in and bowls. As I announced him earlier when Mark Stoneman sat down, Middlesex's second best signing from Surrey. Let's curry some favour with Rocky when I had him on mic for the first time.
Other numbers you want?
Yeah, go on.
Mark Rambercash, 605.
605, and what were you?
598.
598, so oh, far between, yeah.
Tufnell, 601.
Gat 23.
Clive Radley, 536. Mike Sylvie, 560. Catting, 568. Wayne Daniel, 572.
Not a bad era, that.
Tim Murtagh, 699. 698 was Owen Morgan.
I was just about to say he was around at that time, and yeah. Morgan got through pretty young. Extraordinary with Morgan, actually. Like Stephen Finn for me, they're two that, you know, I'd have seen their debuts and watching them come quite to the end of their careers just yet, but nearly there. It's
Finn,
pretty depressing.
692.
It was before Finn, because that would have been, like I say, Finn would have been, I think I did Finn's, I'm sure I did Finn's debut.
Well, Billy Godalming was 6, 8, 9.
Yeah, see, I don't think I quite did Godalming's debut. I think he just was the year before me. I've seen him play a game at Chelmsford. I think it was a T20, but it could have been a List A, but a low-scoring one, and Godalming came in and bucked the trend of a pretty bad effort with the bat from Middlesex. Thumped it all around Chelmsford. You thought, wow, who's this kid? But of course, that wasn't quite the game that Billy would go on and play for the next few years. More dogged approach in first-class cricket. First side at Finn was Eber Vale in a heavily rain-affected match on a mud patch, as it was.
Eber Vale, I played a 40 over game there, Sunday League game. 38 for 2 after 11. It was a weekend. Ravi Shastri, I think, got 300s in a weekend. We played a 3-day game at Abergavenny. Set a target, pulled down, and got a brilliant 100 to win the game. And then we played the Sunday game in between. At Abergavenny, it was like a trampoline pitch. It was almost like you put your foot in it, sort of gave under. I mean, it behaved. It didn't misbehave.
Really?
It wasn't a dreadful service. I mean, it wasn't brilliant, but it wasn't dreadful. But it didn't feel sort of like you'd imagine a proper cricket pitch, where there's a real thickness to the hardness of the surface.
I saw Ben Scott the other day, actually, because he was playing in that game, and I don't know how he came across it, but we were talking about that one. And he said, was that the one with the mud? And I couldn't remember this bit until he said it, actually, because it was a really heavy downpour, and it had been heavy overnight, and there was a real doubt as to whether the game would go ahead, and waited for hours and hours and hours to get it going. And somehow, this must have been before certain rules and regulations. As Ben put it, you know, the boundary rope was virtually brought into the 30-yard circle. It was that short because of how unplayable one side of the ground was. Don't know what the minimum is now for the boundary rope being in. Obviously at Lords it's tested a few times with the need for tracks, playable tracks at Lords, available tracks, but yeah, it was in so far. But the point about Finn in that game, he waiting hours, absolutely hours, to get the game underway, and Jamie Dalrymple was thumping the ball to this youngster who nobody had seen before, not from outside obviously the camp. And he was taking every single catch, and he was 6'8", and he was doing all these sort of athletic catches. Dalrymple just couldn't get him to put down one, no matter how hard he hit the ball to him, and you could see the frustration growing on Dalrymple. All short down the leg side, they go up. Umpire's finger does not.
A bit of pace there. Just say the way that Cornell's sparring at it. Round the wicket. Quick delivery there by Umesh.
Tentative. The next ball.
Yeah, you'd say that the ball is hitting the bat, rather than the bat hitting the ball at the moment, which is good to see from a Middlesex perspective.
Ted Hemsley was on the mic up at Trent Bridge last week, which was lovely to hear, former Worcestershire player. Very successful football player as well. I was asking him about the first Middlesex side that he'd ever faced, because he was obviously on with a slightly Nottinghamshire interest as well. Was a guest of the county that day and came and joined on the mic, which was great fun. Kevin Howes was up there for that one as well. Is it Shropshire? He was Shropshire Town manager. Kevin Howes, a big Shropshire Town fan. Sharp one's finished the over. 12 gone, 39 for 2. I asked him actually, was it, you know, because it was all very much, you know, they were concerned it was a bit too much Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire in a Middlesex fixture. I said, just scribble on a note. I said, no, it's fine, but just ask him who's the first Middlesex side he remembers playing against. That'd be a nice memory going back. About yourself, the first Worcestershire side. Great Worcestershire memories for yourself, or first Worcestershire side?
Change of bowling at the bottom end. Tom Helm replacing Timothy Murtagh. 6 overs, 1 for 17. Mertz. First, Worcestershire were a very strong side when we came through. So it would have been Tim Curtis. Who did he open with? Gordon Lord. I think Gordon Lord was there for a while. Then Graham Hick, of course. Phil Neal. D'Oliveira. There's Weston, Pridgeon, Newport, Dilly, Botham, Illingworth, Radford. So yeah, they were. I mean, they were a championship winning side for a few years, weren't they? Worcester, they almost Middlesex, Worcestershire, and Essex were the 3 strongest sides. And I suppose really one of my big early matches was the NatWest final in 1988, which Middlesex won. So it was your first sort of full house at Lord's. All right, it was September, quite a bit in the pitch, so good for bowling him. But to get Graham Hick out, I got Graham Hick out in that game, and it was almost think, yeah, I can cope with this. Well, Tim. Sorry, Tom even. I think I got 3 for 30. Norman Cowan's got about 3 for 25. And Mark Ramprakash got 50 odd not out. And walked away with the Man of the Match award.
Still rankle?
3 for 30 and 55. I mean, do me a favour. Obviously, I got over that.
Best encounter with the Worcestershire side in a first-class game? That was obviously a final, the one-day final you were talking about.
Yeah, there were lots of good games. I mean, I enjoyed bowling at Worcester because Worcester was a pitch that had a little bit in it for seamers. Undoubtedly, as it would do, sort of being flood quite regularly. So yeah, I always look forward to playing at Worcester. Lovely ground with the cathedral in the background. The views over from the dressing changing areas. A very pleasant place to play cricket. Had, yeah, quite a few good games there. I always remember one game. It makes me chuckle just because it was Gatt was captain and Hickey Graham Hick was obviously the main man, and he'd been to the West Indies and been roughed up in the like we all used to get roughed up in the Caribbean against those West Indies sides. So he played Worcestershire at Uxbridge, and it was right. Well, make sure we let Hick have a few. Sort of all of a sudden went through this. I wasn't fully fit. It was when I had my hip problem, so I was bowling rat pace. And I think there was Chaz Taylor and some other youngster who Gatt had informed they've got to go in and bump Graham Hick. Anyway, the ball was going pinging around the pavilion there like a pinball most of the afternoon. He walked off 170, and Gatt, just because he'd seen the West Indies bump him out, he thought, well, Chaz Taylor and the Middlesex attack's not quite as doesn't carry quite as much threat there, Gatt.
I haven't seen him for a while, Gatt. I'm trying to think the last time I would have bumped into Gatt.
Elaine's not, his wife's not been very well, so obviously thoughts and wishes with her. But he's been around a bit, but yeah, Gatt's been spending time being with Elaine at this moment in time.
Drinks break. Was it a drinks break or was it just change of gloves? Change of gloves.
For the batters. Time for another wicket. Impartial commentary.
Richard Johnson on the left there. Rory Coots on the right. The head coach and the club coach. Man that you brought back to Middlesex, of course, as a player. Or was it just before you, when he came back?
I didn't bring John back.
You didn't bring him back?
We brought him back as a coach.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just before, wasn't it? Yeah.
So he came back for the third time. This is his fault.
Yeah.
Well, he signed as a youngster. Went to Somerset, came back and played. Left, came back as a coach. So it's his fourth. We're very forgiving here, aren't we?
Just about to say, you've given me a line for the next time he sits down. What are you going to do when you come back next time?
Only third time, the fourth time, lucky.
Tom Helm, actually, I was asking about Worcestershire. Tom Helm's best spell for Middlesex. I'm just going to see if the figures back it up that it remains his best bowling in an innings was at New Road.
Well, I remember in 2019, Stuart Lord obviously was coach then, and Stuart Lord phoning me twice. Once at Worcester and the other time at Cardiff, saying, I'm watching an international bowler bowl here, and it was Tom on both of those occasions that did bowl beautifully on pretty flat surfaces as well.
5:36 it was at New Road, and the England bowling setup were all there, funnily enough, for that game. That's nicely done. Really well ridden by Cornell. Moves him into double figures. Ridden the bounce there nicely.
Yeah, nice shot there, using the pace of the ball. The ball like you'd have get a bit of bat on it, the ball is going to fly away. It's fast outfield down the slope to the backward point region.
Oh, I wondered what the follow-up would be. That's held in really nicely. Just started a little too wide. It's that kind of day, isn't it?
Well, just cooling down a bit now. 5:15, out of the hot heat. I think they've got a few real ales over there. Listening to Richard Ayling, the groundsman. Someone enjoys going around the local area getting some real ales to sell it here.
Into the 14th, 43 for 2. Be a job for Don Shelley in retirement, wouldn't it? Middlesex scorers hanging up the pencil case this year.
He is. He was going to do it a couple of years ago, wasn't he? And then COVID came along. He was hoping to go and watch the Lions in South Africa, were they? I think it was South Africa. I can't remember which Lions tour it was. And then that was called, and we said, "Do you mind if he came and told me, very solemnly, that I'm going to pack in," and then came back and said, "Do you mind if I stay on a bit longer?" No, of course we don't.
Edged and taken.
Catch.
Gone at second. Tom. Sam Robson.
Excellent catch, excellent bit of cricket there by Middlesex. Best ways of getting a wicket as a fastish bowler. Outside edge, caught second slip. Good bit of bowling. Haynes looked in good touch play. One glorious clip off his legs of Toby Rowland-Jones for 4. But he's gone for 9. Just what Tom Helm needs. Had a difficult week. Oh, beautiful ball there. Angled in, just held its line. Not a lot the batsman can do there, really. Excellent wicket for Tom Helm. Had a difficult few weeks. Started the season beautifully. Injured. Difficult to find your way back in T20 cricket. Went around the park a few times. Didn't bowl particularly well at Trent Bridge, but started off nicely here.
Yeah, it's tough on Helm. It's tough on Middlesex as well, because he's been such a key T20 bowler for Middlesex, and to go in without him, won the first 3, but by the time he arrived, he just wasn't quite the Tom Helm that Middlesex were used to in T20. It took him a little while to get in, and of course, you say, went to Trent Bridge.
2020 cricket's ruthless, isn't it? I mean, if there's any vulnerability, there's any weaknesses there, they're going to get exposed, especially when you're bowling tough overs like he bowls. So he's going to bowl in the power play, he's going to be looked to bowl at the end. you don't quite get it right. All right, sometimes you don't get it right and you can walk off with 4 for 20, but there are other days where you do get exposed. But
Stephen Finn put it best to me on the cruelty of T20 on bowlers. I think he'd picked up his best bowling in an innings in a T20 at Glamorgan. I spoke to him afterwards and he says, Kev, there's days where I will bowl so much better than that and I'll go for twice the number of runs, I won't get any wickets.
I think well, again, I never played T20 and you could argue some of the limited over cricket that was played during mine, it was nowhere near, the outlook was nowhere near as aggressive. It was moving in that direction, but it certainly wasn't what it is now. And if you're there are days when if you're slightly wrong, you go around the park, and there are other days when you're all over the place and bowl absolute junk, and you walk off with 4 for 30. And the reason why, because you don't know where it's going, the batsman doesn't know where it's going. There's no consistency in what you're doing, and it's almost bowling badly accidentally. It's sometimes can be quite a good way of bowling in white ball cricket. Sounds stupid that, but it's
bad balls take wickets.
Well, as they say, never charge a poor leg spinner, do they?
Nice again from Helm. And that ball, that wicket, that was Tom Helm at his very best, wasn't it? Just his height that he angles it in and gets the nip away.
Yeah, and again here, I mean, we've seen the ball go through beautifully. Umesh has bowled, got the ball to go through. John Simpson's taken a number of quick balls above his head. But you do get rewarded for pitching up. Right, I was giving Murtagh a bit of stick for over pitching the first couple of overs. But that is the length where you draw the edges here, and the edges carry because there's good pace and bounce on the surface.
Ooh. Good from Helm. That's what gets people excited. Yeah, that match at New Road, 5 for 36, was it? Just trying to think who the England's bowling setup would have been then. Jeff Arnold was certainly around at that point.
Horse. That was tough. No, again. Why is he called Horse? His initials are GG. Oh, right.
Oh. Taken at second attempt by Simpson, but that was lovely. That was exactly the length you're talking about. Oliveira drawn in and beaten. Just got to go nicely here, Helm, running up the hill.
You know, you don't get giddy. Don't try and do too much. Just keep your game plan simple. There's enough there if you can pitch the ball on a good length. Just be aggressive, hit it hard. You get something sooner or later.
Good over from Helm. Plenty in it. Wicket with the first ball. Oliveira's in. Now to join Cornell, but Helm with the wicket and 2 maidens to open up, which is pretty much what Middlesex are looking for from Tom Helm. A return to form here at Merchant Taylors' School after a tough week by his own admission up at Trent Bridge. Yeah, just 38 first-class matches for Helm at 28, and injuries have been a real bane of his career. Umesh continue running down the hill at a fair pace and not far off the length of Roland Jones's run up either.
More explosive run up, isn't it, though? Toby like a 747 coming in to take off. Umesh a bit more like a fighter pilot.
The pads, but going down. Important little passage here for Middlesex to back up these first 3, isn't it? First 3 wickets. 144. Worcestershire trailing by now. A couple more wickets on the board quickly, and 188 again. It's, as he said at the time, somewhere around 200 wasn't going to be a bad score here at Merchant Taylors' School. With the ball doing a bit on the first day.
Still 20 overs remaining, so important session of play. This, whoever can win this next hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes cricket is going to be in a good position tomorrow morning.
Big final hour. Oh, that's beautiful.
But they're good games of cricket, aren't they? When you whatever you're introducing a session, you're introducing a day, the next hour is important, and they're the cracking games of cricket. When you sort of 620 for 4, it's like, well, when are they going to declare? But
I think I was saying it at lunch or tea, I don't know, to somebody. Someone was grumbling about the batting. I said, yeah, but Merchant Sailors, it's generally like this. There's always something in it for the bowlers. Edge and short. Robson again at second.
Good stop there. Saved 4 runs. Hope it didn't carry.
Yeah. Just short of Robson. So played again, right up there from Yadav asking the questions. Captain's innings needed from Worcestershire here because it should be a testing 20 overs tonight and again in the morning. Okay, a little bit of swing, a little bit of shape out of the hand from Yadav, which I haven't really seen from anybody else today. 44 for 3 after 16.
Yep, good over there. Slightly fuller length. Helm's very good. Okay, he's got a little bit of shape on it, hasn't he? Just holding its line.
Yeah, Sel was talking a lot about that Helm this morning. You know, running up the hill from the nursery end, or running up the hill from the lake end here should help his shape.
You say what my chocolate. So loves his swing bowling, doesn't he?
One thing that Selv introduced to me a couple of years was the wind direction at Lord's. If it's coming from behind the pavilion, it's a warmer wind. If it's coming from behind the media centre, it's a colder wind. And he said whenever he turned up at Lord's, the wind was coming from behind the pavilion. He thought, yep, swing today. Coming from the other end. I think it was a bitterly cold day a year or two back at Lord's, just didn't swing all day. And wind was coming in from behind the media centre.
Well, surely you should be aware of that, shouldn't you?
I should be aware.
Well, how long have you been commentating there? I mean, if it's
The warm
coming in
winds
from,
are
if
the
it's
place for
coming in
colds.
from behind the Warner stand, which is where it normally does, which is where the weather. So the wind tends to come from where the weather comes from.
Yeah.
It's coming from the west, isn't it? So it's a warmer wind,
winds.
wetter wind. If it comes from up the other end, it's from the northeast, which is going to be a bit more arctic and a bit colder, isn't it?
No chance of swinging in cold wind.
Well, I don't know. It's not rocket science. Swing bowlers, though.
I put this to a few other
They
people,
love a
and they wouldn't
theory.
believe me.
What?
The wind directions affects the swing at Lord's. They wouldn't have it. Nobody else would believe me when I was passing it on.
Well, I'd never been a swing bowler, so I'd never sort of worried about that sort of aspect of it. So I'll hear Selv on that one. I know. I sort of
No, I was
the fact
happy
that
with
you were. Why is it a cold wind from there?
Oh no! I understood the difference between whether.
Oh, I
it was,
see.
yeah,
Right,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why I was being sarky.
No. I understood that part of it, but it was just no. Yeah.
Well, actually, the wind. Actually, but there again, is it the?
No, that's why I understood that part of it, of course. But he just said no. Clearly, if the wind's coming in from this side, we know it's not going to swing today.
But if you're a away swing bowler, as Mike Selby was, then the wind coming over the Warner stand at Lord's
Into the wind, yeah.
is the perfect place for you to get a bit of shape away. And if it's coming over your
shoulder, yeah.
Your right shoulder, then it's probably not. So is it the wind, or is it the
Yeah.
coldness or the temperature of the wind, or is it the direction of the wind?
Yeah, that's the bit that I was. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
all
yeah.
right,
No, the
sorry.
wind direction I got. Even I understood that bit.
I'll apologise.
But yeah, I put that to a few other people, and they refused to have it. But I'm respecting Selv's opinion more.
I mean, has there been a definitive survey into swing bowling?
There was a book called The Physics of Cricket, which was written by a man called Mark Kidger, who works at the European Space Agency.
And?
The answer is no.
So they dumbfounded him.
Yeah. Well, he said, you know, well, how is it that you can't put your finger on it? The other great one is, of course, the floodlights. You know, when the floodlights came on, because of the theory now that these new floodlights, there's no heat coming off them because they're all, what are they, LED?
So the feet, they're not. It's not a sun. It's a floodlight.
So
the heat. What about the wind? The wind will blow the heat away before it gets to the ground.
So it is rocket science, all of this.
People going to shine on the ball. Why do we all shine one side? It could be that the fact that the weight distribution on the ball is slightly different because the balls used to be handmade. I suppose they're more machine made now. Certainly the core of a ball, which means that the tape should be more evenly distributed.
But the 17th, 44 for 3.
And we haven't even got in a reverse swing.
Yeah, it was funnily enough, it was that match, that the infamous pink ball match at Canterbury. Rob Key was on Sky the evening after that game, and you know there was a lot of talk about it. And he said, as a skipper, if it was a day-night game at Canterbury, he'd always consider whether he was going to go and bowl first or bat first based on the floodlights, because he said it quickened up under the floodlights. Brought a bit of moisture to the surface. That was Key's theory. I'm not going against him. Oh, pace and bounce again from Yadav.
Yeah, he hasn't looked comfortable against Yadav yet. D'Oliveira sparring at the ball, but a nasty short one there. Gloved it down. Could have gone anywhere, that.
This could have the reminiscence of that, what was it, 36 ball duck that Stoneman had against Worcestershire last year. Battled hard, long, just tried to defy Worcestershire in that game, and it worked well. Middlesex went on to take the victory. It needed that defiant opener's knock. Oliveira up against it here.
Good pace again there by Umesh Yadav, making his Middlesex debut. For 12 or 4 overs. His 5th over now. Sure, like one in that wicket column sooner rather than later.
Oh, beauty again. What a test this is for D'Oliveira. Stay there to cry. Legendary BBC tennis correspondent stood next to us, Richard Evans, fresh from Wimbledon yesterday. Hung up the mic a few years ago now, but still on the tours of the Grand Slams. Watched the final yesterday, Gus? Just drifting. You've been accustomed to a few feisty Australians over the years.
Bro. Ooh, yeah,
maybe.
A bit closer than you think.
Just straightened, didn't it? More than that. Perhaps I thought first.
I say he's not a big fella, D'Oliveira. Hit him on the pads or on the thigh guard. Change in the field. Or just two players swapping positions.
Leg gully him. Off the mark with the 15th. Well played. End of the 18th. 45 for 3.
Yeah, I did watch the. Well, actually, it was a good day of sport yesterday, wasn't it? Grand Prix, tennis, cricket. Nice afternoon. Good final of tennis, wasn't it? He's quite good, Djokovic, isn't he?
I think they were saying that perhaps the, well, Richard can give me a nod, perhaps the finest they'd seen, that display of tennis yesterday from Djokovic. Who was it put to last night? McEnroe and co. Once he got going. Here's a man when he gets going, that's not bad, Roland Jones. Where's next on the tour for you, Richard? You've just done Queens, then what was it? It went Roland Garros, Queens, and then Wimbledon, Eastbourne as well. It wouldn't have been a bad life as a tennis correspondent, would it, Gus?
He played tennis in Chittagong.
Up the hill this time for Roland Jones. I did wonder if that was going to be the change that Myrtle went for, to give him a go at the other end.
Tom Hell may well come down the hill after Yadav's had another over or two. Helms, has he gone for a run yet? 3 or 4 overs. Certainly some maidens in there. The first 2 are maidens, that is for sure. Murta managing his bowlers through these last 17 overs, 18 overs. Oh.
Look at those bowling figures. Yeah, Mercer's 2 for 17 from his 6. Helm 3 overs, 0 runs, 1 wicket. Not bad.
I'm going to say you'd be happy taken off there, unless you prefer the top end here at Merchant Taylor School.
You had to have number 13 from 5. Taken single, drops into the offside. 46 for 3. Oh, just nipped a little something with the body on the way through. Got him excited in the slips.
Could only been LBW. That was interesting. Middlesex's slip cordon. Yadav to continue from the Benham end. How long will Tim Murtagh keep him going in his first spell for the club?
Persisting with the leg gully for Oliveira.
Jack Davis going there.
Chase for Hold'em. Just the 2. 48 for 3 now. Worcestershire, again, crucial little passage through to stumps here. What can they hold in that wickets column? Bring back onto day 2. What is a pitch? You often talk about day 2 being the best day to bat. Let's just wait and find out here and see what it's like. But in general, over the years for Merchant Taylor's school, there's usually a deterioration through the innings. But does it ever have that day 2 best day to bat feel about it? Oof, just skidded away. Where did the back leg go? Umpire Bainton's going to have a little look. The back leg just kicked out and hit the caught out at the non-striker's
Sure,
end.
what happened there? Almost seems laughing with the umpire, so nothing too serious. He hasn't warned him.
That's more like it. That's where he was. Ever had one of those, Gus?
What are they?
I have no idea. But I'm imagining the answer's no from you.
It's quite exotic, doesn't it, for Northwood?
Is it even alcoholic? Surely it has to be.
Is it ice cream?
Oh, edged but short. Goes through third slip. And Luke Holman.
Saying the edges carry. How much has had 2 now, haven't they? Not quite carried to the slips. Genuine averages. Sorry, genuine edges. And Oliveira there with soft hands. Should be banned, shouldn't it? Soft hands.
Helm actually got away with one, didn't he? Went hard at one outside off. Put down at third by Barnard. I think he was on 2 at the time.
Actually, I think that might have been first ball.
Maybe he scored 2 off it then when it got through. Certainly had him on the hop, hasn't he? They haven't looked settled in any consecutive run of deliveries. Yadav.
Oh, he's got him. First wicket for Middlesex. Beautiful delivery there by Umesh Yadav. Cornell not quite sure whether to play the ball or leave it. But it's coming beautifully between bat and pad and knocked off stump out of the ground. So good reward there. Been a good spell here. Got better. Beaten the bat a few times. Bowl with some pace. And Umesh Yadav takes his first Middlesex wicket. Congratulations.
Oh yeah. That feels good, doesn't it? Right through the gate, top of middle and off.
There's a smile on his face. Enjoyed that. And just what Middlesex needed, 49 for 4, 20 overs. A good little period of play. Bernard's a good cricketer, scores useful runs. But Middlesex got in control of the run rate here. I think 10 runs in the last 7 overs. I think there were 39 for 3 off 13, which is still a really good position, but suddenly have a few bad overs with a low scoring match. 20 or 30 runs can be quite important, but the fact that Middlesex's bowlers have kept that run rate down, created chances, is something that Richard Johnson, Tim Murtagh will all be delighted with.
Over to Roland Jones. Applause for Yadav as he arrives down to our right here. Another one! 49 for 5. Classic Roland Jones. Extra bounce. Climbs through to the slip cordon off the edge.
Game changes quickly. Runs not coming for Worcestershire. 2 wickets in 2 balls for Middlesex. Roland Jones in on the act now. Searching for rhythm in this first spell. Boom. That's where he's at his best. Back of length, short of length, any inconsistent bounce, any little movement, asking questions of the batsman. D'Oliveira walks off, wondering how he could have played that. Not a lot you could have done. Did bounce a little bit. Not a tall man, so would have got big on him. And a good, nice easy catch there for Luke Holman at third slip.
Just ridden all the pace of Yadav, and then gets a lifter from Roland Jones. Tough life and a big wicket. The Worcestershire captain, 49 for 5. And again, as the point was made, lunch and tea to a couple. 188 might not look such a bad score. Merchant Taylor's always just has a little bit of pace and bounce in it. It's not so much the pace, is it? But there's just enough there. That lift that can be extracted. A little bit of sideways movement off the seam. Always a good cricket match to come and watch at MTS. Takes something pretty good to hold at bay. Decent bowling on this, and that's I think fair to say for both sides. Their strongest hands in this match, their bowling lineups. Clipped away for a straight line. With 50 up for Worcestershire, but pressure's on. 51 for 5. Oof, just tires on its way through. Simpson just about got the gloves underneath it before the second bounce. Roderick, who was captain at Gloucestershire, moved across 2 years ago. Has been in and around the runs. Ben Cox taking a break at the moment. Roderick has had this is his third match, 3 innings prior to this. Top score of 46, just the 97 runs. 1 not outs, giving him an average of 48 though. Now just drifting, says the umpire, going down. That wide open stance. So familiar of Roddick. Let's have another look.
I was giving that here from deep fine leg. Keep a little bit low. Yeah, slipping down the leg side. So good decision that by the umpire. Good to be appeal by Toby.
End of the 21st, 51 for 5. What did you be mustering to a batter with an open stance like that? Mind you, who would you have played against with Kim Barnett always had a distinctive open stance to begin with, didn't he?
Well, he started off on the next pitch, didn't he? He was walking across. Kim Barnett. Yeah, loves wickets. Encourage him to have another over. 7th in a row, hasn't played, well, he's obviously with the Indian touring party, so up to speed and ready to play a test match if required a week or so ago. But now, 7th over of his spell. Nice hot weather though, stay loose. Good conditions, lovely temperature to bowl in now. Yeah, I don't know whether the stances have got more extreme or not. Kim Barnett was a ridiculous stance. They say he started off sort of with his bat on leg stump and then sort of shuffled across as you ran into bowl, which was quite difficult. Peter Willey took both feet pointing down the wicket to you. John Carr had a strange stance too. The year he got thousands of runs in county cricket.
See Yadav's last match, we were just nattering about that before he took his last wicket. Was struggling to find the power to turn on the iPads. Yadav, let's see, he played Indians versus Leicestershire 23rd of June, and then before that Kolkata Knight Riders against the Super Giants. So many overs he bowled in that Leicestershire game. It was the Indians versus Leicestershire, but I think that game was mixed up a bit, wasn't it? Didn't some of the Indians play for Leicestershire to make sure everybody got a game?
Yeah.
So Yadav played for. No, he's playing for India. Done for 45 from 10 in the first innings. Leicestershire lost it. None for 45 and none for 30 in that game at Grace Road. Leicestershire making 244 and 219 for 4 in their second innings. Yeah, Pujara played for Leicestershire, didn't he? Pant.
Pant is good value, isn't he? Box office, isn't he? Brilliant. Brilliant for the game. Do you agree? You look like you don't agree.
I'm always wary where you're going with certain things.
Why?
Because I've known you for too long. No, he is. He is, absolutely.
Shot he played the other night, wasn't it? Or Saturday, that sort of flick with his bat over square leg for. I mean, it was just astonishing, wasn't it? There's a theatre around it as well, because there's a really sort of dramatic follow through, isn't there?
Almost sounds Simpson-esque, that flick with the bat over deep backward. Down at Somerset to win that game, wasn't it? That extraordinary shot Simpson produced. Great catch it away, fine for 4. 56 for 5, end of 20 seconds.
Going to the headmaster's marquee. Races his way down the slope here. Keep your wits around you.
That's where I should have sent Richard Evans to get his cup of tea. He'd have got something better than a cup of tea in there, wouldn't he? Actually, that's a good point. When we sent him to get the tea, the 2 wickets fell. Should we send him off again?
Thanks for popping in, Richard.
Walk the other way around this time. Finish off the innings. 56 for 5. It's a good start to the Worcestershire second innings. Crucially for Middlesex and crucially for that first innings, there was a lot of chat about, well, once that ball hits 40 overs, is there still going to be enough in it? That's the big criticism of the batch of balls this year, that once it goes soft, it's so dead for the bowlers. Climb again up the hill from Roland Jones, and a good chat as well for Barnard, who is asking for somebody to come and have a look at that finger. He's worn that one on the right hand. Well, he was certainly making the signal. Ah, it's ripped it.
Talk about rip a glove off, literally.
Nice sight for the bowler. Thought it was an injury at first, but it's just Ashley. There you go. Needs yeah, the physio ran out, but indeed it is a glove that he needs, rather than any injury problem. It's done us all, and the graphics on the screen.
It's very generous. Middlesex's former England one-day international captain, isn't he? Sponsoring the opposition shirts. I mean,
have you had a chat with him since he?
I had a couple of chats with him before. I suppose it reached its climax, which was in Amsterdam, wasn't it? He phoned me the day before he went. He announced it just to sort of, well, I think it had already been leaked then, or yeah, ECB do tend to leak stories, but it seemed to be in the newspapers then. So yeah, he phoned me up to say what was happening, and it's a big moment for English cricket, wasn't it? I mean, he has been a fantastic leader, someone who's achieved a huge amount, hasn't he? The way that it transformed the England white ball sides, not just the 50-over side, but the T20 side, into almost the team that other countries around the world were trying to emulate. So to move things of that significantly over a 4-year period is a fantastic effort. Something that he and Trevor Bayliss, who was obviously his coach at that moment in time, can be extremely proud of.
I saw him on the Saturday. I think the announcement was on the Monday. I saw him on a Saturday in a sponsors game at Lord's that he'd obviously been signed up to a long time ago.
Yeah, he wasn't the best of, not days that he always enjoys those.
Joss Butler was on that one as well.
Sure, they're getting paid a few quid.
But I thought something wasn't right when I spoke to him that day, because I mean, again, you know, having done his debut for Middlesex and
was this after? Was this after?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the Saturday. The Sunday was when the story then broke, and it was announced officially on the Monday. And I just was nattering to him, as I do with Owen over the years.
No, he's a very proud man, and he wants to be contributing to the team. And the moment he didn't think that he was carrying his weight or he was worthy of selection, then that was always going to be a moment where he was going to say, right, I'll move on, I'll do something else. He's always had the best interest of the team at heart.
But I stupidly just said to him as a mate, you know, just kind of saw him, how you doing? You all right? You can do after the World Cup and hang out. You're just having a natter. And I could see that he was actually really sheepish at that point. So, you know, you kind of think back now. And I actually sent him a message the next morning when it leaked in the newspaper somewhere. I said, look, sorry for asking that the other day. It's 4 more. Just drifting onto the hips from Roland Jones. Bernard's on to 5. But it was just, you know, almost as I see you sometimes and kind of say something, and then you realise afterwards, oh, hold on a minute. But obviously it hadn't quite struck me at the time that he was on the verge of hanging it up. I genuinely was thinking about next year, not now.
So missed out on another exclusive. Yeah, two straight there by Roland Jones.
If I'd have cashed in on all the exclusives over the last 18 years, I don't think I'd have made a second season commentating on Middlesex. Not too dissimilar to the Davis dismissal this morning. That was with a bit more intent from Bernard, looking to run it, but run it down into the ground to second. Davies was, there you go, another loose one here, says Mercer from somewhere in the fields. But Davies this morning was caught in two minds in between playing and leaving. Feathered it through to the keeper off the face.
Yeah, Roland Jones sort of found a length where he's getting a little bit of bounce from, hasn't he? Three or four, I mean, he got the wicket with that, but 2 or 3 other balls have bounced quite steeply at the batsman. These two players are busy. They're going to score when they're at the crease, so Middlesex do need to make sure they stay disciplined in what they're doing. And how many overs left in the day now?
Ooh,
12?
13. And here's Helm, as you predicted from the Benham ends, are going to come down the hill. Yet to concede a run in 3 overs. So these two are busy against the bowler who's yet to concede a run. This could be a interesting little combination. Big contrast from Helm to how it went at Trent Bridge for him. 18 balls without a run conceded here. He had a tough time of it. But as I said to you, like I say, he beat himself up a bit. I said, well, if you're going to have a bad one, it was on a relatively flat one at Trent Bridge. Wasn't a bad match to have a bad one on. You know, the first runs crunched away towards our commentary position and thumping into the advertising board just in front of us. Just a bit of a loosener with a change of ends.
Yep, bit of a gimme. Well put away by Barnard. Nice extra cover drive.
Shape again, but 4 more. Just over pitch him with that little bit of width at the moment. Helm. Not much as change of ends. I mean, here it's straight up and straight down. Sideways at Lords. Similarly at Hove, the straight up and straight down, which is an even greater incline than this, as we were saying with Selve earlier today.
Yeah, it's a good shot there. It wasn't a long half volley, but full enough to encourage the drive. So Middlesex conceded 4 boundaries in the last 3 overs, or last 14 balls. Less than that with Yadav and Roland Jones going down a fine leg.
That felt better.
Good bounce, bit of a way swing. Good leave in the end.
Interesting that Middlesex have found that little bit more swing with Helm and Yadav. Not any at all for Worcestershire.
Where's the wind coming from?
Plenty of hot air.
Coming at you from all directions.
Oh, pitched again, but gets away with this one straight to point. The cry of catch it from somewhere in the field. Bernard feels he missed out.
It's been interesting that the bowler's ends. I always remember Toby getting his wickets from the bottom end, from the Lakes end. So maybe in an attempt to accommodate Roland Jones, more senior bowler, Helms sort of cut short his 3 over spell. Now coming down the hill does make a difference. Sort of running in hard up a slope and finding a natural length, and sometimes gets there a bit too quick coming down the wicket. Sorry, down the hill.
I'm trying to think Finn here. Finn was always down the hill. He had a couple of really strong matches here, didn't he? We looked at that Somerset game earlier. I think he took 4 for in the first innings, then was called up by England. There's another one here. I'm sure he racked up 8 or 9 in the match. And I'm sure it was all down the hill as well from Finn.
There's that famous match, well, in 2016, wasn't it, where Vosges, Simpson and Milan, I think, all got hundreds here, didn't they? We raced to 400 against Hampshire.
Oof. Shaping away from the right hander, then Simpson takes it over his left shoulder. End of the 24th, 69 for 5, 12 to go today. Just going to look up that match against Hampshire. That was the title year, 2016.
It was our first win of the season was here, actually. We'd, I think, drawn every game up until then. Played well, but here was the first victory. 12 overs to go, just 5 to 6. Should be walking off in 6 or 7 minutes' time. Over 8, not quite as slow as a test match, but
as a bowler, what's the most distracting thing you find? I mean, you talked about Kim Barnett starting wide outside leg and then crabbing his way across the crease. So what was the most frustrating thing as a bowler, a batsman's tick or whatever it may have been?
I never liked it when a batsman stood in front of the stumps, so you couldn't see the stumps, because where's your line? So you need that sort of visual.
So this modern thing of standing both front and back foot almost on off stump?
Well, it's toes, isn't it, normally? So you can normally see off stump, but some batsmen used to sort of stand every now and then right in front of the stumps. You think, well, where is...
Who was the worst for it?
I can't remember who did it. I know some did it, though.
Just thinking of the Roderick stance here. He doesn't actually adjust it a great deal. It remains quite open all the way through, doesn't it?
But also, I mean, I suppose that's one of the beauties of the game, isn't it? There's so many different ways of doing it. There's not just one uniformed way, and in many ways it's why I suppose the most entertaining batsmen are subcontinental and West Indian batsmen, just because they're uncoached. It's more raw and natural rather than you look at a lot of South African, English, Australian, maybe New Zealand as well. Quick single there, well run. With batsmen from those countries, you can almost see they've spent a lot of time playing a bowling machine. Sort of very angular, very sort of strong, but sort of no dexterity. You see the sort of way that certainly subcontinental players use their wrists and flick the ball. Again, you watch someone like Masood play for Derbyshire. He's just a glorious player to watch, isn't he? I mean, the snap bang into the shops, hitting good balls for 4. I mean, he's a special talent, he is.
Funnily enough, with Richard Evans sat next to us, I was saying of watching him bat for Derbyshire. Shah Masood, it was almost like watching a Grand Slam player. You know, he's coming down a level almost. He was that good. He just looked such a cut above.
There's a crispness about the stroke play, isn't there? And the way they just flick the ball, they time the ball, they just get their body in the right position, don't they, to strike it. And it's, I always used to think Syed Anwar played for Pakistan opening batter. He was a beautiful player to watch. Just touch, flicked it, and the ball go racing away. I think, how's he hit the ball that hard? He's hardly moved. He's hardly done anything, but just boom, got everything right at this right moment.
End of the over, 25 gone, 70 for 5.
Azharuddin, VVS Lexman, beautiful players to watch.
Morgan, funnily enough, always wondered that with Owen Morgan, that when he came back, having reached the level he did with England, and the IPL and everywhere else that he played, when he actually then came back to Middlesex, often didn't produce his best at Middlesex. It was actually difficult for him coming back to the blast, which wasn't quite the level that he was accustomed to with England constantly around the world, and perhaps similarly in the IPL as well, right at that stage of his career when he was really at the peak. Perhaps didn't quite hit the heights with Middlesex as he did earlier in his career with the county, or indeed as he was doing at the time with England's.
Yeah, difficult. I mean, you looked at his. I mean, again, I know. Well, fully aware of what people were thinking and saying, but actually, deflected that down to third man. Is it going to beat the fielder? It's beat the fielder for 4. Jack Davis a little bit wider for Tom Helm than Tom Helm was for Umesh Yadav. Good delivery. Not a long done wrong there by the bowler. Just going back to Owen. When you looked at Owen's performance at the end of the season, I mean, it was always reasonably good. But again, it's not playing in a side that's winning all these games and having to play a role in the middle to make sure you do get to a competitive target, rather than just going out there and playing with the freedom that you might do, knowing that you've got 4 or 5 crackerjacks coming in at 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Shape again from Helm. 114 behind, 74 for 5. This is when the recovery started to build for Middlesex. They lost their 6th just before lunch though. And after the interval, decided to build.
Leach, Morris, Pennington. Stanley, or I saw as well. That's not the score?
That's not the. Yeah, let me find the.
To come.
Oh, brings that one back in. Roderick just shot to that one slightly. Leach, Morris, Baker, and Pennington. So a little bit of a tail, although Baker got a 50 at Lords last year. A game at the end of the season. Leach was frustration as well, I remember. Give the exact details of how they finished last year. Let's go back to that game in 2016. 4, 6, 7 for 3 declared. 147 from Milan. Voges 160. Simpson 100 from 125 balls. Fired up Tino Best in that game. Fired in a couple of beamers.
Accidentally, of course.
No, Finn didn't play in that game. Fuller got 5 for 70 in the Hampshire second innings, and Murtagh 4 and Roland Jones 4 in the firsts. I'll have to dig out which the Finn one was here. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm confusing the games and he didn't get an 8 or a 9 here, Finn. But he got 4 in that 2015 match against Somerset. Maybe that was the one, returning from England and bowled beautifully in the second innings. Yeah, that match at Lords, moving on, last year.
Little game of dare here, isn't it? Middlesex bowlers bowling a line. Not a bad line, maybe just be a fraction straighter, but not too far away. Worcestershire batsman, natural instinct, be a bit more aggressive, these two. Bernard and Roderick tempted to go, but realise don't quite get the execution right. They could bring the slips into play.
This guy's a little bit fuller on that one, and it's away with wide mid-off. Davies fast, but won't catch it.
It's Roland Jones who's got a bit frustrated first, so looking to go a bit fuller, a bit straighter. Punch down the ground. Nice shot. So you get full value for your strokes here, don't you?
Especially down the hill. Yeah, you can really see actually probably more so on that shot, the parched outfield down there. That game at Lords last year, Middlesex winning by 101 runs. We were mentioning earlier, it didn't go through as the Worcestershire lower order. So Middlesex were 144 all out in the first innings. And then in reply, Worcestershire 171, of which Leach got 21, Morris 20 and Baker 60. The next three in. Pennington propping up the order at that point as well. Middlesex first innings 52 from Holden, nearly standalone. Middlesex is 144. And then second dig, Worcestershire all out for 119. Cox 4, Leach 11. This is the last five. Baker 2, Morris 1 and Pennington 1, leaving Roderick, who was batting at 3, stranded on 42. Quick single taken, Cries bowler's ends, but they'll get through. Stumps are thrown down, they'll get overthrows down the hill. It goes to the lake. Will it go all the way as well? It will. Pops over the rope. Frustrating one. Stoneman scampering back, got the cry of bowler's ends. Grabs it and threw down the stumps.
Toby won't be happy.
I'm assuming it wasn't Toby that called bowler's ends. Single to end the over. Roderick on to 12, 84 for 5.
Yeah, useful partnership starting here. 35. These two put on. I'm saying just under half, well, 31 minutes. So Worcestershire just grabbing a little bit of initiative, making Middlesex bowlers think. A spell where Middlesex weren't conceding runs, probably conceded about 10 runs in 8 overs. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, there was certainly ponderance in here earlier as to whether the ball, you know, hitting nearly 35, 40 overs old earlier. Holman and Hell managed to start that partnership at that point, whether it just got that little bit softer. Have you had much of a chat on the batches of balls this year? I mean, it went like wildfire then, didn't it? It was after the first, second or third rounds, it all of a sudden flew around all the counties. Balls aren't good enough.
Yeah, well, yes. It has been something that's been well documented. A bit wide there from Tom. Helm, easy lead for Roderick. Yeah, it's
Luke Fletcher. We saw Luke Fletcher at Lords, and he said that the seam wasn't there wasn't as much stitching in the seam this year. Was one thing.
I can't believe the balls have been made differently to what they've been made previous year. It's just whether the product is not as strong or there's say so batch of leather or the way they've been made, something's gone awry.
I know earlier in the season when I picked up on it with, I think it was the Glamorgan match, when it was only a second match for Middlesex, and it was Glamorgan's third match. I know the seamers on both sides were talking about it then, just saying the seam didn't feel right in their hands. It didn't feel like it usually did. But
again, that can often be when it goes a bit soft, can't it? It sort of becomes a bit like an orange. And it's become a bit of a, well, you watch what was taking place in the Test series. So here we go again type of thing. And all right, bowlers are trying it on, expecting a perfect thing. And as some of the commentators were saying, I mean, quite often the batsman has to work hard to knock that shine, to knock that hardness out of a ball. And that's part of the skill of the job, is to protect your batsman and make life a bit easier when the ball is a bit older, a bit softer. And if all of a sudden you're taking that part of the game away all the time because fielders keep complaining and eventually it's not going to fit through one of the hoops, and off the umpires go to change it. The natural wear and tear of a cricket ball is something that you expect. I mean, they're remarkable bits of kit, aren't they, when you think that, I mean, 80 overs, 480 times it's been thumped into a surface, hit a bat, high proportion of those.
gee, last one went as well. Bernard resisted it. That one he couldn't resist.
But you sort of know the message. It's get the ball changed. Let's get the ball changed. It's out of shape. It's gone soft. So it's a game within the game.
Myself made the point as well. It didn't work too well for the New Zealanders when they got their ball changed in the last test. Was it the last or the penultimate test? Got to change a ball, and it did absolutely nothing. One that had been doing a bit.
Well, again, you can sometimes, as a fielding side, become preoccupied with the wrong things, and that's not take wickets, bowling the ball in the right place, fielding well. It's what's the ball doing.
Just brought his length back slightly at the end of the over. The single run down to third. 28 gone and 8 to go today. End of the over. 86 for 5.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So 8 to go. Here at Merchant Taylor's School, 15 wickets in the day. Again, how many wickets should hold on to in today's?
eToro lets.
And Murtagh's back on.
Usually have to go in with 6 overs. Thank you. Can you tell me all of them? Can you tell me all of them?
No. Straight away, it's a sort of different challenge, isn't it? Sort of Roland Jones back of a length, ball bouncing a little bit. Quite a few comfortable leaves. Same with Tom Hem coming down the hill. Murtagh, Fuller, off stump, challenging your front pad. Different mentality, almost part of the skill is catching the batsman out before he does make those little adjustments.
It's over pitched and put away by Barnard. This is what you're talking about. They're busy, these two. I was just pondering who's going to go best against a busy pair like these two.
Well, that's our folly, isn't it? So, nice shot. It's there to be hit. But they're certainly made Middlesex think. 49 for 5 when Roland Jones took his first wicket, caught by Holman at third slip.
Ooh, comes back in. Seemed a little bit more shape on that previous one, the one that was a half volley, funnily enough. For Murtagh, who didn't seem it was swinging from the off for him a great deal. certainly have in mind this pair, won't they? Barnard and Roderick, what Middlesex managed to do to get up to 188 earlier today. What they have to do is in this last half an hour try and hold as much as they can. Haven't been busy about their innings so far. At what point do they start to think with 7 overs to go? At what point in those 7 overs do they start thinking fully about tomorrow? 2, 3 overs, 3 overs out?
Is there a night watchman padded up? Sadly, Middlesex normally lose a wicket just before an interval, don't they? So, see whether it's contagious.
As you can see, we have some problems with the scoreboard on the far side of the ground. Struggling to cope with this heat. Worcestershire score 90 for 5, 29 overs bowled, 7 overs remaining in the day.
90 for 5 after 29.
Scoreboard on the face of the pavilion wall is still functioning.
Nice looking shot, straight to Mercer at mid-on. RAF Northolt just around the corner. To drive past, only coming up from the south. Let's get to the ground here. Good from Helm again.
Looks a little bit hot in the field. Cooler now than it was at midday, but big 6 overs here. Yeah, well, another, the ways these two are scoring, that's another 25 runs, 115 for 5. These suddenly 70. Start in the morning, could get a couple of wickets.
I was pondering that from a bowler's point of view, that if Middlesex could get through these, what'll they be? 36 overs tonight. If they can topple Worcestershire in the morning, they'll avoid the midday heat, the middle of the day heat on both first and second day if they're lucky. Sure that wasn't in the batter's mind today for Middlesex.
Still to be batting now, wasn't it?
His match at Egbert, I think. Corey Collymore, Tim Mercer, always remember that one. You were up at Egbert for those 4 days and it was sweltering in Liverpool that week. On the flattest of tracks imaginable. I think Prince got some pretty big runs. Yeah, pretty relentless and unforgiving draw for the bowlers that week. 30 gone. 6 to go on day one. 90 for 5.
As they say, the game's moved forward, hasn't it? 15 wickets. 278 runs, if my maths correct. So a good day's cricket for those that have come in. Reasonable crowd. I think the heat's probably put a few people off though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's looking for a bit of shade. People sat sort of 30 yards behind the advertising boards under a tree. Mercer out there now, looking for Middlesex's 6th wicket.
Still enough shape in it, isn't there, for the bowlers to find something. I always look forward to the Merchant Taylor School fixture because you know it's going to be a good game. You know it's going to be hard grind for the batters. It's going to be good value. There's a punter watching on.
Eskenazi played very well here last year, didn't he? With one leg.
Yes. Virtually brought out in a wheelbarrow in that second innings, wasn't he? Victory against Worcestershire, that was. For Middlesex, he was it a hamstring? Pinged a hamstring in the first innings, going for a turn in for a second, turn in for a third run. Something along those lines. Retired hurt first innings, wasn't expecting to bat in the second, and came in at number 7 or so. Managed to get enough runs on the board for Middlesex to defend. First match for Captain Mercer. I think Pete Hanscom was out of that one with COVID. Went on a winning run, which he was happy to keep reminding everybody about. Mercer, was it 4 on the bounce under Captain Mercer? Speaking of injuries, saw Blake Cullen early. He's injured his back, not a stress fracture. Just trying to think, it was is it tenderness of the?
I thought it was there was some sort of hot spot that had been noticed. I think, which is they tend to develop into stress fractures if you overdo it. So there's an element of precaution there.
Part of the thinking of bringing Yadav in that had Cullen. It's actually a fraction line. Obviously Finn's gone, Harris has gone. So it's probably are, without Yadav, one injury away from being a little light in resources. Obviously Max Harris went nicely in the blast the other week. Greatwood's showing promise as well.
I think it's the style of bowler, isn't it? You want a bit of variety, and I say obviously Shaheen brought that at the start of the summer, left arm quick, and Umesh the same. There's just a point of difference there, a bit more hostile, a bit of quickness, a bit more pace through the air. Just adds a different aspect to the attack.
Something that Cullen can bring, actually, that pace.
It is, yes, and say young bowler that we've all got high hopes for, and no reason why he shouldn't develop into a fine bowler that has a really successful career. And equally, I suppose, recently there's been Tom Helm and his sort of injuries and how long is it going to take him to get back, etc. So, yeah, they need a bit of cover, especially 3 games in 3 weeks.
I asked Tom actually at the start of the season after, was it the third round, he'd bowled so well. You know, what's the secret going to be to keep that form going, to push through to a higher level perhaps this year? Interesting, his answer was to keep bowling. If he gets dropped, don't go away and not bowl. Go to the seconds and bowl. Go to the nets and bowl. Keep bowling.
It is a rhythm. It is, and equally, you don't just press a button and all of a sudden you can suddenly bang it down on a decent length time and time again. It takes a lot of practice, and it is a sensation bowling. And when you've got it in a good rhythm, or you feel what it feels like to bowl the ball in a good spot and it's doing the right things, you don't want to let it go. You want to keep doing it. Almost ingrain that sensation into your body, so it becomes like second nature, really.
Probably one of the hardest things in sport in general, isn't it, to know when the moment is to keep pushing through for a bowler, keep bowling, or when to step away and take that break, and it's all right, just step back for a week.
But I mean, I always remember Don Bennett when he was a Middlesex coach and working with myself, and Don wasn't a technical bowler, a technical coach in any shape or form. I mean, really brilliant mentor in the way that he got you out, your outlook and what you were trying to do in the game. But he always said to me, he reckoned I was a better bowler when I was a bit tired, because a good bit of fielding there by Davies at mid-off, keep the batsman on strike, because he said you relied on your action more then, whereas sometimes when you're full of energy, you're a bit like a wild colt sort of running away. I don't know whether I've ever been described as a wild, but sort of you're just running with plenty of energy and you do get it down, but when you get a bit tired, if you're going to get the ball down with a bit of purpose, you're relying on your action being a bit stronger, and you're probably in a better position to get the right sort of shape on the ball that is effective.
Bit of extra oomph put into that one from Helm.
You could then go to say being too tired and you get sort of you fall away too early and your action becomes bad. So there is probably a sweet spot. But yeah, just because you're fresh, it doesn't always mean you're going to bowl well. I mean, Mark, always listen to Ramps talk about batting and Graham Gooch. Well, why would I want to miss a game? If I'm in form, I want to keep in form, so therefore I want to keep batting. If I'm out of form, I need to bat to get it back. So you want to play every game.
It's interesting the difference between the two. Do you say it's more for batting? Keep batting. I remember Gilchrist when he was with Middlesex. He came up and did a stint. I think it was at Grace Road, and he was talking about form. And he said you're only ever one shot away from form. So forget form. You're out of the middle of the bat, one shot, and you're back in form. So forget form. But for a bowler, as you say, kind of if you are finding yourself in a bit of a rough, it can be quite unforgiving as a bowler if you are finding yourself running and being flogged, and you perhaps do need that step away, or somebody. I guess this is the art of coaching, really, is that moment to put an arm around and take someone out of the firing line. Squared up on that one a little.
Well, it's a constant bowlers batters arguments. I only get one ball, I make one mistake. Sometimes I don't even make a mistake. The umpire's made a poor decision and I'm out. And yeah, I can understand that and the insecurity of that role that you play. But if you're having a bit of a nightmare, and it's a short-lived nightmare, you can get in the dressing room and get away from it. But as a bowler, the opposition are 270 for 2.
You've got to keep going.
It's Gus coming over another spell. Oh my God. Not again. I don't know where it's going. Feel awful. When am I going to get a wicket? And you've got to go through another 7 over spell of potential indifference that sort of makes you feel even worse. But as you can turn it around, as you say, as a batsman.
Oh,
you're
nice
one
screen.
good leave there. You're one ball away, and as a bowler, you're the same really. All of a sudden, get a spawny wicket, caught down the leg side. Bloke whacks one to backward point. Boom. Perhaps it's about to change, and off you go, and all of a sudden, you can turn it around.
I even remember having that argument as a 14, 15-year-old at kids level. Yeah, if you're having a bad day, you can go and hide in the dressing room. We've got to keep going.
Well, it did, and I suppose in some extent, I mean, whether you can get in the old sort of gentleman v player sort of 60 years ago, but it's probably why bowlers used to get a shorter stay of execution than a batsman. So, well, it's difficult to know whether he's in form or not. He wasn't out there long enough. Apparently striking the ball well in the nets. That was a great line, that one, wasn't it? Whereas a bowler, you could bowl 25 overs, 1 for 112, and that's thanks for coming. We've seen enough.
Yeah.
Whereas with a batsman, it's was it out, or anybody could do that.
Quick single, just fine of Yadav at mid-on. I thought he had the hand over the mouth technique there in case he was on camera, Richard Johnson.
Don't think cricket's quite reached that yet. It's sad though, isn't it, that footballers, they have to do that because people are trying to lip read what they're saying. I mean, can't a bloke have a conversation without someone reading into it? It's a good shot. Well fielded.
Oh, effort put in there by the 34-year-olds. Well, the worst part of that is when you see kids replicating it in the school playgrounds when they're playing football and they run around and stop in between, have a shot, and then they walk back to the centre circle after the goal and they've got their hands over their mouth talking to their mate.
I mean, there's no privacy anymore. I mean, it's like at the end of a game, you see one player from each side walking off, and they've both got their hands over their mouth, and you think, oh, really?
Has anyone ever looked back and lip read any of your?
I hope not. might be a couple of fines coming my way.
Did ponder that once. I was thinking, all the years of football footage, these guys are covering their mouths. Has anyone gone back and lip read?
Come on, Mert. 7 more balls. Feet up. Right, so pitch, ball, bowlers
heat,
weary.
The heat.
Why is it flattened out?
Well, it's happened almost similarly in the Middlesex innings, didn't it? Where it was around about the 30th. Yeah.
Probably the ball and the fielder's getting weary.
Last two from the Benham ends will be Umesh Yadav. So I was just pondering this actually, whether he'd be given the last two just to see if 12 balls. Right, go on. 12 balls and you're off, but can you unsettle these two? But yeah, not too dissimilar tempo to the Middlesex innings. It was, by the time that 5th wicket had gone in the Middlesex innings, it was only around about the 20th over, wasn't it? .51 for 5 in the 19th when Holden fell.
49 for 5. Worcester. Probably in about the 20th, 19th, 20th.
Yep. First ball of the 21st, 49 for 5. Andre Lavera was out. So that was the ponderance in the first innings. From Simpson went on a decision which perhaps wasn't the best. Right arm around to the left-hander, looked so it was going down. That was the 25th over, but between Jones fell the other side of lunch, but in the 32nd that was 93 for 7. And the partnership got going between overs 32 and 56. Holman and Helm. And yeah, the ponderance at that point was, is it the ball that they talk about this year where they said 20 to, well, I mean, I've heard it as low as 20. They've said after the 20th it's not much good. But 20 to 30 certainly has been what the bowlers have fed back this year. You're raising an eyebrow. So that was the ponderance in the first innings for Middlesex. But yeah, a bit of all of the above. For the last 13 overs, perhaps. Do we look to carry through to Simpson? I mean, putting it
Just
through.
haven't got the lines right, have we? I mean, so Tim Murtaugh's been on the spot, as you'd expect. But Helm and Yad having this over, it's a narrow margin, fine margin, isn't it? Playing, letting leave the ball or getting a bit aggressive and conceding runs. But just tighten that line up a little bit.
Without the swing that he helps get the right-handers with, swinging it away, Murtaugh. The wicket he did get was the left-hander, just getting one to go across. A couple of right-handers out there now. Has it been quite as easy to set them up as he does with the swing? Usually Murtaugh. That ball there might have been a pretty decent example. Wide outside off. Not quite a half volley, but Roderick happy to take on Yadov at this stage.
Good fielding there from Max Holden. Still plenty of energy there. Might even have a over spin by the look of it. 12th man bringing the shin guards out.
Luke Holman. I think he got a little bit to go, didn't he?
I don't know, I didn't see anything.
He got Mercer. Well,
yeah, but that's
not too much on that.
Won't draw any conclusions from a pitch through Mercer getting bowled.
Got one through the gate against Mercer. Vicious Turner.
Shane Warne delivery, was it?
Managed
Actually,
to get
when
Holman
Holman walked off and he said almost it nipped away, the one that he got. It sort of...
Yeah, just hit the top of off.
He played well again with the bat. Scored useful runs in quite a few games, hasn't he?
Exciting prospect, isn't he? I remember a year or so ago somebody saying that he couldn't quite decide whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler. Certainly his batting's been a joy to watch this year, but equally his bowling, a 21-year-old leg spinner as well. He's stuck at the task. Really beat himself up a bit down at Hove, having bowled against Pajara. I remember saying to him, it is Pajara. You are 21.
Yeah, I mean, he's a competitive so-and-so, which is what you want. Cares, proud, and wants to do well. Very ambitious.
A bit of flight first ball right up there.
Jack Davies in at short leg. Why is it always the youngest?
It's a bit of width and punished. Gilmore, 98 for 5. The youngest and Gat. Gat was always a short leg, wasn't he?
Well, sometimes. Good shot there. Out to be hit. Gat like silly point. Keith Brown. Well, Keith Brown obviously ended up keeping, but. I think Gat was short leg for England. I don't think he did it for Middlesex because he could control that one. But Keith Brown was a very good short leg. Got toughness, lots of catches there.
One more over. Yep.
Another one that's interesting is a young leg spinner like Luke Holman. How much someone goes and works with him as a leg spinner. What kind of mentor he has. Do you know who his main point of contact is, his main mentor is that he works closely with?
Well, Mark Lane at Middlesex, he's been looking after doing some work with him during the winter. Tillan. Whether he's got someone at North Middlesex, I'm not sure. Working with the bowling coach here, so with Jade and with Richard Johnson. Oh dear.
Always the I was going to say at the start of his over, always the difficulty for a young leg spinner, but even an old leg spinner is just getting the landing right early on, isn't it? For a wrist spinner, you could either float it up like that or drag it down. Holman usually manages to find a nice spot quite early on. That's not a bad one. End of his day. End of the day of the bowling from the Lake End. 98 for 5, 6 balls to go on day one here at Merchant Taylors.
Yep, we had off number 19 making his way. He's capped to Robbie White. Final over the day. Another fascinating day's cricket at Merchant Taylors School. Middlesex bowled out for 188. All about one partnership, wasn't it, really, between Luke Holman and Tom Helm. How many did they put on? 100 and... They put on 100? I'm sure they put on 100. Some indifferent strokes from Middlesex, some good discipline bowling by Worcester.
No, it's just short. They put on 83 for the 8th.
And Middlesex fought back. 5 quick wickets at the start of the innings. 49 for 5. Worcestershire were, but Bernard and Roderick played very well, actually, played very responsibly.
Well, an hour ago we talked about a big final hour for the match.
And Worcestershire have won this hour. So it could quickly change here. A wicket breaking this partnership would be brilliant for Middlesex. Worcestershire, if they can get through it, will come back. Yes, fresh attack. Night's sleep. But knowing that that ball is now 35 overs old. It's a 50 partnership for the two of them.
Yep, 49 for 5. So it's going to be a big problem, but fine recovery with this partnership. Still a long way to go, 89 behind. So that's why this was such a big hour, because the Middlesex have won this hour. Goodness me. She could have been well up against it in this game. All inside 3 sessions, but there's the 100 up. 100 for 5. Middlesex just after lunch passing the 100. And they were 6 down at that point, and I think the fair comment I made at the time was Middlesex would chew your arm off at 200 at this point. They're only just short in the end, 188. Likewise Worcestershire, a couple of quick wickets in the morning, whether it is one tonight to break the partnership, but all of a sudden still a long way behind. And batting last was a big point for Middlesex, I think, in winning the toss and deciding they wanted to bat first today.
That's a beauty there from Yadav. Yeah, speaking of Alan Coleman, it's almost like a second and third innings, first and fourth. So if you can get parity in those two, then that's why you sort of bat first. One of the reasons you think, right, might do a little bit, runs might be a bit more difficult on the first day, but if in your third innings you can match what the opposition score in their second, then it leaves they've got to score what you did in your first in the fourth, which can be challenging.
Yeah, 188 batting last at Merchant Taylors School. Again, going back to that Somerset one, 144 for 7. They were hanging on, weren't they, for the draw?
Yeah, I'd like a few more than 188. What do you say, Elliot? Important first hour tomorrow.
I'm back in our big final hour theory. You'd imagine by the final hour tomorrow, though, this game would be pretty far advanced again. And that is stumps on day one. 15 wickets, 288 runs, and plenty to talk about, plenty of fascination, and interestingly, no wicket in the final hour of play, because that partnership of 51 between Roderick and Barnard has just settled this Worcestershire first innings. And a feisty encounter, as it always is for batters here at Merchant Taylors School. We've seen 2 resisting stands, one for Middlesex with Holman and Helm, and now this pairing in the Worcestershire reply. What can that bowling attack do first thing in the morning? Pick themselves up with a bit of energy. Ball 36 overs old. We'll be talking undoubtedly about the batch of balls tomorrow if there's not much happening in that first hour. Middlesex's endeavour to get it changed, but we shall see. Yeah. Interesting first hour. I think probably that 88 runs advantage that Middlesex hold at the end is quite crucial, because they will hold a hope of a couple of quick wickets in the morning and are setting about them quickly.
They will do, and I say almost like a session of two halves, that wasn't it? 49 for 5, 100 for 5, so Middlesex win the first hour, Worcestershire win the second hour, and really, I suppose the first session of the day was Worcestershire's, second session Middlesex's to get to 188, so an even day. Yeah, Middlesex will be happy with the 5 wickets. Look like they're tired a bit. It's been another sweltering day here in Northwood, and it's going to be the same tomorrow, so fitness levels, resting up well, looking after yourself is going to be high on the list of priorities.
I was going to say the bowlers will walk off happy. I think all 4 of them will walk away, especially after Trent Bridge, which was difficult. They'll walk away pretty happy with what they produced out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can get greedy, can't you? You can say, well, maybe 15 more runs, 3 or 4 fours, you can always say that. One little spell where it sort of conceded a few boundaries. Yeah, but Umesha's got his first wicket for Middlesex, which is great. Tom Helm looks like he's back to close to where he was at the start of the season, having had a difficult game up at Trent Bridge, and we know obviously how good a bowlers Toby and Tim Murtagh are, and they're going to be important tomorrow. One, I suppose, keeping Worcestershire under control, as we said earlier. They're busy, these 2 batsmen. They're 2 good players. They've scored a lot of runs in county cricket over the years, and Middlesex needs to break that partnership early tomorrow morning.
From the batting perspective, it can happen that way. The middle order have to bail out the top order, and likewise saw it at Trent Bridge. Mark Sloman talked about it earlier today. The work that he and Robson did in the second innings at Trent Bridge was very much built on what the lower order did in the first innings. It's a team game, and at times one does it and the others don't.
Well, it is, and well, you are taking energy out of people, and you're not going to be as fresh tomorrow afternoon as you were when you started this morning. So yeah, that is all part of it. I mean, I'm going about the ball again, but you do knock the stuffing out of people, and that's a genuine and good tactic, is the fact that bowlers do, especially in this weather. It's not going to get any easier. The pitch is going to be baking under a hot sun, and you want to strike early with the new ball, because that's the best time to bowl, as it always is when you're at your freshest. So yeah, a challenge for Middlesex to get this middle order out, but it's been the same with other counties as well. They've done it a few times as well, haven't they? You get quite a few wickets with a new ball, and then boom, all of a sudden, I wouldn't say hit the blocks, but you certainly find it a bit harder.
Gus, thanks very much. Appreciate your company this evening. Look forward to a good day tomorrow. Thanks for your company at home. Thanks to eToro as well, the stream partners for the Championship Games. Click on that QR code in the top left corner to find out more. We'll be back in the morning. Look out for the overnight close of play interview, which will be available on the social media channels, and of course we'll play it out on the stream first thing tomorrow. But 88 runs behind in their first innings. Worcestershire closed day 1 on 100, and 100 indeed, 4-5 from us here, all the team at Merchant Taylor School. It's a very good night to you all.
Copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.